the information about Sojiro comes from the main story, precisely it feels like an important and meaningful part of his development. The only real bummer at the end of his story is that his rank 10 ability—
Phil!
What?
You know the point of a playthrough is to actually play the game, right?
Yeah. Stupid.
You're not actually gonna leave all that pointless crap in, are you?
Well, I haven't pressed stop yet, so yeah.
Are you shitting me?
People who realize that Persona 5 is all style, no substance.
That was truly cringeworthy.
I figure it's time that I actually cover a video that I've been wanting to hit for a while, but unfortunately, due to the sheer length of the video—
How dare you!
And sincerely, I actually want to have a semblance of an outside life of YouTube and don't want my editor to go insane.
One of the biggest problems with the game is all of the issues surrounding the comic, so any annoyances—
You'll have to forgive me if I don't want to make a 10-hour long commentary. So for those who don't know what the hell I'm talking about, I'm referring to that one video critiquing Persona 5 for 5 hours.
What now?
Yeah, 5 hours. Persona 5 Style Over Substance by Cvit. Cvit. How do you pronounce his name? Whatever. And ow. Before I get too deep, there are good points in the video, but it's a video that I highly disagree with, both with points and in structure. Which leads into my first point. So there's been a trend on YouTube that's been cropping up in the last couple of years, and that's the long-ass video essays. Whether it be by television shows, films, or video games, these type of videos have somehow become extremely popular. To top it off, there are usually a level of snarkiness mixed in with a commentary about why something popular is bad. That's a typical title. But there have been many critics who don't formulate it like that, so I'm trying to be fair, but it doesn't negate the fact that these sort of videos do exist and have become popularized. Hell, most of the time the commentator in this has their head up their own ass and act like, "Whoa, man, you just blew my mind." Now, you may be wondering why I call this the Joseph Anderson effect. Well, for the saps who are lucky enough not to hear of him, he's a video game critic who's garnered himself quite a following on YouTube for exactly that, making super long analysis videos that go into uber detail about things, even to things that don't really need that much. Look, you can tell me all you want that Super Mario Odyssey isn't a masterpiece, but when you're asking for 2 hours of my life that's filled with overly repetitive drivel, as well as—
God forbid someone provide examples and breakdowns of their arguments, which refer an image with 10 bullet points typed in it. Holy shit, it's just his opinion, and if you want it, he put a lot of work into constructing his argument. He's not asking to agree with him, he's just sharing his thoughts.
Yeah. And this is a trend of videos that I've seen for a while, and there have been a few reasons why I hate this sort of long-form content. And this can be applied to Cvit's video as well. It makes it very hard to pay attention to the whole video. When I go into a video, I typically go to hear opinions on things, and I shouldn't be taking notes in this situation, especially if I find issues with it. It makes it a chore to actually respond to, because honestly a lot of these videos tend to have conflicting points and issues. Not saying every long-form video does this, but as I'll demonstrate with Cvit's video, it's something that does occur. And there's too much on the negatives. I know it's a bit redundant to bring this up, especially when you consider the following titles: "It's no masterpiece," "Blank is garbage and here's why," and "This game sucks!"
I sawed this boat in half!
However, when you have dedication to so much runtime to just focusing on the negatives, that tends to blow them up to be bigger issues than they need to be. To give an example of Cvit's video right here,
do tend to get predictable over the course of the game. That's my biggest complaint about the music here. By the 80th hour, I could predict all the story beat musics that are going to happen in the moment-to-moment gameplay. And when scenes start to go on for really long times, upwards to 20 minutes, keeping the same track looping gets really old and kind of annoying.
This sounds like a standard complaint, right? The music gets old after 80 hours. Alright, but you can say that of pretty much any song in the entire world. Doesn't matter how good of a song is, and it's a generic complaint. anything can get annoying after so long. But I'd also like to point out this isn't only an issue if you're playing Persona 5 in either one sitting, which I envy how much free time you got, or playing in sittings so close to each other that it might as well be one sitting. And even then, you have to consider a second playthrough as a matter here.
As I started replaying the game for this video, Persona 5 The Royal got out.
Now, to be fair, Cvit did say that he went through a second playthrough after a while, but that opens up a few questions that really get into later. On another note, is this really an issue with the game, or is it a personal gripe? And even then, what is this?
Scenes start to go on for really long times, upwards to 20 minutes. Keeping the same track looping gets really old and rather annoying.
Persona 5 gives the player the option to not only fast forward through scenes, but skip them entirely. It's a complaint that doesn't really deserve to be in the video, and there are other complaints that are reeled throughout Cvit's video that are like this, which I'll get into another part of the video, but funnily enough, Cvit actually brings up some positives about the game. But, in regards to that, he'll actually blow up the negatives to an insane degree. Here's another example.
English voice acting is good for the most part, with the only glaring issue being the asinine pronunciation of names that happens throughout the game. This is more so a failure on the voice director than the actors themselves. There is no justification for the wrong names since they sound completely different from the Japanese dub, and the interpretation of names sounds so different as to being entirely different words. Even considering the fundamental differences in language, the way that it's done is just plain bad.
Sakamoto.
That voice! Sakamoto?
This was from the Japanese clients who suggested they pronounce it like this. And Tamaki's VA, Erica Harlicher, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, stated this to be the case. This was also mentioned back in 2017, mind you, so there was plenty of time to do some research. And for a video this big, and one where he outright says,
And if I'm going to critique the game that everyone seems to love, then I'm gonna go all the way with it. I played through this game when it came out and hated it, and replaying it now only made me realize all the things that I missed that made it even worse. So I have a lot of shit to say. Today we'll be looking at every part of Persona 5, what Atlas got right, what they got wrong, and the why of it all. Now,
we're covering everything. You'd think that Cvit would at least try to look into this information to make sure that his assumptions are actually correct, and, you know, not blow up in his face. Even going so far as to...
My fatty tuna! No complaining.
with the blind praise it seems to get oh so often, and that fueled me even more since I never see any of the real issues that permeate down to the game's core being discussed in any worthwhile fashion.
Did you guys know that when Persona 5 first came out, it was met with some odd criticism? It had to do with the localization, the script, and such. And this is something that Cvit likes to point out. Don't get me wrong, there are times where he is correct. He is a Scum is a prime example of this. That being said,
Entirely different words. Even considering the fundamental differences in language, the way that it's done is just plain bad.
Sakamoto.
That voice! Sakamoto?
Nice!
where he falls flat on his face with his two prime examples. Allow me to go with a more egregious one. In his videos, Cvit brings up the fan site.
Errors are present throughout the game. There's an entire website dedicated to compiling every single error in the game. There's an entire website dedicated to compiling every single error in the game.
Oh boy. Cvit, thank you so much for proving that you are hating on the game so much. Now you people may be asking, what is the reason for that? Well, let's talk about this and go into the past. Now, I'm not going to say the game's script is perfect, it's not. But to reference this website is really telling of Cvit wanting to make the game look worse than it actually is. 2 years ago, there was a bit of a buzz surrounding Persona 5, with articles and translators coming out to talk about its script, with this website being at the center of it. Not only is this website actually run by translators who are amateurs at this time, but have also defended the translation of Fire Emblem Fates. And if you know anything about that, I think you get the reason why. But if you look towards the site, they cherry pick examples and don't actually include the context of who is actually saying what. Here's an example of that provided by another YouTuber.
Let's take this one for instance.
Are you a part-timer? I'm surprised this place can afford one.
That's exactly the case.
The writer states that this is a bad localization because the character states that's exactly the case, when it is, well, not the case. This delivery is what we call deadpan. This is more common in English than Japanese, so you could say this is a very good localization choice. Another example is this line, that while yes it is awkward, it's not bad localization, and here's why.
Hey, Minir, okay? Here I go. Notice anything?
This character is meant to be an awkward NEET. Her name is even based on the precursor site to 2chan. This is another sign of a good localization. Characters shouldn't all speak in the same mannerisms and terms. Some people are just awkward. Some people don't speak in the most proper way. This is again a point in the localization's favor. Then again, some of these professionals criticizing the localization, their only criteria is translating a niche fan game, or Anthony Birch and his horrible writing style. Some things become a bit more apparent when you look at it that way.
Not only does the fan site ignore this context, but then you've got people like Cvit here who will spread it around. You want another example of the fan site? Here you go. I can't believe you mistook my aunt for someone like her. And here is the actual context.
More importantly, what is this place? Why has the school turned into something like this?
I can't believe you mistook my aunt for someone like her.
This isn't a translation error. This is simply a different way of saying the line that ignores that Shadow Kamoshida is a pompous ass and is dressing his guards. And there's another thing that this translator site and Cvit himself do not take in consideration. That characters don't speak in the same mannerisms and terms as each other. And even then, not everyone speaks in the most proper of ways. I certainly don't, and neither do the characters. So, too long didn't watch, this is a terrible website to reference, and only goes to show that Cvit pretty much typed in why Persona 5 sucks, and got this popping up in a Google search result. He just plops it on your table and expects you to swallow it whole. Which a lot of people did. And then we get to another example with Cvit actually cutting context. It's something that he does a lot in this video, as I will demonstrate.
Just to give you an idea of how bad some of these are, here's a couple examples. At one point in the game's English class, the teacher has the line, "Just to say heavy rain, as many things fall, there are countries in the world."
Has you really been far, even as decided to use even go want to look more like?
Now think about that for a minute. What does that even mean? Do you have any idea what this line is even trying to say? The message it's trying to convey is that every language has its own way of saying it's raining cats and dogs when referring to heavy rain. But I have no idea how anyone is supposed to understand that from the way that the line was translated.
You see, most sane people would naturally leave the line and context that came before it, which you so clearly cut from your video in order to make this point. More specifically, the line, additionally, in Norwegian, they say it's raining witches, and in Polish, they say it's raining frogs. Now, what would happen if we were to combine these two lines together? Additionally, in Norwegian, they say it's raining witches, and in Polish, they say it's raining frogs. Just to say heavy rain, as many things fall as there are countries in the world. Cvit ignores everything before this scene and zeroes in on this one line and takes it out of context. Even if you want to say the phrase itself is awkward, the context of the scene around it already gives meaning to the phrase being that apparently the player is going to be able to get. There is an issue with this and it's due to the punctuation, but that's due to how the text box is formatted. I don't think I need to tell you this, but if you're actively removing context from the scenes in order to make your point, then your point is dishonest and casts doubt on your other points too, and frankly, that's pretty terrible. Just finished the Persona 5 style over substance video. Love or hate Cvit, he was spitting straight facts. Spitting straight facts, huh? Oh yeah, using a site that's been heavily criticized for being incompetent and removing context is totally spitting straight facts, huh? What's worse is the Confidants section, and before I get to that, I want to point out a small portion here. During the point of Shinya, he discusses the cult, Cvit makes a pretty bold claim.
The next scene with her involves saying that she has apologized to all the ADP members and has paid back everyone she has sold a holy stone to. There's a bunch of weird things that are brought up here the game of course never addresses, like how she came up with the millions of yen needed to pay back everyone who bought a holy stone from her, or what—
how did she make all that money to return?
What the hell are you thinking?
It really shows a lack of reading comprehension and poor editing when your own footage shoots your point in the foot. As you can see here, I'm going to give back all the money I made. Meaning, she hasn't done it yet. And this is the problem with the length of the video. There are tons of mistakes like this, where Cvit will outright misread or skip important text in the game that shows his laziness in the video, and will use that laziness in order to berate the game. So I'm sorry to say that he's straight up spitting facts is wrong. It comes off as people didn't actually pay attention to the content of the game or the video itself. It's not the fault of the game if you can't pay attention.
I see. My ass.
Oh boy, this is a bit of a mess. Look, there are good criticisms, and while there are puzzling parts of this section of the video, in order to make sure my editor doesn't go crazy, we'll just be going over a handful of examples. Probably one of the worst examples would have to be his segment on Futaba.
The first main party member up is Futaba, the socially inept ultra hacker gamer girl. First thing you'll notice when hanging out with her is how incredibly annoying her dialogue is. She can't go 2 sentences without making some totally relatable nerd culture analogy, even when talking about things completely unrelated to them, like the high-level police officer who scares her in her very first confidant rank. The references she makes are all over the place, and over the course of the game, you'll see the countless allusions to Pokemon, Star Wars, 4chan, YouTube, Dungeons & Dragons, anime, tokusatsu memes, and basically anything remotely related to the internet. Despite all of these, the game never actually shows Futaba having any interest in any of these things outside of casual references she makes.
I see. My ass!
Right!
And it feels like Atlus wanted to have a generally nerdy character as a catch-all for people who think making references to pieces of media is a personality, even when it goes directly against how she's portrayed otherwise.
Like, this is technically a minor complaint, and I understand that people can get upset with having references shoved down their throat. I know I do. I've said it before. But this criticism really goes to show that Cvit didn't pay attention to any of the references that the other characters made. There's a JoJo and Dragon Ball reference that the protagonist can make to a teacher. There's a protagonist can make a Pokemon reference to the Morgana. An makes a reference to Lupin III. Morgana makes a reference to My Neighbor Totoro, and also makes a Kamen Rider pose before returning into a vehicle. Yusuke is the one who makes the Ginyu Force reference with Futaba's Featherman figures. Ryuji and Makoto make a reference to the song Wanted Dead by Bon Jovi. Kamoshida's Shadow makes a reference to Lord of the Rings. Kaneshiro makes a Transformers reference. I think I've made my bloody point. And if you don't believe me, there's a whole page of this on the TV Tropes page. Hell, Akechi himself is a walking Death Note reference, even making a reference to apples in the
People always give me the strangest looks when I buy just a single apple for lunch.
The game. Does Futaba make more references than the other characters? Yes, but it's a gross overgeneralization to make the character look bad. It's almost as if Cvit is outright ignoring things that go against his preconceived notion that the game is bad.
I do not like Persona 5. I think it's a bad game.
Hell, still going with Futaba, he makes this claim.
The game honestly just moves on without addressing anything about the lifetime of abuse that Kana has suffered or any possible repercussions the parents should have to face. Futaba met Kana when they were in elementary school, which starts at 7, and she's 15 when you meet her. So they've been possibly abusing her for over a decade, and the game acts as it is all okay because the parents said sorry. The drama whatsoever from potentially almost a decade of abuse.
Here's the thing, we do not know exactly when the events in elementary school occurred for Futaba. Cvit instantly assumes that this is just trying to make the situation worse than it could possibly be, and he doesn't even entertain the possibility in his video. He just goes with the worst possible interpretation to make it seem like Persona 5 mishandled the subject matter worse than it possibly could be. Maybe the abuse has been going on for 10 years, maybe it's going on for 3. We simply don't know, but we can't make assumptions and then lambast the game for said assumptions. This also goes into the other 2 issues that I have. One I'll get into later in more detail, but one more prominent is Cvit constantly brings up, why doesn't anyone go to the police? He does this with Chihaya, Futaba, and does it with Sojiro's confidant portions.
Why did nobody involved in this report him to the police after they found out how the uncle was treating Futaba? Sometimes the drug members go missing and are never seen again. Chihaya feels terrible about having supported this organization, so of course
There's also the matter of Kawakami's confidant that Cvit covers, and this is a big one because he lambasts how Kawakami isn't standing up for herself when she gets blackmailed.
Rhymes.
And basically uses it as a crutch to say the game shoehorns in mementos.
Except that's not actually what happens, because mementos needs to be shoehorned in here for some reason.
When you have to change someone's heart, then affecting your confidants. However, the issue is that in some cases, like with Chihaya, she has no evidence to bring to the court to substantiate her claims, and if anyone who's played Phoenix Wright should know, is that the Japanese courts are very strong reliance on physical evidence in order to make a claim, in a case. The same thing happens when you come to things like child services in Japan. There needs to be evidence of that, otherwise that more than likely you're just getting an investigation. And there's also the matter of Kawakami's confidant that Cvit covers, and this is a big one because he lambasts how Kawakami isn't standing up for herself when she gets blackmailed.
The next time you see her at school, she's being threatened by the parents again, not only with the legal threats they've been using up until now, but they also reveal that they know she's a sex worker, causing her to lose all of her resolve immediately. You then have to go to Mementos to change Takase's parents' hearts for the last 2 ranks, and she tells you about how they returned all their money and apologized to her. And now she could finally get the fresh start as a teacher, and she thanks you for helping her and knows that you're a phantom thief. The last few ranks of her S-Link are a very good example of the problem that Mementos brings into the narrative of the game. Kawakami could have easily, and probably would have, pushed back against Takase's parents, especially considering her claims that she was going to protect all of her students and be a great teacher who isn't bothered by rumors, but you are never given a chance to cheer her up, calm her down, or even meet with her at all until you go to Mementos and magically fix her life by beating up their shadow.
Gee, it's almost like the school is going through some hard times and scandals with their teachers. I mean, it's not like there was this one teacher who was abusing students physically, mentally, and possibly sexually. Oh, wait! Considering the events of the game, even rumors of Kawakami doing moonlighting as a maid that possibly does sexual activities could ruin her reputation and any possible chance to keep her as a teacher. Hell, there's one part in her confidant story where you actually cover for her when another teacher begins to get suspicious. Obviously, Joker would want to help out, especially the people whom he considers to be close connections with. This can even be applied to Sojiro's confidant too.
So going to Mementos was actually completely worthless and changed nothing.
Even if he says he'll take care of the situation, it's not like helping him is something that's out of the question. I don't see why it's an issue, especially if it's just to help someone. There's also the general lack of, remembering that these characters are people. The things that aren't perfect, the things that like to slide back into old bad habits, the things that can have self-esteem issues. Characters in stories are allowed to doubt themselves. They're allowed to make mistakes. They're allowed to not be confident in themselves, and they're allowed to say stupid shit at times, especially when it's being emotional. Yes, sometimes there is illogical meanings in stories, and yes, you can call it out if it goes against the entire character arc, but at the same time, you can't just automatically throw away everything, otherwise it becomes way too much of a heel turn. And that's not poor writing. In fact, one can even consider that good writing since it makes the characters more believable in that regard, since not every situation is going to be tied up in a pretty little bow or go the way you want it to without any conflict. I'm not saying the writing of the game is perfect, but it sure as hell isn't as slapdash or as terrible as Cvit makes it out to be, especially in the Confidants. There is a little more about Futaba's Confidants section, and that had to be the weird take of
only had one friend in her entire life. Why is she making D&D references? A game that is intrinsically social. On top of that, one of the goals she tells you about in her S-Link is that she wants to learn more about her generation, but she's already a walking lexicon of nerd knowledge, bringing into question what exactly she wants to learn about. She already knows everything there is to know about movies, TV, memes, and gaming. What more is there to be able to relate to people of her age?
Despite the fact there are things such as online D&D groups, videos talking about D&D that are funny, games based about D&D, and the fact that we've seen that Futaba is willing to talk through text, it's almost as if Cvit doesn't understand the concept of what a hikikomori is and is using his ignorance to blatantly proclaim what she does need to learn, when it's made apparent that if you pay attention to her social link, it's actually being with people her own age in a physical sense, and not just spouting off pop culture references, because not every person or teen is Mishima and will get those references, especially in a culture like Japan that is extremely formal. But whatever, I'm done with the Confidants. The whole section isn't entirely bad. While I agree things like about Ryuji to an extent, there are a lot of things that come off as Cvit not actually paying attention. Then again, the guy did miss this.
Wait, we see all the ice go into the cup. How is it as soon as it changes shots, it's now all over the table?
Morgana! Transform!
Starts out perfectly fine and sets up a lot of cool, dark ideas for the game to tackle, but as more and more is revealed, the game can't seem to keep track with its own rules and results in an unsatisfying mess.
Funnily enough, I could say the same thing about this video. Now, like I've already said, I'm not one to shy away from saying that Persona 5 has issues with its story and gameplay. But unlike Cvit here, who straight up admitted to hating the game and such, which would naturally make him appear to want to look for any little negative to make the game look bad and make it seem his opinion is more valid.
And in one egregious case, both types of honorifics are present in the same line.
That's a bit of an issue. That being said, his critique gets severely kneecapped in the story and gameplay sections, and one of the biggest issues, as I've been slowly building up this entire video, is Cvit's amazingly lack of knowledge of Japanese culture. I know I brought this up earlier with the court system, requiring much more evidence than our own, and there are other things like the Aojiru stuff.
Or it is anything to go by, then it's also referred to as green drink. Why couldn't it have been called a vegetable drink or kale smoothie or green drink like the wiki says? One of them is even called onsen arajiru. I guess hot springs green drink was too difficult.
Funnily enough, if you actually talk to the clerks on any other days than Sunday, which most people would do in order to learn that they only serve the drink on Sunday, they outright tell you it's a vegetable juice. I don't know, it's really weird to complain about Japanese terms and customs as well as the social norm of people in a country without bothering to take some time to actually look into it. It's emblematic of the issues of this video, a lack of Japanese culture and understanding of the themes and traditions, both good and bad. But I think we should get to the actual meat of this portion and talk about his analysis of the story, and much like before, let's begin.
You already have the keywords of Madarame and shack, so you guess that he probably thinks of it as a museum and get a hit. Morgana also mentions that one of the keywords is plagiarism, but this doesn't make sense with the established rules that you need the 3 keywords of being the person, the place, and how they view it.
This is an odd complaint to me because, if anything, the first 2 cases that the thieves tackle are the outliers, because for some reason, Cvit neglects to mention that Kamoshida's keywords also included a 4th word, a concept called pervert.
Kamoshida, Shujin Academy, Pervert, Castle, beginning navigation.
Here we go!
While it's still a somewhat inconsistency, it doesn't break the rules that were established in the first case. Rather, the first 2 palaces had the concept of pervert and plagiarism. Considering they aren't really necessary to find the location as well as seeing the app has a microphone function to it.
Damn it! Screw that pervy teacher!
Pervy teacher?
It's not so much of an inconsistency as it is an unanswered question. I'm not going to go into personal theories here, but the app just shows that it picks up keywords through the microphone of the phone. Hell, the anime cutscene picks up pervy teacher with Kamoshida, so that can easily be possibly as an optional keyword. Cvit decides to cut this out, however. And
upon changing his heart, he reveals that he used to be a student for a famous painter, Madarame, but that Madarame just used his pupils to make art for him so he could take all the credit, money, and fame. Then he asks you to look into him, and then our party immediately forgets all about him and doesn't actually follow up on this at all. Instead, a convoluted series of events happens which results in the party beating Yusuke.
They actually do, and it's in a conversation through text messages, but again, Cvit decides to neglect the phone conversation that they have targeting Madarame, and also neglects to mention that they have exams during this time frame, and exams are kind of a big deal for Japanese students, so there's a necessity for them to focus on those.
Whole thing is, the main characters already had a perfectly good reason to go after Madarame from the mementos target revealing Madarame's attitude towards his pupils. But the game kind of just ignores that in favor of having Yusuke approach Anne and having that be the way they get interested in Madarame instead. Coincidences can happen, but how lucky is it that only days after being told about Madarame from the former pupil, you so happen to be approached by Madarame's only current student, who is literally the only person in the world who could have access to Madarame's house, and that he just so happened to see Anne for the first time today while in his car and was so taken by her beauty that he decides to chase her on foot and asks her to be his model. This entire scenario is contrived as shit. It's hard to understand why that's even in the game when they already had an in to targeting Madarame.
And that's blatantly wrong. He even shows footage of Yusuke seeing Anne from afar when they are discussing after they got out of mementos.
This is where you're introduced to Yusuke, the next person to join the party. But the way that
in paying attention to the morning events at the station, you learn from Anne that she feels like she's being followed. It makes the implication that Yusuke has been watching Anne from afar for a little while now. Do you see why this can be considered frustrating? For something that's claimed to be so in-depth to cover everything, the fact that Cvit outright neglects important information that goes against the notions he's peddling, his video title feels like it more applies to him than his own game. Persona 5 is not a perfect game, far from it. I'm not saying his video is full of garbage, but it certainly isn't the best criticism I've seen about the games. And there's a lot more issues with the story section.
The Phantom Thieves make their way to the top and get kicked out by Shadow Futaba, where we get the required Indiana Jones run away from the boulder scene, because of course this needs to happen in the desert pyramid setting.
I know this is obvious nitpick and doesn't have anything to do with Persona 5, but the Indiana Jones boulder scene doesn't happen in a pyramid, it's in a jungle, which is pretty much the exact opposite of a desert. You see all those vines? If you're gonna make a reference, make it right. How do you get this wrong?
Now, when it comes to Futaba's dungeon itself, there's a lot to say about it. For starters, why is it a pyramid at all? Futaba has nothing to do with Egypt, and neither does her mom or Sojiro. She's never shown any particular interest in history, old ruins, or anything.
Oh my god, is this really a point? Ignoring the fact that Alibaba is associated with deserts, Medjed, which Futaba is the founder of, tells you this, by the way.
Who Medjed? And we were freaking out over some weak-ass dipshits?
I discarded the Medjed name a while ago. I'm Alibaba now.
And Yusuke explains that Medjed is related to Egyptian myth lore in a phone conversation. Would it kill you to pay attention? Oh, and
the only justification is she calls her room a tomb. But this isn't really explained, since the reason for her delusion is that she thinks she killed her mom.
Yes, they are. Pyramids are tombs. They are tombs for pharaohs. What are you going on about? And I wouldn't have an issue with this stuff, but he berates the level design of the palace because he can't be bothered to pay attention.
And it's not like they couldn't have made it literally anything else. The inside of her dungeon even has air conditioning and is quite big, so it doesn't even come off like a claustrophobic tomb. In a meta sense, it's obvious that the setting of a pyramid was chosen because it's an iconic scenario in heist, just like stealing from a king in a castle, stealing the most valuable piece from a museum, and robbing a bank. But Futaba as a character does not have anything to do with this. Futaba is a hacker and a high-tech based character, and there is an attempt to explain this by saying that the pyramid has air conditioning and some squiggly PNG pixels and floating code.
I hate empty buildings!
I just can't.
They talk about how the psychotic breakdowns and the change of hearts done by the Phantom Thieves are connected somehow, but Sai doesn't explain the connection between them, and it doesn't make any sense that she would connect them, since one leads to criminals confessing their crimes and the other causes immediate death. In the larger narrative of the game, these are connected through the metaverse, but Sai doesn't even know that it exists. I guess it's just in the Nijima bloodline to have massive leaps of logic that turn out to be true. After realizing the school's principal is worthless to Shido, Sai's boss orders him to be killed, and he suffers a mental shutdown in the middle of the street and gets hit by a truck. When Sai learns about this and brings it up to Makoto, she says that since none of the circumstances surrounding his death add up, she suspects he's been targeted by the Phantom Thieves and had a change of heart. The random mental shutdowns have been happening far before the Phantom Thieves have even been a thing, and Makoto even brings up that it doesn't seem like something the Phantom Thieves would do, since they usually make people confess, but of course, this goes completely ignored. In a scene from the future, Sai even admits that it wouldn't have made sense for the Phantom Thieves to kill their own principal, but in the timeline, this takes place after Sai's had her treasure stolen, so there's no way to know if this is something she really believed, or if this is part of her change.
What? Okay. Oh, there is so much wrong at this point. First off, he's flat out wrong about how one kills a person and the other makes a people confess their crimes. In the very beginning of the game, you see a train driver undergo a psychotic breakdown, which is the cause of the subway crash. He is still alive if you pay attention to any of the cutscenes between Sai and her boss.
According to the police, the engineer's life was not in danger despite his injuries. After questioning, even he could not explain his high speed when approaching the station.
Easy for Sei to think, these cases of people acting entirely differently out of nowhere may be connected.
With this derailment accident, as well as other recent incidents of unknown motive, concern is spreading among the general public. Just what could be causing such a drastic change so suddenly in these people? SNN has
Everything's linked. That's what you're thinking, correct?
And secondly, Sei never got her treasure stolen, and it's explicitly stated that they never removed her treasure. If they did, her past would disappear.
Treasure. We couldn't get it out of the metaverse. Except that was all an act. We had prepared an empty briefcase beforehand, and merely acted like we were taking the treasure.
So no, Sei doesn't have her treasure stolen. If it was, the Phantom Thieves' plan would go kaput from the beginning.
How are the characters supposed to survive floating in space with no protection to travel between unconnected sections of the space station? Because like we've seen in previous dungeons, for example Futaba's, the palace itself actually simulates what the conditions of the location is like how it was scorching hot in the desert. And that's a very valid question you'd be asking, one which Ann and Yusuke posed themselves. Now, there is a very good explanation for this given by Futaba, and the answer is when you're floating unprotected in space, in quotes, apparently you'll be okay for like 30 seconds if you keep your eyes and mouth shut. Wow, someone call NASA, because Futaba just figured it all out. All astronauts have to do to not freeze in 3 Kelvin temperatures and not suffer any harmful effects from the vacuum of space and its radiation is just keep their eyes and mouth closed. God damn it, Miss Frizzle, how could you not teach this to them? You see, until Arnold opened his eyes, he didn't start freezing here, proving Futaba right. Futaba's next line is that she used to think that you would just explode in outer space with no protection, which is reasonable, and implies that she learned her revolutionary eyes closing tech from somewhere, but she never tells you how she got the information. Maybe she just made it up. That probably makes more sense than whatever explanation the game would actually give you.
Again, Cvit showing that he didn't bother to do any research, even as something as simple as a Google search. Because if you want to know something, people can survive in space for a very limited time, and granted what happens in space can be rather gruesome after that time limit, you want to know how long humans can survive? 90 seconds. Throw in the fact that the Phantom Thieves at no point spend 30 seconds in space at any given time during this section. I would also like to point out that Futaba is actually right in this situation about closing your eyes and mouth. You want to know why? Because if the liquids from your eyes or tongues are exposed to space, they boil off. I can't even... Look, I think I've made my point. There are a lot of problems with this section, and I don't feel like going over all of them. It's not a complete mess, but at the same time, I hope I get my point across and why some people have issues with this video. Because there are plenty of times where Cvit doesn't pay attention and berates the game for his lack of ability to do so. I love it when people make 5-hour-long reviews on games but don't actually pay attention to said game. That's real good criticism!
And I got a bigger dick.
Okay, so this is kind of going backwards, since this was the first major issues that he had with the game, but I honestly have to say that after watching this part of the video, I honestly had to click off the video and basically disappear into the ether.
Get in here!
I think the worst example will be how quickly Cvit contradicts himself in this segment.
Because of the game's bias towards physical damage, the strongest party for almost every battle consists of Ryuji, who's the only character who can learn charge and has incredibly strong AoE physical attacks, Yusuke, whose single target physical attacks gain damage with each baton pass, a core mechanic of the combat of this game, and finally Morgana, who works as both a healing machine and all-around generalized knockdowns using Lucky and Miracle Punch.
2 very boring minutes later.
The SP Adhesive 3 can be acquired pretty early on for only 50k, and this completely breaks the battle system with being able to spam spells non-stop all game, completely trivializing all dungeons because of infinite healing.
So, which is it? Is it the physical attacks that the game has a bias towards, or is it the spells that break the game? There are also weird complaints such as
Hifumi's rank 10 perk that lets you swap characters in the middle of combat is mostly useless because it takes up a turn, unlike other JRPGs like Final Fantasy X, where you'd have instant control of them. So when you swap a character, you have 3 entire turns before they get to go, which is usually more than enough time to kill whatever enemy you're fighting unless it's a boss.
oh no, this mechanic isn't like this one in this other game. It's not as if it can be used to, change party members who are on the verge of dying, you want to get a refreshed party member, or you want to deflect an elemental weakness that your party has. Yeah, that doesn't matter at all.
Admittedly, turn-based combat in JRPGs is a hard formula to innovate completely on, but many games in the genre have managed to do it. Final Fantasy X has the sphere grid allowing you to customize your characters, and summons being earned throughout the entire game. Final Fantasy XIII has the paradigm shift mechanic. Bravely Default and Bravely Second allow each of the 4 party members to be any job in the game, creating hundreds of possible combinations for your party. Even classics like Final Fantasy VII and Final Fantasy VIII have the materia and junction systems respectively. In Persona 5, as your characters level up, they earn new abilities in combat, but almost always are just stronger versions of things you already have, with a few exception to passive abilities or castable debuffs that make enemies that were immune to their attribute no longer have the immunity, leaving no room for meaningful choices since taking new abilities with higher numbers rather than keeping the old abilities is the right choice every time. There's no reason to keep Bufu once you have access to Bufula.
Which, yeah, no duh. That's kind of the point of getting stronger moves throughout the game. Why is this a negative? And it happens throughout many other games. I mean, Final Fantasy VII has like the whole materia system that allows you to level up your fire to Viagra and to Fyra. Why is this an issue? Other games may innovate, but just because there isn't innovation, that doesn't mean the system is bad. Sure, it may be a little lackluster, but if it's still polished pretty good like it is in Persona 5, What's the problem? Just because you have a broken team dynamic and think that your physical team is always good and you regulate people to be healing batteries in the background, that doesn't make it true. Persona 5 offers a lot more customization than you're letting it on with team composition. Just because you think it's a numbers game, that doesn't mean it's actually true that your choices are correct. Really, I have to say that your lucky punch thing with Morgana is actually pretty stupid because that relies on luck.
Haru comes so late into the game that she has none of the Confidant perks, like Baton Pass, Withstanding Damage, Status Recovery, so she is strictly just a worse character until you max her out, which most people won't do because she's introduced with less than 2 months left in the game. Most players are going to feel more obligated to actually finishing links that they started, rather than beginning another one and ignoring people that they're close to maxing out.
That is really off, because Cvit is now attempting to step away from the own experience card and blow it up to encompass that every player will do this, which, you know, if you had footage of people doing that, I might take you a little seriously, but he doesn't.
Be gone.
Don't get me wrong, Persona 5, is it a perfect game? No. Hell no. Of course not. But honestly, I'm not a fan of this kind of criticism, and I don't really care for how people are holding up the video as if it was an objective truth and people who disagree with it are nothing more than fanboys or haters. That's a mindset on the internet that I truly hate. That sort of thinking is cultivated in Cvit's apparent video takedown of the game. There are several inconsistencies, there are several mistakes, and there are things that are borderline make me think Cvit was dishonest with his analysis. It severely weakens his point and opinion of the game if he can't be bothered to look at what the game is telling him or how to actually use it. And what's worse is if you consider the fact that during the earlier parts of this video I was showing clips of something. Yeah, that was an article where Cvit was actually taking points from it and using it in his video. So it also hurts his argument by saying, no one's made claims like this before, when he's blatantly taking them. Here, let me give another example right now.
Where it shows that the translation team consisted of 6 translators and 8 editors. Editors are usually supposed to oversee the group's translation to make sure translations from different people fit together well. But with so many editors, I can only imagine this caused more issues, not less.
Now look, I have no problem with you taking a criticism from other people that have made them, but at the very least, don't be like that guy who's saying, I'm the first one who's being serious about this. No, you're not. But he's wrong. There have been plenty of videos that came out well before his video that addressed many of the points he had. How does anyone realize how bad this game is but him? All in all, I really dislike the video, but knowing how the internet works, I'll just be hand-waved away as nothing more than a Persona fanboy who just cherry-picked even though I'm explaining my issues with the video and didn't want to cover everything. And that's the biggest irony of all this. Cvit literally did the same thing that Persona 5's villains did. Create a false narrative to villainize the Phantom Thieves. So Cvit, please, consider this my personal calling card to you.
If you're a real good player, meaning you've got the skill of a 9 or 10-year-old, you can even try to jump your car.
And that's the battle system, or combat as he talks about it. Well, I say that, but before I actually get to the 12-minute segment, there's something I need to point out about his analysis that...
No, there was no way to break it down even more, because we're condensing all 100 hours of this game into 4. If I'm going to critique the game that everyone seems to love, then I'm gonna go all the way with it. Today we'll be looking at every part of Persona 5.
Talk about false advertising. Funnily enough, Cvit doesn't go over everything in the battle system in this segment. And while I'm probably going to bring this up in the video, I think it's important for me to list out what he didn't so you have an idea on what he missed. Bam, son. Pause if you'd like, because I'm not going to dwell on this for too long, and I'd like to get started before people start typing up their essays on why I'm a blundering idiot. Joke's on you, I was an idiot the whole time.
One of the biggest frustrations when it comes to combat is the fact that the game will end no matter what when Joker dies in battle. While still incredibly annoying, it was more understandable when you couldn't even control your party in Persona 3, or when you were with demons in contractual relationships in Nocturne. But there is no logical reason for this feature to be in the game, other than that's how it's always been done.
Really? There's no logical reason? I love how Cvit actively ignores the fact that you, the player, are Joker. You are the main character. If you faint, you don't know how the rest of the battle is. Not to mention the narrative where Joker is basically, you know, messing up his own story in this regards. Remember, throughout most of the game, Joker is talking to Sai Nejima about this whole thing. If he blacks out, he pretty much does lose this entire game.
key to victory lies within the memories of your bonds, the truth that you and your friends grasped. It all began that day, when the game was started half a year ago. For the sake of your world's future, as well as your own, you must remember.
Chunk is up to own personal interpretation, but from Lavenza's lines right there, it seems to me that if Joker fails to remember it correctly, then it's game over for him.
Basically, this guy was dragged into a game where the evil god rigged the outcome.
Damn it! What the hell?
The Administrator must guide mankind toward proper development. And now that the foolishness of man has been proven, it is the Administrator's duty to purge them.
You kidding? This is just some kind of rigged game you started!
The foolish masses merely spread indolent thoughts and force the progress of society backward.
Again, this is my own interpretation, but it just baffles me that Cvit doesn't even consider this, considering, you know, the game pretty much tells you this right now, that the key to victory is to remember. Even then, player frustration, I really have to question that. Not only is this speaking up for other players, which goes against the notion of this being an opinion piece when you start bringing up the ability to speak for other people. Hey everybody, I'm Cvit, and I'm going to be talking for everybody. Oh boy, that's going to be going well. This also ignores the fact that Joker isn't like the other characters in the game. He's pretty OP in compared to the rest of the cast with the ability to swap out his personas. That includes swapping out things like weaknesses, resistances, persona stats, skills, spells, hell, even the boost to Joker's stats.
That's outrageous.
And it doesn't cost a turn to do that, by the way. If you remove this mechanic, then you'd have to find another way to compensate for such a powerful character, either by severely limiting his abilities or making the enemies a lot tougher in order to make that balance. Really, I'm not saying you can't hate this, but you have to look at it on a balancing aspect. Cvit doesn't do.
I see a simple compromise in this, being if you're unable to revive Joker by the end of a battle, then you get the game over. I don't see a particular reason why the game should end instantly if you have multiple revive items and revive moves even early on. Maybe the game could give you an instant game over if you have none of those options, just so you don't waste time. Or you can just have it play out like it does in SMT4. If Flynn gets knocked out and you don't revive him by the end of battle, once you get to the overworld, he'll be left with 1 HP and you could heal him. They already do this with other party members in your group in Persona 5, so I don't see why you have to be the exception. This is
ignoring the fact that being able to revive Joker is kind of a means of breaking the combat system that I alluded to, but let's give a small example here. Let's say Joker dies. He gets resurrected by Skull and then healed to max by Morgana. Death completely negated. Not to mention, Joker can now attack the enemy's weaknesses at the end of the turn and annihilate them completely. In other Shin Megami Tensei games, there are no all-out attacks, and there's another reason why the game doesn't end when the MC dies. They are not as crucial to the party as the MCs of Persona 3, 4, and 5. You could say they could just take out the all-out attacks from the game, but then they become the staple of the Persona series since Persona 3. It adds a new mechanic to the game that the other Shin Megami Tensei titles didn't have. Adding the one more mechanic to this, hitting enemy weaknesses are much deadlier towards them than the other games. It's a balancing act in game design. The MC dies, it equates to a game over. Even then, I'd argue if you're complaining about dying as Joker, then that's really as you as the player of the game, not the game itself. Persona 5, while not perfect, does give the player some tools in order to combat this. Stuff like planning out what personas you'll use in each dungeon, to the equipment, even making sure your party has the required skills to help out through their social links.
How it's always been is not a good enough answer for a major source of player frustration.
Cvit, please, for the love, just say it's an opinion and not fact. Don't use encompassing language, please. You're gonna make my head explode.
You have full control of your party members, and somehow if Ryuji falls over dead, it's okay to use a revival bead on him, but the game doesn't even allow you to revive Joker. Each party member gains the ability to withstand an attack with 1 HP remaining at their rank A Confidant, but Joker only gets the same ability from some of the late game personas as a skill, which takes up a slot on the persona, and said persona needs to be equipped for the ability to even trigger. This mechanic only creates frustration, and it mostly happens during boss fights when they have massive damage abilities that can 100 to 0 you and make you have to redo the entire fight.
There's a fine art of finality in his voice. Like, there's no reason for this, when there's a good reason to include this. Balancing. Don't take this to mean that I think it can't be annoying. It can be, potentially. But again, Cvit just puts this on the table and expects me to eat this without any other possibility there. Ugh, well, that ain't gonna work.
Because a holy or death insta-kill ability from an enemy lands. Speaking of which, why are those abilities even in the game to begin with? No player is ever gonna use them opposed to regular damaging abilities of the same attribute, because they don't work on important enemies like bosses, and they cost too much mana for a low chance insta-kill to waste on trash mobs.
Much later.
The SP Adhesive 3 can be acquired pretty early on for only 50k. And this completely breaks the battle system with being able to spam spells non-stop. And they cost too much mana being able to spam spells non-stop.
I fail to see the logic here.
While this isn't a straight-up contradiction, I find it to be a bit of an odd complaint, especially considering the fact the SP adhesive, it just doesn't make a lot of sense to me as to why this is actually a complaint when you yourself admit that this could easily be spammable. Don't get me wrong, I'm not disagreeing that the skills aren't perfect, but it's just a weird thing to bring up in this review if you ask me. Again with this language, trying to tell me that this is how players play the game when these are just the options for a player, and Cvit can only speak for himself.
Because they don't work on important enemies like bosses, and they cost too much mana.
Wait, what? Mana? What? It's SP, ya fool! Again, I don't even see why this is a complaint. It's just giving you, the player, options. This also ignores the fact the game also gives you the option to boost the abilities, which actually gives you a chance to improve the ability to use these skills successfully. Now don't get me wrong, I'm not defending the skills. I don't use them myself, mainly because I find them to be a waste, and I agree with Cvit that they can be costly with the MP. Damn it, he got me doing it too! Damn it! However, one of Cvit's reasons for his broken team dynamic later on relies on percentage luck in order to justify his choice in the party makeup, and I find it a bit double standard-like to rely on skills that involve luck but then berate skills that are on the same mechanic.
At the same time, when an enemy uses an insta-kill ability, the only thing the player can do is pray to God that it doesn't target Joker, and if it does, it doesn't kill him. There is no meaningful interaction with the game's systems when this happens. So all this does is force you to carry a death or holy resistant persona the next time you go through that area, or be faced with the threat of possibly having another coin flip death again.
And there we go. That's the only thing you can do, huh? Not only, Cvit, do you shoot yourself in the foot with this by instantly contradicting yourself with the Persona example, but you're not even right. The game does give you items and skills that can actually prevent this. Stuff like the Homunculus, which, by the way, you can buy from Takemi's shop when you max out her Confidant, or you can find them in Mementos. Then there's the skills you can learn. Tetraraja can be used to put up a barrier to negate instant death skills. The Macarena can be used to put up a barrier and actually reflects any magical attacks, save for Almighty, back at your enemy. Then there's the item's Magic Ointment, which you can get from Takemi again, that can reflect a spell back on one character. So I'm sorry, but I don't buy that you can't plan for this stuff when the game gives you options. Not a lot of options, I get you, but then again, not a lot of enemies run these skills themselves.
I want to take a moment here to tangent about how terrible these insta-kill abilities are.
No, thank you, Cvit. I am skipping this portion because this adds nothing to the actual criticism of Persona 5 and is just a cheap way for Cvit to actually make the instant death kill abilities worse by citing a boss fight from a completely different game. I get that this is a tangent, but it doesn't actually support your point since this kind of fight doesn't happen in Persona 5.
The battle system in general also heavily favors physical attacks, since magic costs MP, which is non-recoverable without items, which are pretty scarce in the early game and become completely invalidated by the late game, while even incredibly strong physical attacks only cost HP, which can easily be replenished with healing items, which there are an overabundance of, or healing spells. While most enemies have a mix of magic resistances and weaknesses, there's only a few in the entire game that are resist or reflect to physical attacks.
I still got an issue with him saying that there's a leaning towards physical attacks, mainly because unless you get lucky, you're not going to be able to knock down enemies with the physical attacks. And it's because of this dependence on physical attacks, we get the dumbest of team formations. But the biggest issue I have right at this section is the percentages, which Cvit is really downplaying. Yeah, only 19% of the common enemies have weaknesses. Yeah, only 19% of common enemies can actually be strong against physical attacks, but this is completely ignoring the fact that most other enemies are not weak to them. You don't even bring this up. In addition, he doesn't really tell you when you face these enemies and in which palaces. For example, a good chunk of Okamura's palace shadows are strong and repel physical damage, and he uses this later in Okamura's palace to complain.
Some of the personas here are only weak to light.
Oh, you mean the only one that's just weak to light? I know this is the wrong section, but
an element only Joker can have, or Psi Nuclear, which is what Haru and Makoto would usually cover, but they need to be the healing batteries for the party. So I hope you have the SP Adhesive 3, because Joker's gonna be wasting a lot of fucking mana down half of these enemies.
Dude, it's your fault that you think that just because physical skills are better that you're willing to make Haru and Makoto be healing batteries, which... What? I know this is a slip of the tongue with Haru because I'm sure he's referring to An in this, but it's still kind of jarring nonetheless, since Haru doesn't have any actual healing abilities.
Even characters with high magic stats are better off just using physical attacks, conserving MP for knockdowns, and fighting bosses. In most instances, physical attacks just do more damage, they deal better numbers. And this is a numbers game. At the end of the day, the most important thing is making your opponent's health bar 0.
Wait. Stop right there. You're at level 90 at Shido's Palace. Typically, the enemies in Shido's Palace are around 63 to 65. Well, I can see someone abuse the Reaper technique. No wonder you're putting out so much damage. You're way over-leveled for these enemies. At this point, you could use any party member to dish out crazy amounts of damage, and I don't find that to be actually strengthening your argument. If anything, I find it rather dishonest that you're using footage to justify your point about physical attacks, when you're just powering through everything. I could easily make the same case for magical attacks being overpowered, and by your own admission, the cost of spells is basically moot by a late game, so I'd understand why you think that spells aren't viable options. You're brute forcing your way through the combat with the same team because you think there's an objective good team. However, by being insanely over-leveled at this point in the game, you're not giving good representation and having out accurate damage numbers to illustrate your point. Also, like I said, any team can be viable if you're over-leveled enough. That's kind of the curse of RPGs, Cvit. Actually, and I know I'm going a little ahead on this, why exactly do we need dedicated healing batteries for this? Didn't you say this earlier in the video?
While even incredibly strong physical attacks only cost HP, which can easily be replenished with healing items, which there are an overabundance of.
If you've got a surplus of magical items that can heal your HP, doesn't that kind of go against the notion that you need to have characters be healing batteries? I understand wanting to preserve SP, but I really don't understand this, and I'm going to go into more why this is a really confusing and befuddling idea, but why is this even a point?
Because of the game's bias towards physical damage, the strongest party for almost every battle consists of Ryuji, who's the only character who can learn charge and has incredibly strong AoE physical attacks, Yusuke, whose single target physical attacks gain damage with each baton pass, a core mechanic of the combat of this game, and finally Morgana, who works as both a healing machine and all-around generalized knockdowns using Lucky and Miracle Punch. There's almost no reason to use the other characters in battle, since Ann and Makoto have both near-identical movesets, only their main difference stemming from their elements, which can easily be covered by Joker, and they need to already act as healing batteries for long palace runs, since you could use them to heal party members when out of combat, even if they're not selected to be the 4 that you're running the dungeon with. Haru comes so late into the game that she has none of the Confidant perks, like Baton Pass, Withstanding Damage, Status Recovery, so she is strictly just a worse character until you max her out, which most people won't do because she's introduced with less than 2 months left in the game. Most players are going to feel more obligated to actually finishing links that they started, rather than beginning another one and ignoring people that they're close to maxing out. These issues are the core of the combat system, but there's also some minor gripes I have with it. The guns that are a core part of each character's design and personality have limited ammo and barely do damage, so they are relegated to being used only to farm knockdowns on the select few enemies that are weak to it. There's never a reason to ever waste money on upgrades or newer guns, because at most you're just gonna shoot an enemy once and then baton pass to one of your other characters like Yusuke or Ryuji. The game does do some interesting stuff with the guns, with the perks you gain from the Tower Confidant, like Bullet Hail, Warning Shot, Electric Slug, and Oda Special, but at the end of the day, they still aren't very good and you never find yourself ever using them. Hopefully in the Royal or in future Persona games, if this mechanic gets brought back, they'll do something more with it, because once you get a Persona with bullet damage physical attacks, there's never a reason to use the gun.
And there it is! The team dynamic. So let's start with Morgana, and how Cvit's team composition is pretty terrible considering the credentials, and how he doesn't go over any of the characters' stats. Let's start with Morgana. For the fact that Cvit is using Lucky and Miracle Punch, literally that's the only thing that's better than Makoto, and it's not even a guaranteed critical. You're essentially relying on luck, which admittedly Morgana has high luck, but you know what Morgana doesn't have? Good defense and endurance. Yeah, chalk this up to something that Cvit doesn't bring up either, but he doesn't bring up defensive aspects in combat, nor does he bring up speed. If we're to compare Morgana to Makoto, Makoto is actually faster than Morgana, and has a lot better defenses and endurance. Morgana is one of the easiest characters to have to faint in battle. He's also got the second weakest physical attack stat of the party, and he doesn't learn any severe or higher up attack skills. Also, there's no mention of technical hits. I just realized that's another thing he doesn't bring up. For Yusuke, yeah, he's got good stats in AoE, but his weakness is doesn't get a lot of good stat buffs or boost skills, something that other party members get. I'll go more into this later since he glosses over the ladies in this respect, but needless to say, I have a lot of issues with his team makeup. Ryuji's fine though, he's a boss.
There's almost no reason to use the other characters in battle, since Ann and Makoto have both near identical movesets, only their main difference stemming from their elements, which can easily be covered by Joker.
And, you know, their stats. I already stated that Makoto is a faster, tankier version of Morgana, but he also ignores the skills that can remove buffs from your opponents or how Makoto can buff your own party's defenses. That's never brought up. Meanwhile, Ann? Not only does she have the best magic stat in the entire game, but she has the spell version of Charge, Concentrate, which can make her spells even deadlier. Also, Cvit ignores the fact that Ann is a character that can also inflict status moves, such as Confusion or Burn. I love how that Cvit doesn't bring up anything such as status effects that can change the battle, such as Confusion, which can get your enemies to give you money. Or in Ann's case, the Burn effect, which can inflict damage to enemies at the end of their turn and open them up for technical damage from wind and nuclear attacks. And by the way, thanks to her high luck, she's got a better chance of inflicting status effects on enemies. Also, the easily covered by Joker line, yeah, that can apply to every party member. It's not like the point of Persona 5's battle system that thanks to the wildcard you can change your team dynamic. This is just basically him trying to give an excuse as to why you wouldn't use either of these two just so he can peddle this numbers game.
Nobody said to be mad! And they need to already act as healing batteries for long palace runs, since you could use them to heal party members when out of combat, even if they're not selected to be the 4 that you're running the dungeon with. While even incredibly strong physical attacks only cost HP, which can easily be replenished with healing items, which there are an overabundance of.
Couldn't that also be applied to Morgana? I don't see why you need a squishy cat on the team when he can be just as effective as a healing battery.
Haru comes so late into the game that she has none of the Confidant perks, like Baton Pass, Withstanding Damage, Status Recovery, so she is strictly just a worse character until you max her out, which most people won't do because she's introduced with less than 2 months left in the game. Most players are going to feel more obligated to actually finishing links that they started, rather than beginning another one.
Go outside, so beautiful!
You know, I just love how Cvit handwaves away Haru simply because of the Confidant portion, not even bothering to actually tackle her as a party member. Then the fact he uses the most players thing again. Like, dude, really? Most players aren't going to be 30 levels over at SHIDO'S Palace unless they really want to do the Reaper's trick over and over again. Anyway, for Haru, it's kind of funny, because not only does Haru have a better knockdown technique with a high crit chance, one-shot kill, she also gets it boosted thanks to Snipe and Cripple, which can stack and give her gun attacks a 75% boost. That can also apply to Triple Down, which, while not the best skill, gives her great AoE since with that 75% boost, she can hit all enemies 3 times with her gun skill. She also has that Reflect magic spell that I brought up earlier, the Madarame Arc. Yeah, don't even bother trying to tell me I'm mispronouncing it, I don't care at this point. But yeah, Cvit doesn't bring up any of this. Honestly, it seems to me like Cvit just glossed over the girls just so he can solidify his idea of the objectively good team when he outright ignores that there are numbers that go against his ideas.
Because once you get a persona with bullet damage physical attacks, there's never a reason to use
You mean like Haru?
The gun. The SP Adhesive 3 can be acquired pretty early on for only 50k. And this completely breaks the battle system with being able to spam spells non-stop all game, completely trivializing all dungeons because of infinite healing.
First off, why can't the same be applied to magic users? Why can't we spam spells that Ann and Makoto use? Why are they just regulated healing batteries while Morgana isn't? Because of the crit chance that he may not be able to pull off? Also, the SB adhesive only works while the character's in battle, meaning your batteries are gonna run out eventually. Not to mention, I still find this to be a contradiction to his declaration of physical attacks being dominant when you have something that can give you infinite SP by his own words, and thus, spam spells.
Hifumi's rank 10 perk that lets you swap characters in the middle of combat is mostly useless because it takes up a turn, unlike other JRPGs like Final Fantasy X, where you'd have instant control of them. So when you swap a character, you have 3 entire turns before they get to go, which is usually more than enough time to kill whatever enemy you're fighting unless it's a boss. And with what I mentioned earlier, there's no reason to ever swap to any of the other party members once you have Yusuke, because you already have the best team the game is going to have.
Obviously, this movie has its head up its own anus.
Oh no, this game's mechanics aren't the same as this other game's mechanics, even though Final Fantasy X's battle system had the party change system be a key component ever since the beginning, and one could easily say that this is a bit of a broken system. After all, if you can change your party members without any cost in order to have the best team out for the situation, can be quite broken. I'm going to step away from Persona and Final Fantasy to give an example from Pokemon, as the best example because it allows you to do both. You can switch your current party member at any time in order to have a better suited Pokemon at the cost of a turn and giving your opponent a free turn. Or when you make your opponent's Pokemon faint, you can switch without cost, which can make the battles extremely easy. To me, it's like it's an issue of balancing, and more of a preference, really.
Rush mode only speeds up the attack animations of allies. Any enemy animations are played out normally during rush mode, so incredibly long animations you just have to sit through, like Kamoshida's lustful sip.
Oh no! The cinematic boss fight is being cinematic. Also, I timed this at 17 seconds. I feel like you are over-exaggerating with this, Cvit.
Status elements on your teammates also count, so anytime an enemy charms or enrages your teammate, the rush mode becomes completely useless. You just have speed lines on the top and bottom to create the illusion that combat is going faster, but this doesn't speed up the overall time of battles at all.
I don't see how this is a complaint. Your party's been inflicted with a status ailment. The game is giving you a chance to get them healed up because some status ailments, like despair, can kill party members after a certain number of turns. Or brainwashing, which can have your characters attack each other. If you rush through that, you can end up killing your own party. So yeah, they give you a chance to actually recover that before you go insane and go, "Oh, I lost!"
The interrogation trigger is very inconsistent, since you can knock down an enemy, kill a different enemy, and then at times, even though there's only one enemy left, it will not trigger an interrogation. I was unable to discern what made the difference between times it did and times it didn't.
Oh my god. This was part of the reason why I wanted to do this entire video. It's that Cvit doesn't really understand how the hold-up mechanic works. The hold-up mechanic works based on knockdowns. Any attack that would cause a knockdown, a weakness, critical hit, or activates the one more follow-up when other enemies are down, triggers the hold-up. This isn't a fault of the game, but yours for not understanding the mechanics the game gave you. This isn't a fault of the game, but yours for not understanding the mechanics of an 80-hour gameplay. Which, you know, they gave you a tutorial at the beginning of the game. This is basically him not bothering to actually pay attention to the game. Heck, let's take a look at his examples. You have Joker, after getting the bonus attack, go and just kill Jack Frost with a regular attack that doesn't do any special damage. That will not cause a holdup, because you're not using a super effective move against him. Is it that hard to discern? Even your own footage gives you a clear reason why the interrogation didn't work and when it did.
Persona 5's combat does very little to keep things fresh, with almost no change to how combat encounters and tactics work throughout the game.
I mean, you're using the same 4 party members every time. Surely that can't be a reason for this!
Admittedly, turn-based combat in JRPGs is a hard formula to innovate completely on, but many games in the genre have managed to do it. Final Fantasy X has the sphere grid allowing you to customize your characters, and summons being earned throughout the entire game. Final Fantasy XIII has the paradigm shift mechanic. Bravely Default and Bravely Second allow each of the 4 party members to be any job in the game, creating hundreds of possible combinations for your party. Even classics like Final Fantasy VII and Final Fantasy VIII have the materia and junction systems respectively.
Or you know, the gun abilities, the tentacle shots, the buffs, the debuffs, status effects. You know, all the things you don't bother to bring up. I know I said this before in my previous video, but just because the system doesn't do anything new, that doesn't mean it's a bad system. Lack of innovation does not mean it's a bad thing. Innovation can be good, but that doesn't mean a system needs to innovate, and sometimes innovation can be a bad thing too. And by the way, the fact you're sticking with this just 4 same party members throughout the game is actually really telling in this, since you ignore the actual innovations the game does offer, such as the technical attacks that you can pull off between the party members. For example, Morgana and On have a good synergy because if you can burn your enemies with On's fire attacks, you can actually take advantage of that with Morgana's wind skills on enemies that don't have weaknesses to wind type attack.
Persona 5, as your characters level up, they earn new abilities in combat, but almost always are just stronger versions of things you already have, with a few exception to passive abilities or a castable debuff.
In the arms of the angel.
Why would you keep Zionga when you have Zeodyne, the objectively better attack, and pass up Matarukaja? That skill actually boosts all of your party's attack to dish out more damage! For someone who's saying physical attacks are great, why would you get rid of one of the best physical boosts in the entire game? Why do you even have shock boost? You don't even bring up status ailments in this section. Why even have a luck boost if you're just using Ryuji as a physical sweeper?
That make enemies that were immune to their attribute no longer have the immunity, leaving no room for meaningful choices since taking new abilities with higher numbers rather than keeping the old abilities is the right choice every time.
Apparently not, since you went against that notion with your own footage here.
There's no reason to keep Bufu once you have access to Bufula.
Then why the hell did you keep Zionga when you had Zeodyne? What is your logic here? And before anyone gets on my case for saying, well, it's used to knock down weaker enemies. And my retort is, if you didn't over-level your party, you wouldn't have that issue at all.
There's even potential already in the game's mechanics to spice up the combat, like the different weather effects causing shadows and mementos to have different ailments. But since every weather effect is hard-coded to happen on specific days, coupled with the fact that this doesn't affect any shadows and main storyline palaces, they end up not having any real effect on gameplay.
Or you know, you can inflict them yourself with your persona skills. Hello? Cvit?
The setup for combat with the stealth and ambush mechanic also wasn't very good.
I'm going to take a moment here to point out the text. Seeing the shadow through the wall, yet if you look down below that, you can see Joker looking through the doorway. I mean, it's not like his perspective matters on this, I guess. And you know what, I'm just going to call it right here, because I kind of agree with his stealth segment, even though I find some of it to be really rudimentary. I mean, I don't even think it would consider to be a stealth game because it's just basically improving on the ambush system from Persona 4 and 3. Yep, that's the end of the section of combat.
By far the biggest issue with S-Links in this game is mementos. Mementos is probably one of the worst plot devices I've ever seen. While it is used well in a couple of cases, for the most part Mementos is shoehorned into a story that was moving forward perfectly fine without it, and only serves to take away agency from the characters affected, and to skip the entire process of working through issues in one's life, instead solving every issue permanently with magically changing people's hearts.
Isn't that the point though?
Erasing a palace essentially means forcing the owner to have a change of heart. However, even though their warped wants disappear, the crimes they committed remain. Kamoshida will become unable to bear the weight of those crimes, and he'll confess them himself.
You for real? That's possible?
Mementos is supposed to be used to help people who require it, and as I will demonstrate, Cvit will go and ignore context in specific examples in order to justify his situations. You could say the whole ability to go into a person's subconscious is a plot device, which is kind of the point here.
There's no thought ever given to whether someone could go back to being bad if their situations worsen, or that someone may have problems other than just someone's being mean to them in their life. This is perhaps best shown in Kawakami's Confidant, so let's get into it. Kawakami is your homeroom teacher, temperance confidant, and nighttime maid. Her S-Link has an extremely slow start. The only thing you know about her after your first 4 ranks is that she's deeply indebted to someone.
Oh boy, I'm going to enjoy this. And here I have to start pointing out the first issues I have with the complaint, because Cvit needs to have his own ability to gain social skills. Not every person is going to be immediately upfront with you about their personal details, especially when you consider the fact that in Kawakami's case, what both she and Joker are doing is bad from a societal standard. So it's kind of a sensitive topic, and Kawakami is trying not to get too personal with her students. She even says she doesn't try to get involved with her students at the beginning of this. Also, I don't know why you're counting the first part of the Confidant in this complaint, because that's the basis for this. And I disagree that the first 4 parts are a waste of time, because not only do we get a look into Kawakami's mindset, we're also given proper foreshadowing about how terrible Takase's guardians are.
Buddy, it's only in her 5th rank where you learn more about her.
Oh, I don't know about that. Learning about her situation, learning that she's got some debt issues, and learning that she's being harassed by Takase's parents are kind of a big deal right there, you know? I would consider that to be something important.
With her telling you the story of Takase, the problem student she used to tutor, and how she was forced to stop tutoring him, but after he died in a car crash, she was threatened by his parents with legal action unless she paid them. In rank 6, you see her getting sick, but is still asking for more and more shifts to cover the payments. And she confides in you that she's happy that it was you who learned about her secret. In rank 7, you learn that she's in the hospital and you go to visit her. But while you're there, Takase's parents show up and ask her for more money, continuing with their threats. Kawakami almost gives up, but you convince her not to, and she regains her strength. This whole scene only serves as a way to paint the parents as being cartoonishly evil, extorting someone who is in a hospital after collapsing from overworking.
Small nitpick, but it wasn't Takase's parents, it was his relatives who adopted him. Minor gripe, but still something to point out. Yeah, they're assholes. That's the point.
Thanks, Captain Obvious.
Also, cartoonishly evil? Gee, it's almost like this is a piece of fiction that's trying to drive the point that these people are terrible and that they're going to be a problem. It's not like we haven't had Kamoshida.
Yui's in a coma, and her chances of recovery are slim. How would someone like that make a statement? There's no chance of her getting better, I hear. Oh, the poor girl.
No. Madarame, so many other people. Also, we get people like this in real life. Have you never actually seen YouTube before, where we get some of the worst people who will do some cartoonishly stupid and evil things just for some clout?
She says she'll protect all of her students from now on, and including you, and that she'll stop paying Takase's parents. And then she thanks you for helping her regain her resolve. She then goes on to fulfill her dreams of being a great teacher. A good ending that wraps up her story nicely. Except that's not actually what happens, because Mementos needs to be shoehorned in here for some reason.
Hi, this is Tommy Wiseau, creator of The Room. Let me introduce you to the new Joker.
Cvit, I don't think you know what the word shoehorned means. This isn't a forced conflict in the story. You might have skipped the part in earlier sections of Kawakami's Confidant, but she actually received a call from the Guardians getting on her case with the money issue, and the hospital visit as well. This isn't forced when the story is showing that these are terrible people who aren't going to be changing their minds anytime soon, and obviously aren't going to listen to reason if they're going to go so far as to exploit a relative's death for money.
The next time you see her at school, she's being threatened by the parents again. Not only with the legal threats they've been using up until now, but they also reveal that they know she's a sex worker, causing her to lose all of her resolve immediately. You then have to go to Mementos to change Takase's parents' hearts. For the last 2 ranks, and she tells you about how they returned all their money and apologized to her. And now she could finally get the fresh start as a teacher, and she thanks you for helping her and knows that you're a phantom thief. The last few ranks of her S-Link are a very good example of the problem that Mementos brings into the narrative of the game. Kawakami could have easily, and probably would have, pushed back against Takase's parents, especially considering her claims that she was going to protect all of her students and be a great teacher who isn't bothered by rumors, but you were never given a chance to cheer her up, calm her down, or even meet with her at all until you go to Mementos and magically fix her life by beating up their shadows.
What? Okay, let's unpack this. First, these aren't rumors. These are facts that Kawakami herself accidentally admitted it to these people. Secondly, I love how you're cutting out the position where they're trying to go to the faculty office to talk about this, especially when it's established earlier in the Confidant path that there were many suspicions of Kawakami doing unsavory things. Hell, we even got a teacher doing this. Thirdly, she could have easily pushed back? How? You just say that she could, but she's being faced with something that could potentially make her lose her job, especially when there was a scandal earlier this year in the school that involved a teacher who was abusing students, even to the point when one attempted to commit suicide. Obviously, if the school found out that she was doing something that could be used for sexual acts, and it comes to light that she was doing this with students, she would lose her job in order to the school save face. Also, cheer her up. She's in the depths of despair, and it's established that Takase's guardians aren't going to be reasonable about this. So what in the world could you do to help her in this regard? I don't know. Maybe go to Mementos and change the hearts of these two assholes?
Preposterous! Kawakami takes no part in improving her own life, a problem created out of nowhere only for things to get fixed when you fix them for her, completely taking away the agency she had when she could have still had a strong conclusion with the option of romance or not flowing naturally.
Stop making such odd assumptions.
Problem out of nowhere. Cvit, did you even pay attention to the Confidant stuff? This has been established in Kawakami's story that she was being extorted for money by terrible people. Just because you're too lazy to pay attention and do the editing for this, that doesn't mean it came out of nowhere. Hell, you yourself showed that the Guardians showed up at the hospital, even that establishing that they'd be a problem. Also, this is the reason why she's doing this maid job in the first place. Do you even know what you're saying?
Instead, she becomes indebted to you so you could call her to your house for free to make coffee, curry, tools, and do your laundry. The message of this link of standing up to shitty people who take advantage of your guilt and good nature really falls flat when you have the ability to turn around and do the exact same thing to her. You could call her to come do things for you every single night for the rest of the game after you complete your S-Link. She's never unavailable or busy with any other student ever. This isn't even a call out to anyone who uses this mechanic because it's a core component of the game. This is just a failing of the narrative since it's meant to give you an extra action during your night slot, but this is done in an incredibly tactless way. There are many different things they could have done to give you the housekeeping perk without compromising Kawakami's arc up until this point. You could have just called and paid for any of the other maids to the maid service to come to your house and do your things during the week.
Ignoring the fact that up until this point you've been the one paying for her services, these services don't take as long as Cvit's making them out to be. You're not making her slave over doing this stuff all night. At best, it's roughly an hour or two while you're out doing other things, giving her plenty of time to do other activities. Also, this is the evening. You know, the time in which it's more or less regulated to people's personal times. And that she still has the afternoons to help her students as well as scheduling. Apparently Cvit missed out on the fact that the maid service is implied to be a service that high school students shouldn't be requesting this stuff. Especially when you consider the context of the reason you start your Confidant with Kawakami is because she's blackmailing you about calling a maid service. It's implied right here. Also, did you forget criminal record? It's implied that'd be a bad thing if it turns out that Joker called a maid service one that apparently offers sexual services. Yeah, that'd be pretty bad.
Maybe Kawakami could negotiate a special deal to keep it for free or give you a discount once you finish her storyline.
What now?
But with the way they handled it, the game just completely undermines its own narrative and weakens its message. One of the first of many examples of the game working against itself, when it really didn't need to.
He says, not knowing what half the narrative said.
This also plays into the issue that character growth is not translated to the main story, since the game has to be completable without doing any S-links. Characters can't act on changes that they experience in their own personal story, since it would be jarring for players who didn't complete their Confidants. If you do complete their S-links, then the characters you see at the end are not the same character that shows up in the main story. You also only get one real scene with Kawakami in the main game that isn't a romantic event, that being the field trip to the TV station, which is only shortly after you get her link, so you're at most only able to have had 3 ranks into it.
I'm gonna go off on this because this is such a nightmare for game design. You would have to take into account so many factors, since you'd have to program story beats and events depending on each of the Confidant levels and to be interchangeable from different levels. It'd be a programming nightmare and something that could potentially mess with the actual game's story in that regard. And you'd have to do this for every Confidant.
The game doesn't even give her any chances to show her character growth once you have completed her S-Link. She talks all about helping and protecting every student she has, but still sounds just as bored in class, in addition to always being available to be your coffee slave.
Couldn't you have picked a better example than the one where she's jealous about how her students get a month off and trip to Hawaii when she's working during that time? Also, you're wrong about her not being enthusiastic.
Way to go!
I suppose yelling "way to go" and clapping is now being bored in class?
That's enough.
Sojiro is the constant parental figure in your journey throughout the school year, who comes off as cold and distant at first, but slowly grows to accept you. Like the others, it's a slow start, and all you learn in his first 3 ranks is that he's involved with some shady character from his past, who wants something from him.
Well, duh, Sojiro doesn't really trust you at the beginning.
You'll be alone at night, but don't do anything stupid. I'll throw you out if you cause any trouble. Do whatever you want for the rest of the night. Oh, but don't mess up my store. If something goes missing, I'll hand you right over to the cops.
It's not a slow start, it's because you have to gain his trust. Remember, he was willing to kick you out if you caused any sort of trouble for him. People don't usually spill their guts out about problems to someone new or someone whom they think is a troublemaker right off the bat. You kinda gotta earn that.
In his rank 4, the shady man comes to the store asking for money, and Sojiro explains that's just someone from his past, and to not be fooled by his cheerful act. After 4 months, his story is finally allowed to move forward once you have Futaba as a party member.
Yes, Captain Obvious.
Because you need Futaba, because the rest of Sojiro's social link is circled around her, and the issues around that.
He tells you all about Wakaba and how they used to work together and bond over his curry, which she made the recipe for.
No, she improved the recipe.
After this, things finally start to ramp up. The guy comes back to the store with the knowledge about Futaba being locked away from society and Joker having a criminal record. It's revealed that he's Futaba's uncle, and he used to be her guardian, but she hated living with him, so Sojiro paid to let him take her in. The uncle threatens to sue him and then leaves. Sojiro then tells you that when he had custody over Futaba, he kept her locked up, didn't feed her, didn't give her a bed, or let her even shower. Immediately after saying this, Sojiro then wonders maybe if it would be best if Futaba went back to her uncle. You know, the uncle he just explained almost killed her due to neglect and feels absolutely no remorse for having done it.
No, he didn't say that. Either in showing that he never said that, he's just questioning if he's a good father or not and if someone else's Futaba's family would be better. Don't put words in the man's mouth.
This encounter brings a lot of things about the characters involved into question. How is anyone taking his legal threat seriously? And even if they did, all Sojiro would have to do in court is him and Futaba say, well, at least she has food and a bed here.
That is not how the court system works, Cvit. Not only are we talking about an incident that happened well over a year ago, meaning that there's no actual evidence to back this up at this point, and by the way, testimony isn't going to actually help here, especially when you consider the fact that Futaba, a minor, isn't registered in the school and has been in Sojiro's house for an entire year. It'd just be a matter of he said, and as I said in part 1, evidence is necessary to prove this, and considering that unless the uncle is completely inept and decided to leave Futaba's living conditions the same in his house, it wouldn't matter. And as we know that this uncle managed to find out that Futaba isn't going to school, something that Cvit decided wasn't important to include, yeah, actually the uncle would have a better chance at winning the court battle because there's evidence of Futaba not being in the school system and being with someone who's not actually related to her. Also, the fact that Sojiro paid the uncle, we don't even know if there's actually any paperwork going on here.
When he literally just described the inhumane ways in which she was treated. This makes Sojiro come off as a massive moron. The writing could have easily just been him wondering if it would be best to send her off to somebody who could take better care of her needs, instead of going, you know what they say, blood is thicker than water. You might be thinking, well, maybe they're talking about another relative, but the game never mentions any other relatives, so we have to assume that he's talking about sending her back with the uncle.
No.
I love this text here and how it completely contradicts the finality in his voice. He doesn't actually address that either. It's not because of poor interpretation, his information that there are other family members who could take care of Futaba, and Sojiro is wondering if they could do a better job than him. Sojiro never says the uncle. You are the one who is assuming that he is.
says that he'll protect you both and that he was sorry for telling you to keep your head down and to not fight back against society, since he experienced the horrors firsthand with Wakaba's death. At this point, Sojiro's narrative arc has basically ended. He's grown from someone who is cold, distant, and mysterious into a character who has finally overcome his hesitation to getting close to others because of his awful experiences he's had in the past, and who understands that sometimes going against society is necessary. The story should have ended honestly right at this point, but in classic Persona 5 fashion, we haven't gotten the required rank 8 memento shoehorn.
You know, part of the reason why this part of the video is so bloated is because Cvit repeats himself so much. Mementos is shoehorned in, Mementos is shoehorned in. Guess what? It's not. We still have the uncle subplot to deal with. He isn't just going to disappear, because if he did, Cvit would just complain about how Sojiro's confidant is not following up with the uncle because he just disappeared into the ether. And how do I know he would? It's because he makes that complaint with Hifumi's confidant.
None of these questions are ever answered, even in the additional dates that you can do after the rank 10, and this makes for a very unsatisfying story.
You'd make the same complaint for the uncle here, and the confidant link establishes the uncle character pretty well. So no, it is not shoehorned in.
Rank 8 is a short one. As you are hanging out in the store, the uncle comes back asking for more money, but Sojiro refuses, saying he's not afraid to go to court. He then tries to attack Futaba, falls over, and says he's going to sue you, and leaves. Sojiro reinforces the promise he made to you previously, saying that no matter what ends up happening to me or this store, I won't let them lay a finger on you too. I'm your guardian after all, and I have a duty to protect both of you. However, instead of trusting Sojiro to protect you like he just said, you later get a message from Futaba saying that she found her uncle's name in mementos, and that you need to go change his heart. This is by far the worst reason given to go to mementos so far, and runs counter to all the other information the game has given you.
Not really. I mean, if you bother to pay attention to when we're first introduced to mementos.
We need a name and a place, right? So the name is...
Actually, we don't need a location this time. Just enter exactly what I say. The key word is... mementos.
Huh? What are you trying to pull?
Just listen to me. It should work. I think.
Ah, jeez. That again? Mementos, was it?
Candidate found.
We got a hit?
It seems to me that when you have mementos already registered and you put someone's name in the metanav, you can get a hit. Once again, Cvit isn't really paying attention to what the game is telling him, because this seems really simple to look up with a name of mementos as its palette.
Sojiro is the one adult who constantly has your back and is extremely clear about sparing no resources in keeping both Joker and Futaba safe if something were to happen. The uncle's legal threats don't even carry any weight anymore, considering that on top of the way he treated Futaba, it has been brought up multiple times that he's a frivolous spender and has failed multiple business ventures and is massively in debt, meaning that the odds would be stacked massively in your favor in court.
No, they wouldn't, Cvit. The court would not be stacked against him. First, Sojiro paid off the abusive uncle. That's grounds for his case being shot in the foot, because it didn't go through actual channels on this. Second, who's to say the uncle can't make the argument, well, see, she's not getting proper treatment, isn't going to school, and is having her working. He has all the grounds to say this, considering that it's been some time since Futaba was under the uncle's care, so the physical abuse scars, if any, wouldn't be present. Not to mention, Sojiro has another minor that has a criminal record, who Sojiro is allowing to hang out with Futaba. If anything, this would just make the courtroom turn to a word salad.
Hold it! What do you mean by okay?
Shut up! You may begin. The game simply ignores all of this information.
Oh, that's ironic.
To have you go to mementos anyway. The worst part about this whole situation is what comes after you change his heart, because in the rank 9 meeting involves you, Sojiro, and Futaba having to answer to some government workers who came to check on you because of a report of you being violent to a customer. So going to mementos was actually completely worthless and changed nothing.
Or, you know, stop the uncle from continuing to press legal charges. You know, the actual point of going to mementos is to make sure that he stopped abusing that. Just because he managed to get the social workers involved, and as we'll see, Sojiro, Futaba, and Joker will have them leave without a fuss, that wouldn't stop him from suing Sojiro. Even Futaba says that's the goal here. So Cvit, you're conflating two separate events here.
You all relay your side of the story to them, they believe you, and then even say a full follow-up won't even be necessary because they can tell, in quotes, the children are the real victims here. Futaba even calls Sojiro dad in this exchange, which while nice and heartwarming could have easily just been a part of the reconciliation in the attic in the previous Rank 7, and the situation is resolved with no issues, exactly as Sojiro said things would have happened before you went to Mementos.
Do you see why I find an issue with this video? He's outright ignoring blatant information in the game and using that ignorance to slam it because his preconceived misinformation.
Overall, the story told in Sojiro's Confidant is a good one, but it's held back by both the padding in the early ranks and the random Mementos visit that has no impact on how the story plays out and feels like it was done to waste the player's time. And the weirdness around having 4 months of forced downtime between ranks, a feature that isn't present in any other Confidant.
Because the rest of his Confidant relies on you knowing Futaba. His Confidant is based on an additional character in a story.
Trials with you, and you ask what Oyamada's full name is, so you can go to beat him up in Mementos, because that's what always happens during the rank 8. Once you change his heart, he reveals he only acted like this because he was jealous of Tay, since she was far more brilliant than him, and that Miwa wasn't actually dead, just transferred to a different hospital since they couldn't treat her, and he thought that saying that she was dead would be better for his reputation. Which is the most asinine explanation I've ever heard. The doctor in charge of the hospital who seriously thinks that saying a patient died under their care is better than saying she was transferred to a different facility because they were unable to treat her incurable disease.
Look at it! Look at it! Look at it! I want all of you to look at it!
I see. My ass.
Oh, once again, Cvit, your footage betrays you. He says right there, I made everyone say the same lie, that she left and then died. That would mean, if the lie was true, the patient would no longer be under his care. You are not paying attention to what is being said, and if this is from an editor you paid, then I'm sorry, you may want to get a refund back.
This unnamed disease that Miwa is suffering from has no existing cure, so wouldn't it be completely acceptable to say that you couldn't do it and let another institution give it a go?
First off, the disease has a name. Takemi says it again and again, and you even showed it in your footage, Crawford Endes disease. Secondly, this also pretty much ignores what Tai actually tells you in her Confidant. She tells you that she was blamed for the screw-up with Miwa-chan because the director rushed development and made it worse, and he put the blame onto her, which got her kicked out. If she came up with a cure that cured Miwa, it would come out that he screwed up, so obviously he's trying to make her stop, and made the lie that she died not under his care, but when she left the hospital. Cvit straight up is not paying attention to what is being said, and frankly, the fact that so many people are dying on this hill for him is astounding to me.
Not only that, but this is the ultimate cop-out. The game introduces a complication to the story by having Tay's entire motivation taken away from her due to the death of her patient, but instead of having her work through this, the answer to her problem ends up being, it was just a prank, don't worry about it, and she's actually alive doing just fine the entire time. This isn't an interesting way to tell a story. It's yet another pointless plot twist in the middle of a Confidant that is explained away with the barest justification just as fast as they introduced it.
The story still establishes that the director's a bit of a dick who's willing to risk the life of a patient, blamed Takemi for this, and kicked her out before the truth could come out. This has been established before.
It's been over 2 years and no one has done it yet, so I guess it's up to me to get it out there. And if I'm going to critique the game that everyone seems to love, then I'm gonna go all the way with it.
Apparently not.
Only providing tidbits of information that is made completely clear in the rank 5, and then having all of the agency taken away from Tay, where they could have easily had the story play out. She finds the cure, cures Miwa, and then clears her name, and reveals Oyamada for who and what he really is. Instead, it has the player solve all of Tay's problems for her, and doesn't do the image of her being a badass doctor justice.
You what?
Cvit. Takemi was told that Miwa died. What good would completing the cure do if the patient that she's working for to make it happen dies? That was her motivation to continue, and she failed. At least she was under the implication that she failed, and other people spread the lie. I honestly believe that you haven't paid attention to this part, or you went through this video before you posted it.
In your fourth meeting together, her boss finds her and accuses her of snooping around where she shouldn't be, since her focus should be on writing about the Phantom Thieves. She tricks him by saying the reason she's been sneaking around is to date you, and when you contribute to the lie and confirm what she is saying, her boss immediately backs off, despite Ohya herself pointing out this is illegal, and the boss is looking for a reason to fire her. It seems strange that if her boss was looking for the reason to fire her, doesn't just use the fact that she just admitted to having an illegal relationship with a minor as grounds to firing her. The boss even says the higher-ups are cracking down on him about her behavior, so the potential scandal of a reporter being in a relationship with a minor seems like more of a reason to fire her, not less.
It's time to point out Cvit still doesn't understand Japanese culture. When you enter the Japanese workforce, it's actually really hard to be fired. Yes, you can be bullied or pressured out of it, but that's a story for another day. There are only two real reasons people get fired in the workforce in Japan. The first is that you are strikingly incompetent. But for the company, this is a very difficult thing to prove in a court of law. They interviewed you, you went through a probationary period, everyone thought you were great, and then all of a sudden they say you're not meeting expectations. The onus is on them to identify why you are incompetent, and in fact to help you overcome these deficiencies. The other legitimate reason they could terminate you is that the company is bleeding money. Of course, that depends on the type of job. In Ohya's case, if they want to keep her under their thumb because Kyle was involved in the Shido case, they can keep her busy. If they can keep her busy and not make her firing look suspicious, it's a win-win for them. Considering the intel she has, they have every reason to stop her from leaving. You even bring this up, if they fire her, then they can't watch her. If they fire her, they can't control her.
At this point, you probably know the pattern. Ohya tells you that she's crushed at work and has no leads on Kaio's case. So off you go to Mementos to change her boss's heart. After beating up her boss, we are given possibly one of the worst explanations for his actions. Ohya's passion reminds him of how he was in his prime before his wife cheated on him. The reason he's so hard on her is because of that. That's it. This maybe could have worked if it was more built up, or even they hung on it at all longer than this one throwaway sentence, which doesn't ever get referenced again.
No, it's not that. It's because he's jaded due to his experiences while working in the field of journalism, that his passion for it dried up. His wife cheating on him wasn't the reason for this, and you are clearly cherry-picking that one section in order to change what's actually happening here. Then again, it seems that Cvit here is super high school skimmer.
It's not even an issue that Ohya's boss doesn't have a deep meaning or deep reason behind being an asshole. Some people, that's just who they are. They're just dickheads. And there's nothing wrong with having a story that is about someone just being an asshole.
If you recognize that, then why is it so hard to imagine that Kawakami's confidant, those two step-parents, are dickheads?
Futaba's uncle, he's an asshole. He just wants money. And his best course of action is to harass Sojiro in order to give him more. His story's issue isn't the fact that he's an asshole, it's that everyone around him is a moron, enabling him and allowing him to continue to be an asshole without stopping him when they have clear points to stop him by calling people like the domestic court workers that show up in the rank 9 when he called them on Sojiro.
Says the guy who thinks that custody battles are extremely simple to solve and can't be bothered to read text on the screen that proves his points wrong.
You have failed me for the last time.
But the reveal of the mental shutdown is somewhat unsatisfying since it brings up the question of how do mental shutdowns work. At this point in the game, we've seen 3 on-screen mental shutdowns and heard about even more. They're always shown to be 100% fatal. Unless the mental shutdown is unreliable, there's no real reason she shouldn't have been killed as well.
I know I brought this up in my first video, but it bears repeating. No, they are not fatal. The first one we're introduced to, the conductor, he was still alive.
According to the police, the engineer's life was not in danger despite his injuries. After questioning, even he could not explain his high speed when approaching the station. No further comments were made.
Principal? He didn't die from mental shutdowns. He died because his shutdown had made him stop walking and he got run over by a truck. Your footage shows this. And Okamura? Yeah, the mental shutdown didn't straight up kill him. It was the shock of it to his heart. It's what caused a heart attack.
Shinya is an impressionable kid with a soft spot for the Phantom Thieves, a bad home life, and a sick cat. Your introduction to him is one of the best in the game. When you first meet him and ask him to teach you how to use guns, he refuses until you can prove to him you know the Phantom Thieves.
I see no mention of why you need his gun skills. I guess the fact you need him to help take on a confidant request in Mementos wasn't really all that important because that wouldn't be shoehorning in Mementos, now would it?
Do the moves to take him down, right? Teach that stupid Sojiro. Guns out! Blast them off their feet! Ooh, that was cool.
That's impossible! There's not a gunshot that surpasses my cheeks! Damn it!
And the way you do this is by asking Futaba to hack the leaderboards of the arcade to play a message to prove what we're saying is true. This is the only instance in the game where we actually get to see the expertise of a party member being used for goals outside of the main story.
Or, you know, Yusuke who can duplicate cards for you every day, or Haru who can make you vegetables to help you through palaces. Also, what about Ryuji training his running skills, or Makoto using her school presidential skills in Futaba's social link? I know I'm kind of stretching here, but for Makoto and even Ryuji, what are their specialized skills? This point doesn't make a lot of sense.
As you meet him, he gets challenged to a game of Gunabout by a professional player and loses 10 times in a row. He says later that he thinks the pro player is cheating, and that when he told his mom he lost, she got mad at him.
No, she didn't. Cvit, your own footage says she didn't really care, all she said was okay. I'm sorry, but what gave you the impression that she was mad at him for it?
These dialogue choices never affect the outcome of any scene, with the exception at the very end of the game. In the main story, they're inconsequential, but during S-Links, certain dialogue choices will award you with more relationship points with the character you're hanging out with, meaning that there is a right choice to pick if you want to build up your relationship and see what their story is faster.
Okay, this is a question I need to ask Cvit. I know I'm not going to get an answer, but do you not have a Tower Arcana persona? You know, that mechanic that can actually help you get relationship points even if you pick the quote-unquote wrong answer for these guys?
Most of the choices that award the most points involve you saying something that the other character would like to hear, which makes sense in most cases, but it stands out particularly with Shinya. As he tells you about his issues of being bullied at school and fighting back against them, the choices that you are given the most points for are always obviously terrible things to say to this kid. When Shinya talks about needing to be stronger to win the war against the bullies that attack him in large numbers, the correct choice is telling him that that's the spirit, which is a pretty messed up thing to say to a kid who's being horribly bullied and ostracized by his peers.
That's because you're taking it out of context. Again, he wants to get stronger not because of the bullies, but because he believes that his mother is being bullied because of him. You again show this in your footage, which is really weird for you to make this point since it instantly contradicts what you're saying.
Every time he accuses the pro player of cheating despite having absolutely no evidence that he's done so, the correct choice is to agree with him and join in on bashing the pro player and even encouraging Shinya to get his revenge on him.
Yeah, revenge to get better than the guy who beat him. The same guy who looked down on Shinya for being a kid, and even afterwards continues to treat Shinya poorly. There's context here that you're not providing, Cvit. Joker's not telling Shinya to go after the guy with a bat to the knees, he's telling him to get his revenge in the game, and Shinya knows this if you read the dialogue.
Like hearing it, and this may cause a rift between you. In the end, it would actually help him more as a character. But with how the system is now, giving him what is clearly the right answer, but not the correct answer the game wants you to give, all it does is make you need to hang out with him more, and the hangouts that just say, you and Shinya played at the arcade, which is what normally happens if you don't get enough relationship points during a certain hangout, so you need to do a subsequent meaningless one to get to the next rank for any of the S-Links.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's just that Cvit is terrible at this game. I know I'm not really covering Shinya's confidant in this video, but considering that he calls her useless, it's really funny. Okay, you guys want me to explain? Very well. You see, since Cvit here doesn't actually like to talk about everything, even though he said he would talk about everything, there's actually a way to deepen your relationship with other confidants, and all you need to do for the original Persona 5 is get Shinya to act to levels. And all you need to do is raise the confidant level for Shinya to rank 7. Why? Because the because she offers daily readings that can boost your relationship for a small fee. It doesn't take away your afternoon or evening time when you do the reading, so you could potentially skip out on the filler meetings with confidants for a mere 5,000 yen. But considering that he calls Shinya useless in her confidant portion, and doesn't have a tower confidant in the case of Shinya, I can say Cvit here doesn't know how to play Persona 5 correctly. And now that I think about it, it would make sense why he considers Haru to be useless, since he's not actually doing things that can make this process easy to the confidant rank.
Nothing happens in this scene other than handing him the card and telling him to deliver it to his mom, while he says he wants his old mom back. But we also have the extremely strange event of needing a calling card for this target in Mementos. This is the only time in the entire game that this comes up. Every other Mementos request before and after this has never mentioned a calling card needing to be sent, even just mentioning it in passing. And it's
except for, you know, Futaba's uncle and Sojiro's confidant Mementos request, the one that Futaba sent via an anonymous letter. Here's a screenshot showing that. Hello? Cvit, you gonna address that?
Seems weird that one would have been necessary at all, given that mostly the only thing you know about your targets is their name in the real world, not their address or anything about them past the bad things that they're doing. On top of the fact that a custom calling card for every Mementos target would mean having to make 26 extra calling cards off screen and never mentioning them at all.
Yeah, let's just ignore the fact that this scene exists.
Whose doing is this?
We don't know. The same letter's been posted everywhere.
In these scenes.
But it's posted all around the city. People are talking about it online too.
Making multiple calling cards isn't a problem. The thieves have done it before.
The existence of the website where people post requests is enough. A possible reason for one being needed here is that Shinya's mom could have not checked the website, but that doesn't explain all the other targets like Futaba's uncle, who would also probably have not known about the form, but still doesn't need a calling card. The only possible explanation I could come up with for how different this confidant is from all the others is that Shinya's story came from an earlier draft of the game when they hadn't quite figured out the rules of Mementos and Confidants yet, and they forgot to update it for the final release.
Obviously, this movie has its head up its own anus.
You guys want to keep telling me that I'm not nitpicking here, because he's straight up wrong about this? Yeah, and this is why I take no issue with being smarmy with Cvit. He's straight up wrong about the entire situation, and is using his ignorance to bash the game developers. Am I really in the wrong to wonder why these 9K likes are even here? Kind of feels like no one actually watched this video past this point.
For all, it's kind of weird that he teaches you actually how to improve your gun skills, despite all you do is play an arcade game. It's the same issue of narrative versus gameplay that Hifumi has, and we touched on in the combat section that guns are only useful for getting knockdowns, so a lot of his abilities, other than the double ammo, is pretty useless.
Or, you know, the ability to knock down an enemy automatically, entering a combat situation with almost halving your enemy's HP, the negotiation ability you can use by shooting a warning shot at your enemies. You never once touched these abilities, Cvit. I should know, I went through your garbage combat section and showed that you didn't understand the combat.
The only notable thing about him is his seemingly iconic Get Smoked hat.
No, what's most notable is that Shinya is voiced by Rita Repulsa.
After 10,000 years, I'm free! It's time to conquer Earth!
So I'm gonna make this clear from the get-go. I'm not going to be covering most of the rest of Cvit's Confidant section. Not because I agree with his points. Oh no! There's a lot wrong with them. But frankly, after going over it, there's just so many times I can say, you're missing this, or that's not how that works. And I'm gonna get a lot of mileage out of showing how much Cvit missed in his video. I do want to point out that if he didn't feel the need to try so hard to point out how terrible a game is, this is by extensively nitpicking the hell out of it, there's no way his video could have been as bad as it is, or as long as it is. That being said, there are still 3 confidants that I do want to cover, as they are more or less tied to the main story. Sai, Akechi, and Morgana.
Are you for real?
Akechi is a genius student detective and works as your rival for most of the game. His S-Link increases at certain story events, but they're all really bad and add absolutely nothing. He's an important character to the main story, but every time he ranks up, he just kinda says a couple sentences at you, ignores your responses completely, and then leaves.
Well, that's not really explaining anything at all. Now, while Royal did expand upon Akechi's character, and I can't bring that up here because that wouldn't be fair, to say there's nothing to Akechi's character is really diminishing. I mean, let's take for example his rank 3 portion of his confidant.
Huh. It seems I'm unwelcome no matter where I go. Did I bother you? My apologies. Apparently, my mother was in a relationship with some lowlife of a man. She was swiftly discarded when he learned she was pregnant. That despair would lead to her death. Thanks to him, I was passed from foster home to foster home. But I do quite well by myself these days.
We have Akechi here, about to be rank 3 in the Confidants, explaining that he's lonely and has feelings of being unwanted and abandoned. Yeah, that's totally nothing.
His characterization of a genius is also piss poor, and most of the time when the game tries to play him up as some smart character, it seems like everyone around him is just really stupid instead. In one TV interview immediately after an anonymous group makes a public statement against the Phantom Thieves to stop their actions, Akechi comes to the brilliant analysis: "I don't know the details, but there's no doubt that they were provoked by the Phantom Thieves." Wow, truly, it takes a genius to figure out the reason that a group made a statement calling out the Phantom Thieves is because they don't like the Phantom Thieves. Just an incredible job here, done by the genius high school detective himself.
Once again, Cvit decides to neglect to give context in order to make the game look bad.
The Phantom Thieves causing an uproar in Japan. Do not speak of your false justice. We do not need the spread of such falsehood. We are the true executors of justice.
Phantom Thieves again?
However, we are magnanimous. We will give you an opportunity to repent your ways. If you agree to a change of heart, we will accept you as our own. If you reject our offer, the hammer of justice will find you.
Medjed wasn't going after the Phantom Thieves at this time. In fact, Medjed was offering a joining to the Phantom Thieves. They weren't going after them at this time, and he was asked to give his opinion. And even then, there's no doubt, because what Cvit also neglects to mention is that
we are unseen. We will eliminate evil. Akechi-san, why do you think this announcement was made at this time?
I don't know the details, but there's no doubt that they were provoked by the Phantom Thieves. Whether it's a sense of rivalry or a simple attention grab, given the recent trends, I cannot say.
he's not talking about their motives, he's talking about how Medjed chose now to act. He is literally just asked to give his opinion, not a deduction.
No substance.
What a surprise. That's the distinct tang of a liar.
It's quite a nuisance.
Later, when your group happens to bump into Akechi while out eating, you reveal some of what he's figured out about the Phantom Thieves. That they have a relative amount of free time after school, and that they have a hideout to slip away to. Using the words as relative amount and talking about slipping away makes it seem like a smart statement, but when you think about it, every single high school student in the world would have free time after school if they don't have club activities or a part-time job, and every group of friends, no matter the age, most likely have a few places that they usually hang out at, like a park, or a restaurant, or a bar, or a diner, which could also be described as a hideout. To most high school students, one of their houses could easily be described as a hideout. For the Phantom Thieves, their hideout is literally the cafe where Joker lives. Akechi is describing every student ever, and is acting like this is some big revelation, leading him closer to the identities of the Phantom Thieves.
Well, it's hardly worth it, but boo!
Oh my word, you really can't fucking make this up. Not only is that not the only thing that Akechi is saying, but Cvit's own footage once again proves that he's full of it. Right now, in front of him, he has Prosecutor Nijima's sister, an ex-pupil of Madarame, and a few Shujin Academy students right in front of him. What Cvit here is doing once again is cherry-picking one line, taking it out of context in order to make what's actually being said here warp. He did that with the grammar thing, and he's doing it here as well.
My apologies. I didn't mean to butt into your conversation, but I must say, this is an interesting group. Prosecutor Nijima's sister, an ex-pupil of Madarame, and a few Shujin Academy students. It seems you're all connected to the Phantom Thieves. Perhaps you have better intel than I do.
But we're just normal high school kids. If anything, we want to hear what you gotta say, Mr. Detective.
My profiling of the Phantom Thieves has led me to believe they are a group of juveniles. They have a relative amount of free time after school and a hideout to slip away to. Furthermore, considering Kamoshida was their first target, it seems they began activity around April. In a way, all I've just said about the Phantom Thieves coincides with the group you have here.
What? You gonna report us?
But hey, I guess I'm only nitpicking because this is one of the major reasons and examples that Cvit gives in order to justify why he thinks Akechi is dumb. Even though if you actually look at the full scene in question, it proves that Cvit's ignoring the other information that the group in front of him all have a connection to the Phantom Thieves case in some way or another. Shut up.
Obviously, the only group of people who could possibly have free time and a hideout are the Phantom Thieves, and definitely isn't any way to describe literally any student. To top it all off, he concludes this with, furthermore, considering Kamoshida was their first target, it seems like they began activity around April. So you're telling me that the Phantom Thieves started when they first did something. Amazing. What excellent analysis.
Yeah, defenders of this video, keep telling me that Cvit didn't just cherry pick information and ignore that other factors that Akechi brought up in this scene. Please tell me how much effort he put into this video that clearly demonstrates how terrible this game is. You're really making yourself seem really smart. The party asked him to explain.
But we're just normal high school kids. If anything, we want to hear what you gotta say, Mr. Detective.
He wasn't making a deduction, he was explaining the profile he came up with.
My profiling of the Phantom Thieves has led me to believe they are a group of juveniles.
This is how Akechi acts throughout the whole game, making broad and basic statements about the Phantom Thieves as everyone reacts with surprise and calls him a genius. Even the main party is in awe of his genius and deductions, and they're always wary of him even when they clearly shouldn't be.
He says, showing the scene where he points out that all members of this group have a connection to the case. Yeah, that's a broad generalization, not like what you do, which makes no sense once the twist is revealed. Oh yeah, just put that out there with nothing to back it up.
There's a really strong disconnect between what the game wants Akechi to be and what it shows him doing. And since being a detective genius is pretty much his only character trait, it makes him come off as just a terrible character.
I mean, when you yourself do things that you accuse Akechi of doing and cherry pick statements while removing their context, you can make anything look bad, Cvit. You're not proving a point here, you're just showing how disrespectful you are and how dumb your audience can be at times for swallowing this.
Sai is Makoto's sister and the prosecutor in charge of taking down the Phantom Thieves. You meet her at the start of the game as she interrogates you, and similarly to Igor, gets cutaways to her between arcs to rank up her confidant.
How does ranking up in the present give you bonuses in the past? That's a good question, Cvit. They don't! You see, this is something that makes me question if you even actually played the game. Cause this is something that Persona 5 does well. Because you don't get bonuses in the Judgment Arcana in the game until after you complete Sai's Palace. After all I've seen so far, it's things like this that make me wonder if you actually did play throughout the game 2 times. You don't know about holdups. You didn't know about Shinya's special ability. You didn't use the Arcana trick for social links. I'm not gonna say you didn't play the game, but really if people look close enough, it's not too far-fetched to believe that he just failed to understand the game at this level is just baffling.
Morgana is your cat and the guide through your adventure in the Metaverse. He also ranks up automatically, but being a main party member, most of what you learn from him comes from the main story. The problem is, there's not much to learn about Morgana. Morgana has no character at all. Everything you learn about him is eventually contradicted by the end of the game. There is almost nothing of value to be said about him.
I don't know, being slightly egotistical and then when said ego gets bruised harshly sounds like a personality to me. Just because we don't learn all that much about his past and his confidant, that doesn't make him not a character. You learn about his goals and insecurities throughout his confidant. And while he does learn his memories at the end, that doesn't mean it's a bad...
In the first 2 dungeons, he acts obsessed about treasure and goes crazy when he sees something of value in a palace. Then this never comes up again, and when Anne mentions that to Morgana didn't go crazy when taking a treasure later in the game, he simply responds with, "Oh."
What? Treasure.
Be careful.
Treasure.
What are you talking about? It's brought up in the first 4 palaces! This also ignores the fact that before this, he had a whole lot of development. Development that was stolen by Haru, mind you, but development that was supposed to make Morgana a bit more mature. At least that was the intent.
Morgana is clearly horny for Anne when they first meet, and he keeps up the gimmick of white knighting her and calling her Lady Anne for most of the game. He seems sad at times that Anne doesn't reciprocate his love, but this is also forgotten about and nothing comes of it, even if the player decides to romance Anne.
What is with these comments?
That's not true.
I'll leave the store to you. Enjoy yourselves.
In every other Valentine's Day event, Morgana just snickers at you. So, you're straight up wrong.
You're not real. You're a clown. I have a favor to ask of you. Run away. You have to leave. You have to live.
To be perfectly honest, I don't really care what happens to Shido one way or the other. So there goes his one trait. What the fuck are you actually supposed to think about this character?
That you took things out of context. Again.
Guess he won't be going to school for a while. Don't worry about it. This'll be a breeze compared to what we've had to face so far. And we'll have all the time to come up with the plans together. To be perfectly honest, I don't really care what happens to Shido, one way or the other. But when I consider the fact that he's your enemy, I naturally think he's my enemy as well.
You even do it in a blatant way that shows you're not willing to give the audience even a chance to find that line. But I did. This isn't Morgana saying he doesn't care. If anything, that second line implies that he, on a personal level, doesn't care about Shido. Cvit, just because you can cherry pick one line, that doesn't mean jack when there's other context. It's not hating, it's simply being critical. Oh really? I'm sorry, but considering what I've gone about, what is it now, about 4 videos at this point, showing that Cvit went out of his way to misrepresent things about the game, you'll have to forgive me if I don't buy that.
And then, when you're in Shido's palace, Morgana says, we can't let a rotten criminal like Shido do whatever he wants any longer. What happened to not caring? It's impossible to figure out what Morgana's character is supposed to be.
Now comes the part where we throw our heads back and laugh. Ready?
Ready!
The last 2 times require you to kill them within a few turns of each other, or else they come back at full health. So you need to spread your damage thin to get every part low enough to knock them all out at the end of a turn.
It's Dante!
However, if they reach the deepest part of a palace and steal the owner's treasure, that person will have a change of heart and confess their crimes in reality. To access a palace, they need to know who the owner is, where the palace is, and what the owner thinks of it as. So in Kamoshida's case, he is the owner, the school is the palace, and he thinks of it as a castle, where he rules it as a king.
I know I brought this up before, but...
Why? All we're doing is starting an app.
Kamoshida. Shujin Academy. Pervert. Castle. Beginning navigation.
Here we go!
The thing about Kamoshida is that he's actually a great villain, and it's what makes the game have a great first impression. When someone thinks back to Persona 5, they remember the Kamoshida arc, not the specifics of a character's S-Link. The problem is that he's also by far the best villain in the game.
Yeah, I'd like to see where you got that from, Cvit, because honestly for me, the best villain in the game was Madarame, as well as Sai Nijima's shadow. Mainly because for me, the casino was actually the first palace that we're actually introduced to and really stands out in my mind. Meanwhile, Madarame's arc speaks to me as someone who's an artist and has had, sadly, his work stolen before. Now I know that's anecdotal, but what Cvit just did here was also anecdotal, and it isn't for the first time he's pulled this. It's really annoying that Cvit believes he can talk for almost everyone who's played this game, and even if you agree with him, that doesn't make it true. Cvit is using it as a means to attempt to make it seem like there's a majority here. And I'm somewhat in agreement that Kamoshida's arc is probably one of the strongest in the game. However, that doesn't make it so, nor does it mean that he gets to use such shoddy language in order to prove his point.
Even the enemies you encounter fit the theme of the castle and its perverted owner. Every dungeon has a small pool of enemies presented in it, but this one has by far the best theming. Pixie and Silky are creatures from fantasy settings and represent the girls Kamoshida preys on. Jack-o'-lantern is a court jester, Barrett and Elgor are medieval knights, like the teachers that protect Kamoshida and his actions, and Incubus and Succubus are devils that represent his perversion.
Yeah, that's a bit of a stretch, and you ignore other enemies such as Agathon, Andres, and Kelpie. I'm sure people are saying they represent mythological figures, but really, you can find a way to stretch anything to fit the theming of the palaces. You want an example? Well, let's look towards Madarame's palace, where you can encounter Jack Frost, a shadow that actually stands out in contrast to the rest of the shadows. Well, if we wanted to play this game, let's consider the fact that Yusuke's main element is ice. Most of the time you can encounter Jack Frost in Madarame's palace, it's either with just other Jack Frosts or other shadows that are more Japanese and detailed looking. And unlike Cvit, I can actually back this up with enemy encounter tables. Also, considering that most of the other shadows are yokai, these could potentially be representative of Madarame's students who have passed on or that he doesn't really view as students anymore. The problem that I have isn't that Cvit is reaching with its symbolism. I actually agree that it's clever, but symbolism is highly subjective and isn't really a fact of the matter. If anything, it's a theory.
Just a theory!
No, shh, he is late.
This fight against Demon Kamoshida isn't anything special, although it does showcase some of the problems with randomness in combat. He uses a move called Volleyball Assault, which can hit a party member anywhere between 1 and 5 times, meaning sometimes it's absolutely useless and does nothing to you, and other times it one-shots your character and basically forces you to restart the
Incorrect, it's 1 to 3 times. Oh no, randomness in combat. This isn't a competitive game that actually can be a problem. This is a turn-based single-player RPG. Sometimes the games need to be able to throw you for a loop so things don't get too predictable. Not to mention, there are ways to combat this. Buffs, debuffs, you know the things that you refuse to mention and deleted the best one in the game in your combat section?
A few exception to passive abilities or a castable debuff.
No, I won't get over that!
Fight. This fight also sets the tone for every other boss in the whole game. Being a gimmick fight, you can't win before the game gives you a prompt which will allow you to actually deal damage. In this case, you need to take the crown off Kamoshida's head.
What? No. Cvit, first off, that's not true at all. You don't need to knock his crown off to deal damage. You need to destroy his champion's cup. If you're going to complain about this sort of thing, at least get your facts straight.
At this point. Kamoshida will heal himself by using his trophy as a goblet, which will then be able to be targeted. Go all out, attacking his trophy until it breaks. Once shattered, Kamoshida will fly into a frenzy, and you'll be given a choice to send a party member to steal the crown. Avoid using Arn at all costs, and instead opt for Ryuji or Morgana.
Secondly, I'll actually defend these gimmick fights. If the bosses don't have their own gimmicks or flair to them, what makes them different from the other enemies other than aesthetic values? Other than just how they look, bosses should be able to stand out from regular enemies, and this is boss design 101. Since if all you're doing is beating up what is essentially a fatter regular enemy, then what's the point? Also, these add some mechanics to the fight which can make the fights more memorable. And thirdly, no, you don't need to do the gimmick to beat the boss. The game offers you the chance to do it, and really, there's only one boss that makes it a requirement to do so. And that's the second to last one.
It's so boring! This is also where you're introduced to Memento's requests, by changing the heart of a guy who was stalking a former girlfriend. Upon changing his heart, he reveals that he used to be a student for a famous painter Madarame, but that Madarame just used his pupils to make art for him so he could take all the credit, money, and fame.
I know this is a nitpick, but that is not what Shadow Nakanohara said. He said he was just thrown out by his teacher, and before that he said Madarame stole everything from him.
What about Madarame? He stole everything from me, but you're letting him off the hook?
Madarame? What the hell's this guy going on about?
But that doesn't really translate into what Cvit just said. If anything, for all the Phantom Thieves know at this point, Nakanohara could have just been thrown out of an art school and then his life spiraled out of control. The only reason why Cvit is saying this, if I had to hazard a guess, is because he knows what's going on here and is using his meta-concept skills to look back on this scene.
Then he asks you to look into him, and then our party immediately forgets all about him and doesn't actually follow up on this at all. Instead, a convoluted series of events happens which results in the party meeting Yusuke, who's Madarame's only pupil along the way. Yusuke finds Anne by randomly seeing her exit a subway station in the middle of the city while in a car with Madarame, chases her across multiple subway lines somehow, and then talks to her about how he was immediately taken in by her beauty and needs her to be his model so he can paint her. He asks you to come to the exhibition.
Are you for real?
There. You already have the keywords of Madarame and Shack, so you guess that he probably thinks of it as a museum and get a hit. Morgana also mentions that one of the keywords is plagiarism, but this doesn't make sense with the established rules that you need the 3 keywords of being the person, the place, and how they view it. And of course, no one comments on this at all.
Why? All we're doing is starting an app.
Kamoshida. Shujin Academy. Pervert. Castle. Beginning navigation.
Here we go!
I fail to see the logic here!
But the game kind of just ignores that in favor of having Yusuke approach Anne and having that be the way they get interested in Madarame instead. Coincidences can happen, but how lucky is it that only days after being told about Madarame from the former pupil, you so happen to be approached by Madarame's only current student, who is literally the only person in the world who could have access to Madarame's house. And that he just so happened to see Anne for the first time today while in his car and was so taken by her beauty that he decides to chase her on foot and asks her to be his model. This entire scenario is contrived as shit. It's hard to understand why that's even in the game when they already had an in to targeting Madarame.
And that's blatantly wrong. He even shows footage of Yusuke seeing Anne from afar when they are discussing after they got out of Mementos.
This is where you're introduced to Yusuke, the next person to join the party. But the way that
in paying attention to the morning events at the station, you learn from An that she feels like she's being followed. It makes the implication that Yusuke has been watching An from afar for a little while now. Do you see why this can be considered frustrating? For something that's claimed to be so in-depth to cover everything, the fact that Cvit outright neglects important information that goes against the notions he's peddling, his video title feels like it more applies to him than his own game. Persona 5 is not perfect. Then there's the fact that Cvit ignores that the Phantom Thieves had exams during this time period, and so I unfortunately don't agree with this. Especially when his own footage shows that on 5-7 Yusuke saw An, not Anne, and the game has been hinting that he's been stalking her.
Anyway, so Yusuke could have easily been introduced there by having seen Anne and approaching her to talk about his teacher's art.
How dare you say that to me? Of all people!
You mean the gallery that An could only go to because Yusuke gave her tickets for?
Madarame-sensei's exhibition will begin at the department store near the station tomorrow. I'll be there to help out on opening day. Please come by. It'd be great if you could give me your answer in regard to being a model then. I bet you have no interest in the fine arts, but I'll give you tickets too.
Also, An didn't really have any interest to go to the alley initially. If she didn't get free tickets, An probably wouldn't even want to go.
When I was watching that special on TV, his artwork was pretty nice. Plus, we've got free tickets.
In addition to Cvit being wrong about the events, this actually sets up quite a bit of character in a way that Cvit doesn't actually explain. And I'm doing this because some people think I have no idea what it's like to write, even though I've got a degree in storyboarding and writing. You see, how you introduce a character can be a powerful way to make their presence more impactful in the story. Let's take Yusuke's first meeting as for the prime example. Duh. And how it's used to explain what we know about Yusuke. Well, we know that he's over the top when asked An to model for him while they're both in public, showing that he's quite eccentric and doesn't really follow traditional norms of society when he's doing something that's taking his attention. We also know he's willing to be creepy in regards to his confirmation to stalking of An, and that he'll lie about things in order to protect himself, which is funnily enough comes into play later with the Madarame part where he's willing to lie for his sensei. And we also know that he's passionate about the arts because, well, he's willing to almost break the law to do it. You see, this actually established quite a bit about Yusuke's character, and even if this happened in a way that Cvit explained, which it wasn't, I'd still defend this scene because sometimes you have to forego logical through line for a story in the sake of the characters because guess what? Sometimes characters, and shock of all shocks, can be illogical. They are human. So yeah, considering how this scene goes, it does a great job of establishing Yusuke's character and sows the seeds that while he might be overly passionate about art, that there's a bit of darkness undergrowing that eccentricity. But hey, I guess since I didn't ignore the game actually told me, what do I know?
But even though that one of the keywords was apparently plagiarism, no one on your team can put 2 and 2 together, and they all just wonder about what these paintings could possibly mean. Ryuji even says, "Dude, I don't get it." After looking around more, you leave the palace.
I see, my ass!
Huh?
What?
First off, they are piecing it together. Because while 2 is 2 equals fish, you still need to show your work. And surprise surprise, you decide to skip the scene where they announce that.
This is a fine reason to target him, but the main characters are disconnected from him a lot more than Kamoshida, and frankly, it doesn't make much sense of how hyped they are to take him down. Madarame is a considerably weaker villain than Kamoshida too. They barely cared about Madarame's past abused students, and they are too stupid to figure out that he's plagiarizing his students' work despite being literally spelled out to by Morgana, and even though Yusuke does become a main character later, the Phantom Thieves still have no attachment for him yet. The only reason they attack him is out of a nebulous sense of justice. But it's harder to care about him as much as the previous villain since he basically has no impact on the main character lives.
So just because these thieves don't have a personal connection to the villain, that doesn't make him a bad villain. In addition, Cvit, either way, this is an opinion piece, or don't. I'm getting sick of you doing this. Honestly, if I were given a choice between Madarame and Kamoshida as evil guys, I'd actually prefer Madarame. Not only because I'm an artist myself who went through a similar stink that Madarame's pupils went through, but also due to the fact that Madarame isn't as over the top as Kamoshida and actually puts out a front. Sure, you can argue that it's less personable for the main cast, but that's the point. They're phantom thieves who are out to save people, even people they don't really know. And they get fired up after seeing how Madarame treats his students, which reminds them of how Kamoshida treated them. And even then, they can relate to it as being a means to the end, which by the way, Cvit conveniently neglects this scene.
Madarame's no different from Kamoshida. That asshole's using Yusuke who doesn't have parents. You're telling me we should just ignore how he's being treated horribly like the other pupils?
No. It is frustrating to leave this alone, even if Kitagawa-kun is fine with it himself.
You can't leave it be because you've endured a lot yourself, with Kamoshida.
Yeah.
Anyways, we gotta go after this guy. Madarame is the kind of target we've been waiting for. Let's help Yusuke come to his senses too, before he ends up like us.
They see that Yusuke could potentially end up like them due to what Kamoshida did. And while I said Cvit neglects this, he's more preoccupied with something else.
And we're introduced to one of the worst mechanics in the game, the force stop halfway through the dungeon. I hesitate to even call it a mechanic since it's only used 2 more times in the entire game, but this does nothing but slow down the gameplay and waste the player's time, forcing you to have to go out of the dungeon and use another day to go back and finish it instead of allowing you to complete it all in one single go, so players can get back to the life sim aspect of Persona 5.
Oh no, I have to waste a day that's been dedicated already to story progression. Seriously, you want to talk about wasting time? Let's talk about Persona 4.
Hold it right there!
Where you had to gather information from NPCs in order to even get to the main dungeons, which sometimes you're unable to find because these NPCs only show up on certain days. You know, the only reason why I'm bringing this up is because Cvit says that previous Persona games did this better, yet the last one has a much more time-wasting mechanic to even access the dungeons in the Midnight Channel. Even then, this really shows how much of Cvit doesn't understand story structure. We need this as a reason to get Yusuke into the Metaverse as he's a party member and a key figure of this story arc. How else is he supposed to get in on this? If you plow through the entire palace in one day and got the treasure, i.e. the Sayuri, and gave it to Yusuke, that'd be pretty anticlimactic. Not to mention, we wouldn't get the scene of Yusuke finding out the truth of his sense.
A breathtaking sight. Imitations they may be, but together they make a fine spectacle. The children who adored you as father. The prospects of your pupils. How many did you trample upon? How many dreams did you exchange for riches? No matter what it takes, I will bring you to justice!
Nor would we actually get development if you could power through the palace. Heck, you probably won't even have access to Yusuke as a confidant.
In this case, it seems obvious as a way to use to set up the funny comedic scene involving Anne and Yusuke. You'll remember from before, Yusuke only agreed to your team leaving is if Anne became his nude model. So obviously, immediately after leaving his palace, Ryuji says the only way to get in is having Anne go nude, and Morgana emphatically agrees, despite Anne's repeated complaints and very clear discomfort. She eventually agrees for the sake of the mission, and all the guys get excited about this. Later in a text conversation when Anne asks again if she really has to go through with all this, you even have the option to send a text saying, "Strip for him, Anne." This whole scenario and situation are extremely tone deaf considering the entirety of the previous arc was Anne being sexually harassed by someone in the position of power.
You know, this kind of sounds familiar.
The story surrounding this dungeon revolves around sexual harassment, physical and sexual abuse, and sexual coercion from a position of power, and it treats all of those evils with the gravity they deserve. But then, in the very next dungeon, the game just completely faceplants by having this whole bit where one of your characters is being pressured into doing nude art modeling. And the whole situation is presented as, isn't this funny? Because she's gonna have to get naked even though she doesn't want to. This is the same character that was just the victim of threatening sexual advances from her teacher. It is cringeworthy. There's even this moment where her 2 male friends tell her that she should just go through with it. They even pressure her into doing so for the sake of the team, rather than finding some other alternate solution to the problem. Heck, your main character's even given a dialogue choice where all of the options basically boil down to making her feel bad if she doesn't strip.
What was that about one criticizing this game again? Ah, right.
I never see any of the real issues that permeate down to the game's core being discussed in any worthwhile fashion. It's been over 2 years and no one has done it yet, so I guess it's up to me to get it out there.
Said it! The price to pay for power?
Kinda makes you sound even more egotistical when you shoot yourself in the foot when you have other criticism that you've taken from other people and supplanting them in your own video.
And was being blackmailed into having sex with the main villain, and when she declined, he then turned to her best friend, which then pushed her to attempt suicide in front of Anne. In the Kamoshida Arc, Anne's growth and realization of her true self came specifically from when she decided to stand up for herself and not give in to Kamoshida's perverted demands. And she was disgusted at his cognition of her being a dumb bimbo in a bikini who flaunts herself all over him and agrees with everything he has to say. This wouldn't have really been an issue if it had been addressed at all, but the game completely ignores Anne's past, and when the time comes to meet Yusuke, the scene is portrayed as a funny with the wacky anime hijinks music even playing in the background throughout all of it. The joke of guys being perverted wanting to peep on their friends while they change is a classic trope in anime, and it seems like they wanted to include this anime trope in their anime game, but no one thought about how this event looks in context of everything that has happened to this character up until this point. The game up until now is trying to be a dark story about corruption in the unsavory parts of society, like a teacher abusing their power, manipulating their students, and sexually harassing them. But it also wants to be a funny anime dating sim, which each on their own works perfectly fine, but together mix like oil and water, working completely against themselves. And the end result is a scene you can't help but feel is gross when remembering what just point.
I activate my trap card!
Okay, stop. Oh my word, there is just so much to unpack here. First off, this isn't the perverted anime trope. Why? Because Yusuke isn't interested in Anne as a sexual object.
So, don't try anything perverted, okay?
Stop making such odd assumptions. I have absolutely no interest in her as someone of the opposite sex.
Huh?
And throw in the fact that neither Joker nor Ryuji are going to be allowed in it during.
What?
Nude?
To think I'd be able to create a nude painting with my most ideal model. Of course, you two won't be allowed in, and I ask that you forget about our discussion today as well.
Kinda shoots that it's the perverted anime trope. There is no peeping. Why are you even bringing this up? Secondly, they didn't ignore her past.
Madarame's no different from Kamoshida. That asshole's using Yusuke who doesn't have parents. You're telling me we should just ignore how he's being treated horribly like the other pupils?
No. It is frustrating to leave this alone, even if Kitagawa-kun is fine with it himself.
You can't leave it be because you've endured a lot yourself with Kamoshida.
Yeah.
Anyways, we gotta go after this guy. Madarame is the kind of target we've been waiting for. Let's help Yusuke come to his senses too, before he ends up like us.
Right.
Gee, it's almost like she doesn't want Yusuke to end up in a similar situation, and while she's obviously uncomfortable with it, she's willing to do this in order to help him, especially when afterwards you learn that one of Madarame's students committed suicide because of how he treated his students.
One of Madarame's former pupils. He gave me lodging at his home, where I thought only about art. I genuinely wanted to be an artist. There was another pupil as well. A very talented man, multiple years my senior. Obviously, Madarame kept tabs on him. Everything he made was claimed as a Madarame original. He wasn't the only victim, though. In response to Madarame's actions, that senior pupil committed suicide.
Suicide?
He must have been unable to bear seeing his work praised under Madarame's name. That was when I disobeyed Madarame's orders and left. But he quickly pressured other parts of the art world, and my life as a painter was destroyed. Not only for me, it's to save the life of another man as well. Even now, there's still one young man remaining under Madarame's tutelage. I think he's about your age.
That has to be Yusuke.
Not only is he a talented artist, he also owes Madarame for taking him in after his mother passed. He is the perfect target.
So Yusuke's got no choice but to listen.
I actually spoke to him a few times back when I was still living at Madarame's. I asked him if he found it painful to stay with Madarame. And you know what he said? If I could leave, I would.
Kitagawa-kun.
Hell yeah! Madarame's just a piece of shit who preys on the weak.
Suicide. I'll never let something like that happen. Plus, we finally got to hear how Kitagawa-kun really feels.
Yeah, I guess these scenes just don't matter, huh?
Is gross when remembering what just previously happened to this character, and is tonally out of place with everything the game has been up until this point.
Totally out of place? Have you even been playing the game?
You hearing this too? This is no time to be joking around!
You guys are having a rough...
But how are we supposed to do that?
Just take her back to where we came in. That's how it worked last time, right?
Oh yeah! Can you lend me a hand? We can't deal with Kamoshida if we don't.
What are you...
We'll explain after everything's over.
Hey! And just where are you touching?
Whoa, sorry, I didn't mean... That's not important.
You guys serious?
Also, this goes to show once again that Cvit doesn't understand writing, because guess what? If the game was all serious or just humorous, it'd get really boring really fast. Because you need highs and lows in writing when it comes to tension. If you want your viewers to feel it when you crank up the tension, then you need to give them moments of lower tension. It means that your story goes battle scene, gunfight, bandit attack. You can increase the impact of the final bandit attack by replacing the gunfight with something like a campfire scene, worrying about medicine for a wounded character. Tension is one of the things you, as the author, want to fine-tune from scene to scene, from moment to moment. Humor of the right type is one that your tools that you can use. You probably know lots of ways to build tension. Laughter, whether joyous, nervous, or otherwise, is a release of tension. I'm sorry, but having scenes like this in concept can be a good thing, especially for a game as long as Persona 5.
At the end of this dungeon, you're confronted by one of the worst bosses in the whole game, painting form Madarame. His whole deal is that he's split into 4 separate pictures, but half heals from magic damage and half heals from physical damage. So you can't use any AoE attacks, and as if that wasn't enough, you have to kill all 4 parts of him 3 different times, and the last 2 times require you to kill them within a few turns of each other, or else they come back at full health. So you need to spread your damage thin to get every part low enough to knock them all out at the end of a turn. It's just a long, boring fight that requires a lot of luck to dodge his attacks and not get hit by weak elements since you need to endure for so long.
Oh no, a boss that's actually proving that my terrible team composition is bad is probably the worst boss in the entire game, and I can't just power my way through, and I need to be able to think about how to fight this boss. The horror! The game gives you a challenge, and you call it the worst boss of the entire game.
Is this some kind of twisted joke?
Also, you're wrong about his immunities. It's not half and half, only the mouth absorbs physical attacks. So I don't know what you're going on about here, since your physical party could actually defeat the 2 eyes and nose with physical attacks, and take out the mouth with magical abilities. Oh gee, if only you had someone with high magical stats who could potentially have the access to the 2nd level magic spell that could help you burn through this. Ha ha! Painting! But where are we gonna find someone like that?
What's with this? How can you expect me to be calm?
After the fight, you leave and take back his treasure, which is the unedited Sayori made by Yusuke's mom. It's only now that you share contact information with Yusuke and he joins the Phantom Thieves group chat. So every time you've been meeting up until now, they've had no way to contact Yusuke. So I like to imagine that every day Yusuke just sits at the train station until dark and realizes that nobody's showing up today to go into the pallet.
By the way,
Kitagawa-kun gave me his contact info. And the address to his sensei's atelier.
I am not surprised at all.
What a surprise. That's the distinct tang of a liar.
Arc kicks off when Makoto reveals that she has a recording that incriminates you as the Phantom Thieves and uses this to blackmail you to have you look into an issue of students from the school being taken advantage of in the Red Light District. Yusuke once again proving to be the only character with a brain and says that this recording of you talking about being Phantom Thieves is not enough evidence to incriminate you and absolutely have no way to prove how you change hearts. Everyone just seemingly forgets that you go to a magical other dimension to fight a caricature of evil people and steal their most desired items. But of course, everyone ignores this and decides to go along with Makoto anyways because the plot needs them to agree so the story can move forward.
Or, you know, Joker has a criminal record, is on probation, and it's been shown that the police are crooked as all hell.
Regardless, this guy would be in real trouble. He's on probation after all.
Really now? It's the word that applies to you. Your sentence lasts until next spring, right? That's why you're gonna be here for the coming year. Cause any problems and you'll be sent straight to juvie.
Things would get rough if we didn't have our leader. And I totally don't want to deal with the police.
Even if the police can't prove it, they'd still investigate and, you know, look through Joker's phone and find all these texts between him and his friends talking about, you know, calling cards. But hey, I guess that point wasn't needed as well.
Before getting into the investigation, it's worth looking at why any of this is happening. Up to this point, there's been occasional scenes where the school's Humpty Dumpty looking principal that's straight out of Spirited Away.
Please, he's more like Popo.
Now bravissimo! Has asked Makoto to look into things because of her role as the student council president, namely the Phantom Thieves and the Red Light District student disappearances, and threatens her by saying he will not give her a letter of recommendation for university if she does not sort these cases out.
What?
No, he doesn't threaten her with that.
You have been at the top of your class since day one. Your conduct is good, and teachers favor you. I could write you a recommendation for any college of your choosing, Makoto Nijima.
Thank you.
Your lineage must certainly play a part in this excellence. Your sister is still young, yet she holds an admirable position at the public prosecutor's office, no? If something disappointing were to happen here, that wouldn't reflect very well on your sister. Do you understand?
Do you understand?
Yes.
How wise. It's no wonder you're our student council president.
He tries to goad her with the recommendation letter and then tops it off by saying if she doesn't do this, she'll hurt her sister's reputation.
This is yet again another case of the game's anime roots clashing with the desire to show darker, realistic scenarios. The student council president having power over the entire school and unrealistic expectations is another trope that comes from a lot of anime. But in the case of Persona 5, where the game is mostly rooted in reality and attempts to be mostly realistic outside of the metaverse and everything surrounding it, this just doesn't fit at all.
Guess the drug was too strong. You'll be in my custody over the next year. I was wondering what kind of unruly kid would show up. But you're the one, huh?
I see. Everything that happens from here on in is real. Is that your cognition of this?
It's impossible to believe that a 17-year-old student would have the sole responsibility of literally tracking down a mafia boss and criminals that have not even been able to be caught by the police.
Funnily enough, this anime trope of the student council president having this much power is actually an inversion. It's an inversion of the role with a nearly perfect all anime fantastical elements removed, and having a level of power higher than the teachers and basically making the goddess of the school say, like Mitsuru, she is completely powerless and is basically a glorified gopher for the principal. All the students hate her, including the party at first, because they assume that she was trying to help cover up Kamoshida's abuse, and she's constantly stressed out by the numerous responsibilities, leaving her a far cry from the usual betrayal of the student council president. Thank you, TV tropes! Yeah, right now Cvit doesn't understand tropes and doesn't understand how they're being used here in the game.
Even knowing Principal Kawabunga is in cahoots with Shido and is a corrupt piece of shit, after Makoto continuously shows to be incapable of catching the Phantom Thieves and these crime bosses all on her own, why would Humpty Dumpty not go and get other people to help?
Like, who should he get help from? This is a matter that involves the school, and it's actually pretty big a scandal right here. He can't exactly tell the police because they're already working the case, and two, frankly, high schools in Japan are actually more like colleges, and they actually focus on solving issues internally. That's kind of how it works, Cvit.
Okay, even accepting Principal Eggman's contrived demands and inclusion into the story, no student would ever accept this. And outside of some of the school students being involved, this is barely a concern for the school at all. It only gets worse when you realize that this isn't just the case of the principal being corrupt and Makoto being a pushover, but that this is supposedly normal in this world. When you walk to school, you occasionally get scenes of students reacting to story elements, and during this arc, various students bring up the fact that Makoto is supposed to be doing something about this, when this problem is clearly a matter of the police. One kid even goes, "I hate a student council president with no focus," as if that's supposed to make any fucking sense.
Yeah, it's because she's hated by the student. Students can't dislike their student council president now? One of the reasons that the absurdly powerful student council trope in anime and tokusatsu is because they are in charge of most of, if not all of, the student activity in the school. They are in charge of allocating funds to various parts of the student-run programs such as clubs, and also make sure that the class representatives take care of the class duties as well, such as assigning students to cleaning their classrooms as well as get their kids to respect their classes more. Hell, the principal wanted to make Makoto deal with the student body issues over authorities or even a teacher is pretty common, as they run much like colleges. Deal with it in-house to avoid a scandal. For someone who has reviewed anime, you'd think he'd have more knowledge that tropes are often based on reality. What Cvit fails to understand is, again, Japanese culture, and that Makoto is actually an aversion to the trope that he's currently lambasting. Also, can you please read the actual line, "It's not hate I can't handle." It doesn't make sense because you're not reading the actual line.
I don't get it.
The Phantom Thieves figure all this out while standing in the middle of a park, and decide to warp into the palace while completely out in the open because, and I quote, "Nobody notices if a piece of trash disappears from a trash can." Not only does this not make any fucking sense, since anyone looking in their general direction will see them just disappear out of thin air, but Morgana has explicitly stated before that if they use the Metaverse app, it'll pull anybody nearby into the palace with them. But of course, the range of what pulls people in seems to be completely arbitrary to fit whatever the story needs to be at the time, because apparently it was enough to pull in Anne, who was several feet away from them while they were hiding in the alley and she was around the building, but when they're in a crowded public place, it doesn't pull anyone else in. Of course, the reason why no stranger is ever pulled in is because they're not needed for the plot. Both Anne and Yusuke were accidentally pulled in because the story needed them to so they could join the party.
Who wants to talk about murders?
First, those people aren't looking at them. Did you forget there's this huge plant structure thing between the two groups? Secondly, the wiki and how we're shown in the story confirms that if they're standing near and observing an app user using the navigator as it's activated is when it pulls people in. Thirdly, this is actually a bit of psychology going on here. It's a phenomenon known as inattentional blindness. I won't go into too many details since this is a long ass video and article, but rather than focusing on every little tiny detail in the world around us, we tend to concentrate on things that are most important, and we often rely on our brain to fill in the blanks. This is highly economical as our attentional, cognitive, and processing resources are limited. This allows us to dedicate our minds to whatever matters the most while still allowing us to have complete, seamless experiences. Basically, unless you're actively looking for it, you won't notice if someone just disappears. And since you need to be actively observing an app user to be pulled in, most people won't be. The mind is a very weird thing, and we're all experiencing this phenomenon. Like, for example, you're playing a video and attempting to explain why a video game is bad and are focusing on lines and examples that fit your narrative but miss out on very key details that prove that you're wrong.
So they go back to their meeting place in the real world to figure things out. Makoto comes to them wanting to help, but the Phantom Thieves call her useless, triggering a flashback of her sister calling her useless, an event that happened literally the day before, which spurs Makoto into action. Remember earlier in the video during Makoto's S-Link section, I mentioned that I thought that they showed Makoto struggling under the weight of expectations of everyone around her to be well executed at times, with emphasis on at times, and here's why. They go from well executed scenes where everyone's just kind of an asshole to Makoto, then they also have shit like this, which is Naruto level flashbacks of events that happened the day before when her sister insults her.
That was truly cringeworthy.
I'd like to point out that this is such a major nitpick that he's going off on this for about a scene that takes about...
Right now, you're useless to me. All you do is eat away at my life.
Yeah, I think he's kind of blowing it a little bit out of proportion. Also, his comparison to Naruto is kind of stupid. It's just showing that it's an impact.
Gee, it was really great of them to include this flashback of an event that happened not even 10 minutes earlier in the game, or else I might have not understood Makoto's motives. Again, reinforcing the feeling that the game does not trust people to actually understand what's going on, so they just repeat the same shit a million fucking times.
Apparently so, since you still don't, because it's showing that the words that An used are the same as her sister's and it just sparks something. Why are you making such a big deal out of this? Also, since you don't seem to understand half the game, I'm kind of saying that's kind of warranted.
So Makoto then goes out to seek Kaneshiro, gets caught, and then when you attempt to save her, he blackmails you asking for 3 million yen. So
my word, what is with all these texts? If you have a problem with this, then just say it! Also, we see the actual photos. Not only does that not look like it's leading out of the club or the room, they're still in the club with drugs and alcohol. Also, there's another photo. That can't be good!
You leave his club, take Makoto to Kaneshiro's palace, she awakens her persona, and you leave. This is where Makoto asserts her superiority and basically becomes the new leader of the Phantom Thief.
Yeah, no, she's the brains of the group. There's a difference between being the brains and being the leader of a group. Just because Makoto is the strategist of the group, that doesn't make her the leader. Ignoring the fact that Joker is a one-man army on his own with his ability to swap personas, Joker also takes care of the management of items and equipment, working with his teammates to keep them together as he does in the case of Confidants. He's the one learning new abilities and strategies from other Confidants so that Phantom Thieves can be more effective in the cognitive world, and he's also the bloody founder. Just because Makoto becomes the strategist, that doesn't make her the leader. Plenty of other leaders have strong strategists on their team that they take orders from.
What up, boss?
Oh, actually, he's the boss. I just pay for everything and design everything and make everyone look cooler.
What's the word on Strucker?
Point is, while yes, leaders can be strategists, the roles aren't as rigid and completely ignores other reasons as to why Joker is the leader of the group.
Now all you have to do is steal his treasure so he'll stop asking for the money. Kaneshiro's bank is a far cry from the first two, and nothing fits together nearly as well. The enemies you fight are all over the place, and honestly only work when I'm reaching to try to apply what I think could be the reason why they're included in this palace. You fight creatures like angels, Oni, Nekomata, High Pixie, and Orbis, but they don't really have that much connecting their theme together. Like I said a second ago, the reach that I think that can maybe apply them is the angel, Nekomata, and High Pixie are supposed to be his prostitutes you see he has at the club, and Oni is supposed to be his guards, but they still feel kind of like a reach.
I mean, you were reaching before, but why do enemies really need to have a theme going on? But if you want to do stretching, so can I. Let's look at Ouroboros first. He is faithful to his conjurer, in a sense like how goons are faithful to Kaneshiro. Angel? They watch over individuals and warn those who stray from the path. Basically like how the goons of Kaneshiro watch over their victims in order to make sure they don't stray from their debts. High Pixie? The leader of a swarm of pixies. Any pixie in a leadership role with remarkable power is called by this name. One of Kaneshiro's motives is that he wanted to be a big shot. Lina Sid? I don't care if I mispronounced that. She drains the life of her lovers in return for granting them artistic inspiration. Kaneshiro gives the teens an easy job, but then drains them of their freedom and money. Rakasha? His hideous appearance strikes fear into those who see him. Rakasha shapeshifts to deceive his enemies, much like how Kaneshiro's tough guy behavior is nothing more than a front. Now, this is obviously just interpretations on my part, but it's easily passable to make it a connection with how most of the shadows to Kaneshiro if you actually, dig a little deeper than just look at the surface level of things.
These aren't very engaging puzzles, but they get more complicated as the hints start becoming less and less obvious, and it eventually does require some thinking. Then when you're halfway through to the center of the room, the ATMs just start simply being prompts which you could automatically open by hitting left and right. It baffles me that they, for some reason, decided to include something that resembles an actual puzzle in the game, only to drop it halfway through when it actually started to get interesting and engaging. If they were just going to drop it, why did they even have it at the start of the room to begin with? It's like there's no cohesive vision for the dungeon at all. Mechanics are introduced and dropped just as quickly with no explanation. Like usual, Persona 5 can't commit to anything, and after a few more button presses, you've reached the treasure of the boss.
They didn't drop it though. Right after this section, you have to do this puzzle once more.
This is big brain time.
This is simply just made to break up the monotony of the three puzzles. It's probably due to piss poor word choice, but don't make it seem like the game dropped the entire idea of the puzzle when it didn't. and stop using your editing to make the game look worse.
Like usual, Persona 5 can't commit to anything, and after a few more button presses, you've reached the treasure of the boss. Before talking about Kaneshiro's boss fight, there's something I need to mention here too. The safe combination room of the dungeon is also where we see Makoto start to take over other characters' roles and act smarter than everybody else. As the party is taking the elevator down to this room, Ann and Ryuji marvel at the number of vaults in the room, and then Makoto completely impromptu interrupts to say, "If my prediction is correct, check every single one of these small vaults." But that doesn't actually explain how she figured this out. Then once you've done 4 of the ATM puzzles, and it's already obvious what the deal with the room is, she stops the party to explain that this entire floor is the cylinder of a lock. But of course, this isn't enough to show how smart Makoto is. Every single party member is confused but slowly comes to agree with her as she explains more and more, as if it wasn't already clear by the 4th fucking puzzle.
It does actually, since she's noticed the shape and she says it's a prediction, not that she knows for sure. Please, tell me how An, the high school student modeling Ryuji, the delinquent who doesn't study well, and Yusuke as an art student are supposed to get that this is a lock system. Especially when teaching that sort of thing isn't common in schools. You know what is an issue? That Morgana didn't get it because he's shown to be able to do lock picking. He should have been the one that has seen this.
Once you open the last section of the room to get to the main safe, she then says, "If my deductions are accurate, that should have been the final mechanism." No shit, Makoto. There's the fucking elevator. It's the same thing with the dialogue trying to make Akechi sound smarter. Makoto's going, "If my deduction is correct, this should be the end." What are you deducing?
It's only a game. Why you have to be mad?
They aren't in the same location, Cvit, nor do they have any sky view of the location. They don't know for a fact that it's the last one, as we, the audience, know, but the characters don't.
We saw it, there was 5 circles on the way down from the elevator. Basically, her deduction is, well, because I could count to 5, that must mean we're at the end.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
That was truly cringeworthy.
Cvit can't count.
Remember how I mentioned that Morgana often explains the palace ruler's thoughts to the players? Well, Makoto now does that too. After Kaneshiro says, "People who can't earn money are worthless to me," she explains that he really believes that money is more important than human lives. Thanks, Makoto. I really couldn't have figured that one out by myself.
I guess the characters can't react to what's being said now, otherwise it's a sin against writing. Not that she can't say it's pitiful. Oh wait.
The final thing that happens here that secures her as the only person that matters on the team comes in the treasure room, where with no explanation or any reason where she might have known this, she immediately understands that the treasure does not materialize unless the target is given a calling card to scare them first, and takes over the responsibility of sending out the calling card.
Nope, still wrong. First, while Makoto comes up with the idea of the calling card, it's Ryuji who actually distributes it.
You truly are the brains of this Phantom Thieves operation. Ryuji, you should follow her example.
I'm the one who went posting it everywhere, right? I even had to get all dressed up so they wouldn't notice me.
Secondly, Ryuji and Morgana actually do give her hints.
I'll make him regret making me angry.
Anyways, let's begin our operation tomorrow.
First, we need to secure a route to the treasure, like always. We're supposed to check all of these for the treasure?
Found it. It's right here. I don't see anything.
Once we get this far, we need this calling card thing.
A calling card? I see. Making the target believe that the treasure is in danger will cause it to materialize. That's quite a bold trick.
As you can see, Morgana refers to the treasure as being here, and Ryuji brings up the calling card. For someone who gets the game for saying 2 + 2 = 5, you seem to find it hard to believe that, since the thieves have explained to Makoto about taking a person's treasure, and that they have reached the vault where said treasure should be, that it's somehow impossible for Makoto to understand why it hasn't materialized.
Now, the boss here is nothing special. Kaneshiro turns from a blueberry into a fly that rides on top of a piggy bank, for some reason.
I mean, both animals are associated with gluttony.
Sir Junya Kaneshiro, the money-devouring sinner of gluttony, you indulge in...
Which is what Kaneshiro is supposed to be representing as the sin. And then there's the fact that his boss form is called Baal, which is based off Beelzebub, known as the Lord of the Flies.
As a villain, Kaneshiro is predictably weaker than Kamoshida, but he's also worse than Madarame. Like I mentioned before, the connection to the main characters had to Madarame wasn't that strong, but with Kaneshiro, it's hard to care about him at all. We see him in person literally once the entire time, and even in that brief scene, it only happens because Makoto was being uncharacteristically stupid to facilitate it. At least with Madarame, we got to see two of his victims, one which became a main party member, and we also saw how despite the way he acted, you did seem to genuinely care about Yusuke deep down. There's no real reason to give a shit about Kaneshiro when the only reason you're targeting him is because Makoto was a dumbass and got caught.
First off, we actually do meet one of Kaneshiro's victims. It was kind of necessary to do to get the plot going.
How do you... I've only told one person about that. Of all people. I can't believe you were the one to find out. You're right. They told me they had an easy part-time job for me, and I ended up smuggling drugs. All I had to do was put envelopes into coin lockers, and they said they'd give me a hefty paycheck. I didn't know what was in the envelopes, though. Still, this is what came out of it. So you knew, huh? They started threatening me right after they deposited the money into my bank account.
Secondly, uncharacteristically stupid. First off, she's a teenager. Secondly, she's being overly emotional. That was kind of the point of the flashback that you complained so much about. It's showing that she's not useless.
Just stay on your high horse and watch. Or do you want to eavesdrop since you're so good at it?
So you wish to get in contact with Kaneshiro? That is what you were just discussing, weren't you? It seemed you just needed to find out where he is.
Hey, you don't gotta answer her honestly.
So you're just the good girl type that I push over.
Right now, you're useless to me.
I'm not.
What was that?
Fine. I'll help you meet Kaneshiro.
What exactly is she planning on doing?
She had a dead serious look in her eye.
Yeah, she's acting stupid. Yeah, but emotions are the kind of thing that these things called humans deal with, Cvit.
Emotions are dumb and should be hated.
The group decides that their best bet in taking down Meja is to recruit Alibaba, so they go along with their request, eventually finding out that Alibaba is really Sojiro's daughter Futaba, who's become a shut-in after her mother's death. And just in case you're wondering, of course, it's Makoto who finds out that Alibaba's real identity is Futaba. But don't worry, she's totally not the new leader of the group.
Oh, shut up!
Not that hard of a deduction, really. Again, she's supposed to be the brains of the group, not the leader. Stop trying to push that, it's a terrible joke.
Then they figure out that Futaba does indeed have a palace, and that it's located in her room, but they don't know what she thinks of it as, so they go to talk to her and figure out that she thinks of it as a tomb. In a scene that, once again, Makoto leads, and does all the talking.
Alright then. Our leader, the guy who lives in LeBlanc's attic, wants to speak with you. We're counting on you. Try and get a keyword out of her.
Not really. You even show how they talk to her before you decide to cut it out that they speak through text through Joker's phone.
Before going back to the palace, the team discusses why it took the shape of a desert, and Morgana explains that Futaba probably doesn't know what Tokyo looks like, and probably isn't even interested in the outside world. So the whole thing is a bleak desert. You know, ignoring the fact that Futaba's only been a shut-in for about a year, that's actually a pretty reasonable explanation. Considering that Futaba never leaves her room, her dungeon probably should look extremely desolate. But wait a minute, what's this? It seems like I'm remembering back in the 2D cutscene. It happened just a literal minute ago, where the pyramid clearly had a massive village surrounding it, and it wasn't just a bleak desert at all. Hey, what's that in the corner? It almost looks like the Tokyo skyline. It doesn't seem like the game is wanting to make Morgana come off like he's wrong, but no one at all brings up the Tokyo skyline or the village, so I guess that this scene is just animated wrong, and there was just a disconnect between what the game developers were making and whoever animated the 2D cutscene. This is made even more ridiculous by the way that in the 2D cutscene, the pyramid has a city glued around it on all sides and seems quite big.
Alright, so I was gonna skip this point since on the surface I do agree that the 2D cutscene did screw up. But there are still a few problems with Cvit's point here that I need to point out at this now. The first being that regardless of how her being a shut-in for a year, this ignores the trauma of losing Futaba's mother right in front of the girl, as well as being passed around her relatives until she was dropped up with her abusive dick of an uncle. You know, the one that Cvit kept complaining about while showing that he had no idea how the legal system in Japan works? You may be wondering why this matters. Well, we don't know how well versed Futaba is with Tokyo. As the cutscene says,
I'm honestly surprised at the palace this time. Everywhere we looked was just desert.
Oh yeah. All the other ones until now have just been normal cities outside of the distortion itself.
Thanks to that, we didn't even know we were in a palace our first time going into Kamoshida's.
That's still part of the palace, though. The city may not have been distorted, but it was Cognition. Palace rulers may have been criminals, but they were social enough to know the city layout. But Futaba probably doesn't. In fact, I'd bet she isn't even interested in the outside world.
Hence why the whole thing is a bleak desert. Understandable, considering her life.
The Phantom Thieves are specifically talking about the layout of the city. Stuff like streets, routes, and all that jazz. Not that Futaba doesn't know what Tokyo looks like, but rather doesn't know the specific streets and minor locations. I mean, for example, if you ask people where the Empire State Building was, you'd more than likely get someone saying New York City. But if you were to ask someone who's not from New York City to give specific directions towards the Empire State Building, they're probably not going to know what's where off the top of their head. Now, throw in the trauma that Futaba has, and you got yourself a cocktail of someone who doesn't care to learn about the outside world at this point, but knows that things like the Tokyo skyline exist because it's a major landmark in Tokyo. Secondly, let's talk about definitions, specifically desolate, devoid of inhabitants and visitors. Just because there's a bleeding town around the pyramid, that doesn't mean that there are people in it. Hell, for all we know, that could be how Futaba sees Sojiro's home, especially since how he's mostly at his workplace most of the time. And when we actually visit the town, we can see that it's run down and practically empty save for some shadows. Hell, even Yusuke mentions that the town is quite desolate looking. Just because you can point towards the town, that doesn't mean that it goes against the notion of a bleak desert. Hell, if anything, a ruined town probably makes it even more apparent because there are people who actually live there and disappeared. Thirdly, just because we, the audience, can see the rest of Tokyo, that doesn't mean that the Phantom Thieves can. We see plenty of shots from the Thieves' perspective when they're in Morgana's car form, and we can't see any of the city. Cvit, you are using your knowledge as the player to bash the characters for not knowing what you see. Oh, I'm sorry that the cast doesn't have the ability to have a third-eye view of not only themselves, but also the entire bleak desert. Cvit's Persona 5 video is garbage. Aside from the blatant misinformation, the utter lack of care for the source material, and what I can only describe as now willful manipulation, especially when you consider the fact that he decided to edit the damn thing himself.
Wake up, get out there. There's more to life than the way.
It's not helped that his video structure is the most dishonest way possible.
In this video, it's going to assume that you are familiar with Persona 5, its characters, and its concepts.
And yet, despite that, Cvit decides to spend most of his time in the video explaining events in the game and uses editing to remove the proper context in order to make his opinion more justifiable. The fact that I've spent about almost 3 hours at this point, giving prime examples of Cvit doing exactly that, I would hope that people would actually listen to me at this point. But nope, apparently it's fine for Cvit to fill his video with fluff that can be construed as entertaining and waste people's time. I've said this before and I'll say it again, I do not care if you like or dislike Persona 5. That is not the problem here. The problem is that this review is considered to be one of the best critiques of the game and yet is filled with the brim with misinformation in order to justify that opinion. His opinion, as Cvit himself has claimed, is filled with love. But as you can imagine by the sheer length of this video and the fact that I've spent the last couple months talking about this, I have no interest in covering the rest of his story portion. Mainly due to the fact I would like to have some form of sanity left in my brain after dealing with this monster of a mess of a video. No, this video will be covering for the most part the last 20 minutes of his video, which is apparently the best form of criticism that Persona 5 has gotten. Pro tip, if the best criticism in your video is located in the last 20 minutes of a nearly 5-hour long runtime, there's a bit of a problem there. But just so people don't jump down my throat, let's take a moment to talk about some of my favorite highlights from the rest of Cvit's story section. Don't worry, this shouldn't take too long.
son of a bitch!
But the thing is, this entire sequence makes no sense with the established rules of how palaces and the metaverse work. Shadows are supposed to be the realization of a person's twisted desire in physical form. Kamoshida thinks he runs the school, so his shadow is a literal king and the castle is his school. Madarame thinks he's the greatest artist to ever exist, so his shadow and palace are decked out in expensive things, but Futaba is a person who believes the lie she was fed about being the reason for her mother's death. So shouldn't her shadow also reflect that and be a broken version of Futaba who fully believes the lies and can barely function? Instead, her shadow knows the truth and actively tries to help you along the way through the dungeon by giving you a map and giving you hints about where to go next. The reverse of this should have happened, with the real Futaba knowing logically the story didn't add up, but her heart can't help but feel this way, and the distorted version of her is being broken and giving into the doubts that maybe it really was all her fault.
Actually, no, it doesn't really contradict anything that the game has already told you. The shadow self isn't actually the warped desires. That's the palace.
A palace is a manifestation of a person's distorted desires. So, if that castle were no more...
Nowhere did Morgana or anyone actually say that the shadow selves are the twisted desires. What shadow selves are, however, and this goes to the fact that this is a long-standing tradition in the Persona series, mind you, ever since 2 and possibly 1, if you are willing to be a little more stretching in your... is that shadow selves are repressed qualities of a person. They are the raw emotions of a person and what they actually believe. This is something that you've actually gotten into the case for since the game kept telling you about that, and that you believe that these are mustache-twirling villains. That's kind of the point. They're the raw, deep down parts of a person that they don't want to show off to others. The only thing that's different here is that Futaba's shadow isn't based on negative emotions, but the truth is that she wasn't the cause of her mother's death. That's the problem that Cvit gets to mention, that there's a big difference between Kamoshida, Madarame, and Futaba.
Anyway, we found out that Futaba has a palace. But can someone who isn't evil have one?
That doesn't matter. A palace is the materialization of distorted cognitions brought about by strong desires. That's all. It just so happens that a lot of warped people turn out evil.
She's so young, though. Pain she's gone through must be the cause of her distortion. Maybe that has something to do with why she calls herself Alibaba.
According to the chief's story, Futaba has auditory and visual hallucinations, right? There's a chance those are related to some important memories she's holding. It's hard to explain, but those memories may have been warped by the distortions.
Basically, we just gotta steal her treasure, right?
It's the distortion that's the cause, so naturally the shadow would be the actual true thoughts of Futaba. Even then, a story is allowed to have an outlier, especially when you consider the differences between Futaba and the other palace owners, up until this point. And that her desires weren't hurting anyone but herself. Cvit, your own version with how the lore is set up would make it that Futaba was actually the cause of her mother's death if we actually followed the idea and how the game was going.
Futaba also gets to see her shadow in the real world, which doesn't happen before or ever again, and there's no explanation given for this. Futaba does experience hallucinations, but this interaction with her shadow is clearly real. There's also no reason to continue the fight with the Sphinx Mom after Futaba joins the party. Futaba knows that everything in the palace is fake, and she has control over it, shown by her spawning ballistas from thin air. So why couldn't she just make the enemy disappear? It doesn't seem like this should work any different. Futaba even realizes earlier that her mom actually loves her, and she wanted the best for her. So since her cognition is already changed, the evil Sphinx Mom who tried to kill her shouldn't even exist, since the idea is already out of her mind. Morgana tells us that Futaba's palace doesn't actually have a treasure, since the treasure was Futaba herself. So that gives us even less of a reason to continue the boss fight. Just take Futaba and get out. That's all they had to do.
Great. You owe me a TV, mate.
Gonna go in reverse on this because we don't know what the treasure was Futaba until after the fight. Until then, we're still assuming that the coffin was filled up with something.
Wait, what about her treasure?
Oh yeah, we almost forgot.
It's empty?
What's going on? Wasn't it supposed to be here?
Futaba herself was the treasure! And she's gone, so of course it's empty.
Cvit, I know this is kind of a hard thing to understand, but you can't use information that appeared after the boss fight in order to claim that this was useless. Just because you know that the coffin is empty afterwards, that doesn't mean jack. Secondly, there's no proof to assume that the cognition would change immediately.
Isn't this a false memory that's been imprinted upon you?
A false memory?
Especially since there's still trauma that rocks Futaba after she's told that her mother loved her, because unlike what Cvit likes to claim, her trauma just didn't magic away. Hell, Morgana even comes up with a theory as to why the Cognition's a monster. And it's not like that stuff instantly disappears.
Wait, is that monster her mother?
Futaba's desires and guilt must have distorted her cognition of her. The wish that her mother was alive again is mixed in as well, along with those eerie jeers.
Thirdly, going from a gameplay perspective, that would be a terrible idea to have Futaba just magic it away. Not only because that would be as anticlimactic as all hell, but would just make the dungeon be nothing more than a waste of time. That would be terrible game design, especially if the first part you had to waste items for it. Fourthly, that would be really stupid as a narrative perspective. You've got Futaba literally facing against an inner demon with people who are trying to help her break from that downward spiral. It would still be anticlimactic. And even then, Futaba has control over her palace. She just has the ability to hack in with her persona. We don't know, nor does she, know of the extent of her powers that can do that. Quit assuming stuff. Fifthly, we actually do see someone seeing their shadow in the real world, or something like that. Namely Joker.
After meeting you, I get the feeling that's what's going.
Huh? And tomorrow's task is so...
It's possible that those who get the Metaverse app are capable of seeing their shadows in the real world. After all, the only two members of the party that we know who get the app in the real world, and are not given it by other people, are Joker and Futaba. Again, the game doesn't give you an explanation, but then again, why does it need to?
Even the Hawaii trip, which, while short, does feature some quality scenes. Although it's weird that Yusuke's school was supposed to go to LA, and it got diverted to Hawaii because of a bad storm. I guess no one at Atlas has looked at the map before. And it was only written this way so they could have a scene where the whole crew was surprised to see Yusuke walk up to them out of nowhere and go, "What are you doing here?" But of course, there probably wasn't that much thought put into the scene just so they could have everybody together during Hawaii.
Stop saying Hawaii in there!
And Cvit here has never been outdoors before to experience weather or flights, because if you actually bother to take a look at how long an average flight is for Japan to Los Angeles, it's just over 11 hours long. I don't know about you, but that's more than enough time for a storm to crop up since it's almost half a day's difference. Meanwhile, a flight to Hawaii is about 8 hours long. If a storm did crop up between Hawaii and California, it only makes sense for the Californian plane to head to the islands for safety of their passengers. I guess there wasn't a lot of thought put in this criticism.
For the fighting between the Phantom Thieves only becomes even more confusing and contrived in a text conversation that you have right after. Ryuji texts the group asking what they're going to do about Okamura. Ryuji was the one pushing for people to target Okamura the night that Morgana left, so that's okay. But then Yusuke is the first person to answer and says that, of course, no one is going to back down now, since Okamura is likely involved with the mental shutdown, and then replies agreeing with Yusuke, saying that they can't let something like this slide. Now, between the last time they talked about targeting Okamura and now, you have gone to the palace and see how he treats his workers. But when Ryuji wants to talk about how shitty of a person he is, Futaba, one of the people who also want to change Okamura's heart, reminds him that they're only there to find Morgana and to not do anything about him. The team never discusses that they're going to actually target him ever again after this. The reason why the conversation is so strange is because Ann and Yusuke were the two biggest critics of the plan, and were the ones who started the fight with Morgana in the first place. Yusuke says that the data they found from Sai linking Okamura to the mental shutdowns, in quotes, doesn't necessarily mean that he's evil, and Ann wants to let things calm down a bit first before taking any action. Then Yusuke comes into the text conversation acting like it's obvious that they're going to target Okamura because of his link to the shutdowns. Motherfucker, you're the one who was questioning this in the first place. And Ann says that they clearly can't let him off the hook with the information they have when she was arguing that they shouldn't do anything and just wait before, when they already had the same amount of information linking him to the mental shutdowns. The only difference now is that they have undeniable proof that he's treating his workers poorly, but they already knew this. And this whole conversation in text is referring to mental shutdowns. They're not even talking about the employees. I just wish characters had any form of consistency between scenes. This is ridiculous.
Great. You owe me a TV, Tatiana.
I don't even know why you put your TV in my office in the first place.
Well, I don't know, Cvit. Maybe if you didn't cut out key information about these scenes and characters, then the characters would probably be more consistent. So let's start with the fact that Yusuke's objections weren't actually to the mental shutdowns portion.
We have even more evidence than that. Tell them, Futaba.
I already tried putting Okamura's name in the nav. He has a palace for sure.
That settles it then. He's totally our next target.
That's right. Okamura is at the top of the rankings after all.
Hold on. That doesn't necessarily mean he's evil. If we jump into this too carelessly...
This also ignores one blatant big detail about the situation. Haru.
Whoa, so you're engaged then?
That didn't seem like an ordinary fight, though. Shouldn't you talk to your parents about it?
I think it'd be useless. I'll just be told to beg for his forgiveness, even if it means groveling on the ground.
It seems she has her reasons.
I'll, apologize about what happened earlier. So, would you let Haru rest for a while? When I formed a contract with my persona, I understood it all. Doing this because my father is doing something horrible was nothing but a superficial reason. The truth is, I
don't want to get married, right?
I thought that since an adult with responsibilities made the decision, it couldn't be wrong. I was such a fool, tied down by vague notions, and stayed quiet as my marriage partner was chosen. But I won't tolerate this anymore.
Did you forget that there was the encounter, as well as this thing that Haru's father, the guy whose palace that you were just in, is going to give her away to some asshole that you just saw kick Morgana and pretty much treat her like garbage? It's almost as if these teenagers who have had to deal with people who are in authority could possibly change their minds about the situation and want to actually help change Okamura's heart.
This is starting to sound like a bad comic book plot.
This also ignores that before they entered Okamura's palace, they didn't know for a fact that he was treating his employees bad. Those were just internet rumors. They didn't know it was a fact.
You buy? It's rumored that Okamura Foods exploits their employees. Stuff like underpaying staff to reduce labor costs. That's how they have so many stores.
Also, why in the world did you even bring up Futaba in this? And why did you put words in her mouth, since that scene doesn't have her saying anything more than what you just showed?
If they're treated like this in reality as well, then the company truly is exploiting them.
See? Okamura is a piece of shit, just like I said!
Mona is our main objective here.
He doesn't seem to be anywhere nearby. Let's search further in.
Once again, Cvit is putting words in the characters' mouths, manipulating the footage, and cutting context so you can make the characters look worse. Lovely stuff!
Learn to take a hint!
Huh? This is why the group decides to help her too. The countdown timer you have to change her dad's heart even says days till Haru is sold off. Okamura is the greater evil in the general sense because of the way he ties into the main story with the mental shutdowns, but all the focus in this part of the story is on Haru's fiance. Even when you go into the palace, the trigger for Haru awakening her persona is the cognitive version of her fiance turning into a giant robot and attempting to attack her.
No, that's not the trigger.
I was raised under this company's wealth. I even accepted a political marriage for you. This is not what we discussed. Father, you want me to be that man's plaything just to satisfy your own ambitions?
Why fret? You should be overjoyed that you're fulfilling your role as an Okamura daughter. This is the only value you've had from the very beginning.
Now tell me, who shall you betray? My heart has been set. You should know. Yes, that gaze! I can finally display my true strength! I am thou art I! Let us adorn your departure into freedom with a beautiful betrayal!
Jeez!
Farewell, dear father! I am no longer your subservient puppet!
Then so be it. You're worthless. Deal with them how you wish.
It's obvious that her father's disregard for her as a person and using her as a tool was the real reason why she fully awakened. But hey, I guess when you're telling me things instead of actually showing the actual clips that lead up to this awakening, I guess that's cool.
The trick here is that the control panels for the pistons are usually pretty far away from the pistons themselves, so you need to activate the lunch break and then run for the pistons to make it in time. This isn't exactly a difficult task though, so to make things even more fun, the game respawns the enemies between the control panel and the piston sometimes. The lunch break timer doesn't stop in combat, so getting into a fight means you need to go back to the control panel and restart. It happens nearly every time, but not always, and I couldn't figure out what made the enemies respawn or not. But either way, this section is fucking infuriating.
That was truly cringeworthy.
I don't know, maybe it's the one mechanic you didn't bother to talk about. You know, the one that showed up in the top left corner of the screen? The one that's actually actively making things harder for you because you keep running in head first like a maniac, like
Leroy Dragons!
Oh my god, he just ran in.
the security level. You know, the system that raises encounter rates of the shadows. I know you said that Persona 5 is a bad stealth game, but if you're gonna go barreling through the enemies to complain about them respawning, that's your own bloody fault.
You leave. This interaction was needed for the whole team to get back together, but looking at it from Haru's perspective, it doesn't seem like something she would do, or should have done. Haru has known the Phantom Thieves for less than a month, 26 days to be exact, and from the time she's known all of them, you've done nothing but wander around a space station and got her dad killed. Haru has gained nothing from being introduced to this group.
I don't know, Spit. Why don't we ask a source that actually knows why Haru might actually trust them?
Haru's dad died. There were still positives that came out of it, like Haru not being forced to move in with a man who was going to rape and beat her regularly. It's like the game forgot its own plot. Haru's dad died. There were still positives that came out of it, like Haru not being forced to move in with a man who was going to rape and beat her regularly.
Svit, you can't make that claim, mainly because the last two lines don't actually come from the fiancé. They come from Okumura's cognition of him.
Let's have fun. I'll play with you until I get bored. You poor thing. I'll toy with you until you break.
Which, if you think about it, kind of shoots the whole idea of the fiancé being worse than Okumura in the foot. Why? Because think about it. This is what Okumura's cognition is for the fiancé. He believes that the man will violate his daughter sexually just so he can fulfill his dreams. So yeah, that kind of makes him worse than actually the fiancé.
Show his phone to the traitor. Then you max out your bond with her, despite knowing almost nothing about her personally. And almost every scene with her in the game is viewed from the perspective of Makoto at her house. The only real time you see her as Joker is when she's threatening Sojiro about Futaba during the start of Futaba's arc.
Gee, it's almost like this is actually a subversion on how the actual Confidant system works. Instead of you learning more about Sai, she's learning more about you so that way she can trust you. It's almost as if a bond can be one of two ways. It's almost like Spit's missing the actual point of the Judgment Arcana and how it actually works in the game.
There's one massive thing about this meeting that breaks my brain when I try to think about it. Probably because mine is not as big as the hulking gray matter of the Persona 5 writers. And that's how exactly Sai's personality is handled during all of this. In the meeting, Sai vows to do everything she can to assist you and claims that you saved her after all, and she also apologizes for Futaba for everything she's put her through before, and claims that she couldn't see past her achievements, finally saying that she wasn't herself after all. Hey, doesn't that sound familiar? A character with a warped worldview who was only interested in things so long as they benefited them and actively insulted those closest to her, suddenly realizing that she was wrong, apologized, and attempts to atone for their actions? Sounds like someone had a change of heart. But this doesn't fit with the explanation of events we were given before. Joker gets captured on 11/19 evening, and the interrogation with Sai happens on 11/20 during the daytime, and that's when Akechi is lured into Sai's palace and he shoots the fake Joker. We know from every other palace that as soon as the treasure is stolen, the palace starts to fall apart, and it only takes minutes before everything is destroyed. So when the Phantom Thieves made a fake treasure to fool Akechi, they couldn't have also have taken the real treasure, otherwise the palace wouldn't be present for their plan later. So either they did take the treasure and the palace somehow didn't disappear until 12 hours later, or they never took Sai's treasure and she just changed her attitude completely without them having to use their magic powers. We find ourselves in a similar situation to Mishima, where the entire basis of the change of heart is brought into question here. The only thing we know for sure is that the Phantom Thieves beat up Sai's shadow before leaving the palace. So if they didn't take the treasure, then the only thing necessary to change a heart is beating up the palace owner like they do with Memento's targets. And taking the treasure has been pointless ever since the start, meaning that Morgana was wrong about the heart-changing process. The only other option here is that the Phantom Thieves didn't take Sai's treasure and that beating her up didn't change her heart, meaning that her change of heart was caused entirely by Joker's heartfelt confession about everything that happened until that point. Sai seems to have already changed by the time her conversation with Joker ends. Since you're confidant with her as at max rank, she agrees to help you with your plan by showing Akechi your phone, and then sneaks you out and drives you home after seeing Futaba's messages. Now, if this is what actually happened, then that means that you managed to change Sai's heart with only facts and logic, and didn't use your supernatural powers at all. It also means that if someone changes their attitude and becomes a good person without having their treasure stolen, their palace remains, so it stands to reason that their shadow would still exist as well. So why wouldn't they just turn back to being a bad person because the palace still exists and the shadow are the spawn of the warped desires of the real person? And because these things are the spawn of the warped desires, if those desires go away, whether it be supernatural or not, why wouldn't those things disappear as well? So that means you can change a person's heart outside of mementos, and that the entire time you've been changing hearts, whether it be the requests given to you by Mishima or in events in S-Links, it's been because your crew is being lazy and is taking the easy way out, with very few exceptions. We are never shown Sai's treasure, so it's never truly revealed if you did change her heart or not. But if you did, it breaks every pre-established rule about palaces, and if they didn't, then it also opens a massive can of worms about the morality of how they've been using their powers up until now.
Oh boy, no, Cvit. First, this is why I don't have any extra respect for you. It's because you decided to insult the developers of the game throughout this entire video.
Probably because mine is not as big as the hulking gray matter of the Persona 5 writers.
And that's because I find this to be dishonest in a really warped sense of love. That you feel the need to insult and be dishonest about a piece of work. Secondly, you do realize you steal treasures from Mementos targets, right?
Madarame's heart?
What's that shining thing?
It's the bud of a treasure. Had we left it be, it very well may have blossomed into a palace. Joker, this will make a perfect reward.
Thirdly, none of the Mementos requests have palaces. You're ignoring that the crucial factor in all of this. It's because the warped desires have gotten so powerful that you need to steal the treasure to make it effective. Fourthly, just because you're able to convince Sai to have a change of heart, that doesn't mean it'll work for other people, especially when the Mementos request, because unlike Sai, who's gone out of her way to actually talk to you, most of the other Mementos requests, as well as the Confidant ones, are people who don't know who you are, have no interest in talking to you, and even shown themselves to be completely unreasonable at times. I find this to be utterly baffling why you seem to think that this is so much of a big deal, especially when you fail to take into account how people actually work. Then there's the palace rulers and the treasures aspect. We're told explicitly by Morgana that just because a person has a palace, that doesn't make them a bad person.
Anyway, we found out that Futaba has a palace. But can someone who isn't evil have one?
That doesn't matter. A palace is the materialization of distorted cognitions brought about by strong desires. That's all. It just so happens that a lot of warped people turn out evil.
Just so they have their desires being warped, which isn't a bad thing. I'm not even bringing up Rawl here since we have Futaba's palace. Futaba's shadow eventually became her persona, and had nothing to do with her warped desire. The only thing that really matters is how you take someone's desires, their treasure, and that's something that occurs within all shadows in the metaverse.
It's always been like this. All those goddamn hyenas forcing their expectations on me. I'm doing this all for them! What's wrong about demanding a reward for that?
Now you're making excuses? We'll do something about that distorted heart of yours.
Scared? Right now? You're seeing the same view that Shiho did. I'm sure she was scared too. Except she had no choice but to jump. What will you do? Will you jump? Or would you rather...
I accept defeat. You want this? Take it.
Even as Morgana himself said, they're the bud of a treasure, meaning that the desire would still be floating around Mementos and could potentially become a palace because if it's left unchecked, then that desire can become out of control. The possibility of them being corrupted by said desires is the main problem here, and that comes the part where I blow your minds, because this is the damn point.
It was absolutely the make or break moment of the entire plan.
Still, I'm surprised you could convince me in such a short time. Were you confident you could do it? I see. Either way, I can't believe you went for such a risky idea.
If we could just tell you the true culprit's plan, I knew you'd realize the bigger picture. Realize that our leader was telling the truth, and that there was a greater evil to pursue.
We've seen Joker have the ability to form bonds with people and that's the gamble. We've seen him change people by simply helping them and understanding them, and even just bonding with him. And that right there is how Cvit looks at this game in its raw form is the downfall of his video. He fails to understand that what the game is showing you without the game having spoon-fed it to you. Which is ironic because him complaining about how the game has to tell you things multiple times, which is already a bloated point in my opinion, he failed to realize that Joker had the ability to change people's hearts without having to steal any treasure. And that's through the bonds he made. He was able to give Iwa the courage to bond with his son. He was able to be the light for Kawakami to pursue her abilities as a teacher. He had Hifumi confront the truth about her skills, and he was able to have Sojiro bond with his daughter Futaba. And I think you get the point. Throughout the game, unless you were a sad sack loser, you were given multiple times to bond with people and help them grow and change, just through your actions and your words. It's a big part of the game that Cvit himself completely misses in his analysis and decides to focus on the problems of the game and making mountains out of molehills. But this is where we're stopping with this. I've made up my point that Cvit is either willing to manipulate things in order to make the game look terrible, or that he's being completely ignorant about the subject matter. And I would hope that the other 5 videos showcasing a good chunk of those mistakes would be enough to get my bloody point across. So now we're talking about his final section, the morals. The section that I have the biggest issue with.
This conversation, and Sai actually asks you what the treasure to her palace was, but Joker deflects the question and Sai says, I suppose that doesn't matter one way or the other. The implication here is that the Phantom Thieves did change Sai's heart, but then this brings back up the questions of why didn't she confess to any of the crimes publicly, like all the other targets did, or how her palace stayed standing for so long.
Can you please stop punching my TV? Why did you even punch it this time?
One last thing about the game I want to talk about, and that's the morals it has and the confusing way the game tries to preach to the player constantly while also undermining itself. In an interview about the game, the director Katsura Hashino said that when he thinks of a game's story, he doesn't want the player to just think he had fun upon clearing it, but that he acquired some sort of wisdom and something that he could use in the future. He expands on this idea by saying that adding this element to the game will actually increase its entertainment value, and that he tries to insist on creating that experience. He also directed Persona 3 and 4, and in those games, this message to the player is conveyed through the game's themes in a very clear way. Namely, Persona 3 is about inevitability of death and the passage of time, and Persona 4 is about accepting yourself no matter what it may look like and staying true to yourself. Meanwhile, Persona 5's message is that everyone needs to stand up to injustices and not allow themselves or people around them to become complacent. But the main characters only ever achieve these things by using magic. The previous 2 games also had the main characters using magic to confront these ideas, but they were deeply personal issues that can be abstracted into real-world scenarios, unlike Persona 5.
How so, Cvit? No, legit. Give examples from Persona 4 and 3. You are just saying they work in those games, but you never go into any actual examples to back up your point.
The Phantom Thieves standing up against injustice and mistreatment by people in positions of power never actually works out for them. The only way they ever manage to get anything done is by using magic, or Futaba's incredibly broad hacking skills that can be applied to any situation.
I'm sorry, but no, not really. First, this ignores that you help your confidants throughout the entire ranks they go through, and yes, while you do go to Mementos to help them, that's 1 or 2 times for a rare to go through with them while the rest of the confidant ranks don't have that aspect to them. This also ignores all the times you had to go do stuff in the real world in order to get things done. You still need to have the Phantom Thieves sneak into Madarame's actual house. You needed them to be able to convince Futaba to let them help her. You need to do a ton of footwork. Or how about when the Phantom Thieves lost the ability to be Phantom Thieves and did what they could to get Joker out of jail? I'm sorry you skimmed over that portion right there, Cvit.
Confront Kamoshida about his treatment of the students and get told that they're now going to be expelled for standing up to him. The only reason they don't get expelled is because they magically change his heart. They confront Madarame about his treatment of Yusuke, and then they get told they're going to be sued, so they use magic to change his heart. They confront Kaneshiro about the way he exploits students for money, and they have their families threatened, so they fix the situation by magic once again. If any other student had acted like the way the Phantom Thieves did, would have been fucked for life and would have been expelled expelled, sued, or killed. The game doesn't present any realistic way for how these situations could have been dealt with, and it ends up being nothing more than a hollow message.
And why should it? It's a piece of fiction. The same can be applied to Persona 4. Oh, these murders are happening! Let's jump into the TV world! Some of these magical beings from inside our brains and kick monster butt! 3 is even worse, where you have the teens shooting themselves in the head in order to access their powers. And let's not even get into the other issues with how the main plot is often disconnected from the rest of the game, essentially breaking into 2 separate games. But back to my main point, you don't really give an example of real-world counterparts for these sorts of issues in fiction, since it would only muddle the narrative in that regard. And I ask, why is that a bad thing? Because fiction doesn't need to have a real-world counterpart in order to deliver a message, and to think otherwise is telling of an inability to actually have creative writing abilities.
Obviously, most people understand that staying silent and allowing abuse to go on around them is not a good thing, but most people don't have magic powers and know if they stand up, they're going to be silenced, ostracized, or punished. So there's not a whole lot that can be done. It goes beyond this too, with the way that Futaba is used. How do they expose Akechi's scheme? Hacking his phone.
Well, that isn't really diminishing of what actually happened at all.
How do they learn about the mental shutdowns are connected to one person? Hacking Sai's computer. How do they get the message out that Shido is actually behind the killings? Hacking every broadcast in all of Japan. At the end of the game, when everyone is turned into sheeple who can't see the world ending around them, that gets fixed by magic too. It's just virtue signaling. There's no actionable wisdom or a lesson that can be learned from the game.
No, that's not what virtual signaling is.
And when the time comes to meet Yusuke, the scene is portrayed as a funny with the wacky anime hijinks music, even playing in the background throughout all of it. The joke of guys being perverted wanting to peep on their friends while they change is a classic trope in anime, and it seems like they wanted to include this anime trope in their anime game, but no one thought about how this event looks in context of everything that has happened to this character up until this point. The game up until now is trying to be a dark story about corruption in the unsavory parts of society, like a teacher abusing their power, manipulating their students, and sexually harassing them. But it also wants to be a funny anime dating sim, which each on their own works perfectly fine, but together mix like oil and water, working completely against themselves. And the end result is a scene you can't help but feel is gross.
It's an attempt at shaming people, something that Persona 5 doesn't really do. Not because the characters use magic. That doesn't mean it's an attempt to virtue signal. You see, there's this little thing called symbolism. It's used to give ideas with representations. While the world of Persona 5 is set in a more fantastical version of our own world, it's still not one-to-one comparison. And that's the beauty of fiction. You can take fantastical situations and still teach a valuable lesson to people through it. And while Cvit is saying that no student in the same situations that the Phantom Thieves are put in would have a way out, and I would actually agree that statement without the context, that right there is a very disingenuous argument, because considering the fact that the situations in and of themselves are extremely over the top as well. Kamoshida, an Olympic athlete turned teacher who not only broke his student's leg, has sexually assaulted young teenage women, and even blackmailed on, this is a situation in and of itself is a fantastical one. Maybe fantastical isn't the right word, but a situation that does well happen in our world is something that rarely happens in our culture and is often not as, fantabulous. The same thing with Madarame, an artist who has for years been taking advantage of his students, a situation that is obviously blown up for the sake of entertainment and for the game. And that's not a bad thing. Stories all the time make situations more extreme for the sake of entertainment, and it's not a means of bad writing, nor does it mean it's virtue signaling. But for the sake of argument, let's say that Cvit is actually right. Let's say that this is virtue signaling. That's the bloody point of fiction. Stories can be used as a means to deliver a message to the audience. That's what stories have always been about, deliver a message. Storytelling was used even back before we had pen and paper in order to convey morals, ideas, and etc. to generations beyond our own. Telling me that this is virtue signaling is showing me that you don't have a grasp of what stories are meant to do. The Phantom Thieves use the tools that they have in order to combat these exaggerated situations. Just because magic is used doesn't make their morals cheap. You might as well get on to the case of a story of a knight slaying a dragon, a symbol that can be seen as someone overcoming an arduous situation, and just hand-wave that away simply because the knight, logically speaking, shouldn't have the ability to slay a fictional beast that is 5 times his size and breathes fire. Also, this blatantly ignores the fact that while the Phantom Thieves do use magical means of changing people's hearts, most of the time, they're still putting themselves in danger. They still have to do the physical legwork, they still have to travel through palaces and fight against these dangerous individuals and hundreds of monsters. Yeah, but it's just magic!
No way to relate to this story, at least not from the way that events pan out.
Cvit, I spent a good 3 hours showcasing you don't really understand the story, and that's being charitable since I'm now believing you are purposely manipulating the story in order to justify this hatred. And frankly, to anyone who thinks he's got a point here, I'm sorry, but with how he's presented a majority of his video, I cannot take him serious, nor do I believe him since he's been offering any actual evidence for me to believe him. Yes, he has a good point here and there, but it's mostly bogged down by fluff and misrepresentation. And that actually does hurt his actual credibility.
These empty statements and actions only exist to make the player feel good without any examination, and are present all around the game too. Not just in the main narrative, like we touched on before while talking about the Confidants, the game makes changing someone's heart be the end of any problem, and no attention is paid to their victims at all. You fix the abuser, and that's it. Problem solved.
Oh, I don't know about that. I mean, Iwa was a victim and we see how he's grown.
Why did you help my father out? He told me you gathered info about Suda-san for him. You willingly got involved in a Yakuza dispute. Would someone normally take that big of a risk?
Then there's Ohya, who tells us about her friend who gets affected, and technically speaking, she was a victim in all this as well. Then there's Chihaya as a confidant, where we do see victims of the cult come to her. Not to mention the beginning of her confidant for the woman who was being abused, and I can give more and more, just because you can point to Futaba's section as your primary example, which, hey, I actually agree with in this regard for that, doesn't mean you can use that as a generalization for the rest of the damn plot in that regard.
Futaba's uncle is never brought up again once you change his heart, even though he nearly killed her.
Yes, he is.
The family court gave me a call the other day. Futaba's uncle decided to retract his report. It's like he had one of those change of heart things I keep hearing about. Nah, that couldn't be.
Kinda forgetting that part, huh?
Miwa was almost killed because Oyamada's pride, but you changed him so it's fine too.
There we go! Having gone over your section of Takemi's confidant, this ignores the bloody fact that Takemi herself was a victim of Oyamada, and that she needed your help through this situation so she can make the medicine to help Miwa.
Persona 5 wants to tackle these dark stories, but then pays no mind to anything not directly involved with the Phantom Thieves, and even makes excuses for some of these situations. These things are supposed to be deep and real, but they end up being naive and underexplored. It can't even be explained away by this being an idealized society, since problems never stop popping up. Corruption runs rampant, and even after you take out Shido mementos and the world is completely reformed, society is still fucked and fucks over Joker and unjustly sends him to jail.
When was it ever mentioned that this was an idealized society? There's a bloody point to the game that it's not. That society can be cruel and unfair. Where the hell did that even come from? Also, this ignores that Joker was on probation. Him being unjustly put into jail is the point. And society, Japanese society specifically, is still kinda effed over. Even the game points out how BS this is.
What the hell? I don't comprehend. The hero who saved this nation is now living in juvenile hall?
It's just how the system works. Don't let it get to you.
I did my best to discuss the options, but nothing I said could change the outcome.
Damn it! This can't be happening!
Are we supposed to just agree to this? I can't do that!
Me neither.
I must object as well.
Wanting to interrogate him makes sense, but the measures following were questionable at best.
All that crap about his record and probation was bullshit! He didn't do any of that!
Won't everything just cancel out if Shido tells the whole truth?
That won't be enough. Remember what my sister said before? In order to overturn a sentence, you need definitive evidence that proves the subject's innocence.
Speaking of changing hearts and the way people change, there's problems there too. Throughout the game, the Phantom Thieves state on multiple times that they are acting on the behalf of justice, and that if they kill people, they would be no better than the bad guy they're fighting. Whenever a bad guy says that they're similar to the Phantom Thieves, they reject that too, and say again that they're good and just, unlike every person they target. Because you control the good guys, it's taken for granted that they're right in all situations, and that they really are different, but their actions don't really reflect that.
And you decide for your example to go with the murder hobo. You know, the hitman who's disguised as a hobo? Considering the Phantom Thieves never actually killed anyone, they're kind of justified in saying that they aren't like that, since they actually give the person they changed the heart of a chance to atone for their crimes. Please, Cvit, if you have better examples, use them, because using that example here really shoots your point in the foot again. And you got a bunch of stuff at this point.
Much like Kamoshida abusing his status as an Olympic gold medalist and a teacher to manipulate his students into doing whatever he wants, the Phantom Thieves also abuse their power to force others into confessing against their will, because they see it as the right thing to do.
No, they don't. It's explicitly told the person whose desires are stolen are the ones who confess on their own accord, since those desires are the things that warp them.
Erasing a palace essentially means forcing the owner to have a change of heart. However, even though their warped wants disappear, the crimes they committed remain. Kamoshida will become unable to bear the weight of those crimes, and he'll confess them himself.
You for real? That's possible?
It's almost like the warped desires are things that make a person hold back their conscience. Then again, they see it as the right thing to do. Let's go with your Madarame example. Not only do we have examples of Madarame abusing the students to the point where one of them committed suicide, but if you look around the street during the Madarame arc, you actually come across a few other people who are actually affected by Madarame. One of the hobos was actually made homeless because of him. This also ignores the fact that the Phantom Thieves will often discuss their targets beforehand, weighing the pros and cons of doing this. Even with Kamoshida, there was the chance that he'd be killed because of them removing his desires.
There's one more thing I should tell you. If we erase a palace, there is no doubt that the person's distorted desires will be erased as well. But desires are what we all need in order to survive. The will to sleep, eat, fall in love, those sorts of things.
What are you getting at?
If all of those yearnings were to vanish, they'd be no different than someone who is shut down entirely. They may even die if they're not given proper care. So...
They might die?
Will you listen to everything I have to say first?
Would their death be our fault?
Aren't you determined enough to face those kinds of risks?
Hey, what do you think? For real?
Sheesh. I come all this way and this is what I get. It's not like anyone will ever find out.
That's not the point! If we just go around secretly doing whatever we want, we'd be no better than that effing Kamoshida!
It isn't until the situation gets so dire and out of hand that they actually have to act.
They're never satisfied with just taking care of their own problems too. Right up until they physically can't change hearts anymore due to destroying the Metaverse, they keep chasing after new targets, even when they're already doing okay. They tell themselves they need to keep going to fix society, but Ryuji makes it clear at multiple points the thing he's most interested in is fame and money. But no other team member reprimands him for his behavior or thought process, except for one option in the convenience store during the fireworks display, and even then, no other party member comments on it even if you select that one.
You were careless. I don't think you truly understood how high the stakes were. Anything to say, Ryuji?
Why are you singing?
In case you're wondering, it's because Ryuji decided to pull this stuff.
Can't answer that? Oh, of course. There's no way you would admit to such things. Have a listen.
If someone else could help him, we wouldn't be doing stuff as the Phantom Thieves to start with.
So you think it's true? We'll be okay if we keep doing this, right?
What could all this mean?
We screwed up.
Hey, where you at? Taking a leak? Let's meet up at the usual spot to hold our Phantom Thieves meeting.
That idiot!
It's because of Ryuji's cockiness at becoming popular as the Phantom Thieves that they got caught by Makoto. He takes pride as a Phantom Thief, but allows that to blind him and make him do stupid things. You can also chastise Ryuji at the beach for having such behavior.
Damn it! You don't get how amazing we are. We risk our lives being Phantom Thieves. There's no way we're the same as other guys around here. Shouldn't we be having more good times in reality, too? And it's all thanks to us being the Phantom Thieves.
Fantastic! This sushi is delicious! Yeah! The fish is so fresh!
Everywhere we go, we hear about these phantom thieves.
What rubbish?
Think about where we are, Ryuji!
Sorry, it just kinda slipped. Man, that detective from yesterday really pissed me off. Was some kind of threat? Let's see him do it then! If someone else could help him, we wouldn't be doing stuff as the Phantom Thieves to start with! Ow!
You're being way too loud.
Who cares? Everybody's talking about this stuff anyway.
What's with all the hesitation? I can't stand this. Even you, Ryuji. You just back down the second someone disagrees with you.
What?
I guess all you've been talking about is using the Phantom Thieves' name to pick up girls anyway. Being hyped up because of the popularity is fine, but getting conceited over it is unacceptable.
Hey! Aren't you acting for your own benefit here too?
Cvit, I am convinced you didn't pay attention to any of the game.
When they change someone's heart, they're taking advantage of them and making a choice for them. And even if you argue that they're doing it to help society, the point is that the game doesn't tackle this idea at all. The game doesn't pose the question whether imposing their will onto others and forcing them to confess is morally okay, or something that they decide is a net positive and choose to do regardless for the greater good. It only paints them as unquestionably right and infallible for acting as vigilantes who have the power to kill literally anybody at any time whenever they want. And only assurance that they don't do that is because they said they won't.
What? Not only does this ignore these criminals, like a majority of the palace owners are doing the exact same thing, imposing their will onto others and taking advantage of them, and often causing such undue stress to the point where people have died, but this also ignores all the times where the Phantom Thieves do question if it's right to do this. I've shown it with Kamoshida and Okamura, where the Phantom Thieves question if they should be doing this sort of thing, or if the person in question does deserve a change of heart. The game does pose the question through Akechi.
Hypothetically speaking, if these Phantom Thieves are real, I believe they should be tried in a court of law.
That's quite the statement. Are they committing crimes? Some people even say that the thieves are actually helping their victims abandon their evil ways.
What the artist Madarame did truly was an unforgivable crime. However, they're taking the law into their own hands by judging him. It is far from justice. More importantly, you should never forcefully change a person's heart.
You have a point. These people are calling themselves the Phantom Thieves, after all. Amazing as always, Akechi-kun. I could listen to you for days.
Your reasoning. Whether the thieves' actions are good or not, I feel there is a more important issue at hand.
What do you mean?
The matter of how they change people's hearts. If they honestly possess that ability, it could be used for more than extracting confessions. It could be that what seem to be ordinary crimes are actually being perpetrated by these methods.
You know, you're absolutely right.
Oh, please don't misunderstand. This is all purely hypothetical. It is only if people who can use such a power truly exist. Either way, though, this cannot be ignored. The existence of the Phantom Thieves would be nothing but a threat to our everyday lives. To be honest,
It kinda seemed like what he was saying might be right.
He made it sound like...
And it's something Akechi brings up again in the game, too.
Whether it's a sense of rivalry, or a simple attention grab, given the recent trends, I cannot say. Regardless, it's quite a nuisance.
A nuisance?
Both Medjed and the Phantom Thieves are nothing more than groups that uphold an egoistic justice. It's possible that more people like these will continue to appear, due to their influence. In that respect, the Phantom Thieves face a very serious crime.
However, this is where we get into the nitty-gritty of this, and how Cvit set up this review. Because he decided to go with a dishonest generalization of how Akechi is portrayed in the game, it allows him to dodge and basically handwave away these times that Akechi does bring up these questions.
Even the idea of their targets having to be a unanimous decision between 8 people goes out the window when Morgana throws a temper tantrum, and basically forces everyone else to agree with him regardless of how they really feel and should act, under the threat of simply going in and changing people by himself.
Oh yeah, let's just ignore that Haru was being forced to marry a scumbag and that they still need to investigate Okamura's dealing with the mental shutdowns. It's not because Morgana that they need to change their minds to change Okamura's heart. They went there to get him back, and when they saw how Haru was being treated, they decided to act on that.
Hang on, I got a really good comparison that could bring this point around. In Metal Gear Solid 4, during the first act of the game, Liquid Ocelot gains access to controlling everyone's nanomachines and turning off the emotion inhibitors all soldiers of war are equipped with. They are so grief-stricken with the actions they've done that everyone becomes unable to function and all fall to the ground. All these nanomachines have done up until this point is stop them from processing events they've experienced, not stopping these emotions from existing. So once the barrier is removed, all the emotions they've suppressed flow back into them all at once, and the weight of their actions becomes unbearable. This is what heart-changing should have been.
Obviously, this movie has its head up its own anus.
Well, that answers pretty much every question I had.
This is what happened! That is really what happened with the heart-changing! The desires were what held back a person's conscience.
Erasing a palace essentially means forcing the owner to have a change of heart. However, even though their warped wants disappear, the crimes they committed remain. Kamoshida will become unable to bear the weight of those crimes, and he'll confess them himself.
You for real? That's possible?
They held back the guilt of what they did. This is explicitly shown in the goddamn game.
The weight of their actions coming down on their conscience, instead of feeling like the evil person was swapped out with a completely different version of themselves who is sorry for all the actions and are now stuck living a life of someone who they weren't. Having the villains be portrayed with the conscience always being there, but it's suppressed by their distorted desires, it would make them seem more grounded and real as villains instead of mustache-twirling Saturday morning cartoon characters that are so over the top you can't take them seriously.
That's because of the desires that caused them to become like this. Not to mention, the characters' shadows are generally more honest about their selfish motives than their real selves, yet can be very cruel with their honesty when admitting to their corrupt actions. And guess what? That is something that the Persona series has had for ages. That the shadows represent a negative part of a character's ego, either representing nihilism, a part of them that they cannot accept, or something that they hide away from the public. Shadow selves represent the repressed negative qualities of their real-life counterparts, and will often blow them out of proportion most of the time. And that is the point of the shadows. They're the raw emotions of the character, their deep and true selves.
To expand on that, the way in which people whose hearts get changed become completely different people is concerning too, especially when paired with the inconsistent way that punishment is applied to different targets. When someone's heart gets changed, they start acting so different that they may as well be a different person, since the thought of confessing their crimes and owning up to their mistakes never crosses their mind until the Phantom Thieves force them to confess.
Isn't that the exact same thing as your Metal Gear Solid 4 example, though? That the soldiers do such terrible things that they're able to shrug it off and get back to work and war? But those nanomachines, when they're turned off, they become completely different people to the point where they even vomit? Hell, this is even brought up in Metal Gear Rising.
Pumped full of fear-inhibiting nanomachines and sent right into the blender? Your blender? But they made their choice, right? Open your eye and see, Raiden.
I've seen plenty.
Then listen. Those battlefield emotions that the nanos suppress. Listen to them.
What are you talking about?
Shh.
There he is! Kill him!
Can we take him?
What's wrong?
The way he killed all the others? Oh god.
Their emotions are being suppressed by something, and the moment that something is gone, they change completely into different people. The way you're presenting this argument is exactly the same way it's being presented in Persona 5, so I don't see why this is different than your example in Metal Gear Solid 4.
This makes it so that when a character is sent to jail, such as Kamoshida, the cult leader in Chihiya's story, and Tei Superior, who almost killed the girl, it feels like a punishment that is too harsh, since they already know that they messed up and are good now, but they are still forced to pay for the crimes that they committed when they were entirely different people.
Yeah, because they still committed the crimes. It's only now they realize they did something bad. It's the guilt of weighing down on them.
When their heart gets changed, they're reformed into good people, so it doesn't even make sense to send them to jail, because jail is supposed to be a punishment given out by society with the ultimate goal of teaching people that they were wrong and rehabilitating them so they could go back and being a productive member of society.
Or, you know, so they can pay for the crimes they committed. It's not just for rehabilitation or protect the public, it's so people can pay for their crimes. It's a punishment for breaking the law, which these people did. Even if the evil was magicked away, which that's not what happens, it doesn't erase the person's actions, nor does it erase their memories of what they did. They're still the same person, they still committed the same crimes, and now they just feel guilty about it.
Whether or not that is how it's actually used in practice in real life is a completely different topic entirely though. But after repenting, they still serve time. This is only made worse by the inconsistencies, since Kana's parents get to keep custody of her and go free after the terrible things they did to her. Hifumi's mom gets to go free after blackmailing tons of people, and Sai never even confesses to anything she did to get results and win in court.
Now, shock of all shocks, I actually agree with Cvit to some degree with the first two, that there should have been more repercussions. But for Sai? She didn't even have her treasure stolen! Stop trying to claim that her treasure was stolen!
Some people who get to change are now good enough to stay out of jail, and others still go to jail anyways, seemingly at random, which only plays more into the consequences of their actions and whether the Phantom Thieves are morally justified in acting as vigilantes.
That's because the person whose heart was changed is the one who decides the punishment for themselves. The Phantom Thieves don't influence that at all. Stop trying to push this notion. The only time that was influenced was with Kamoshida and On. And frankly, that's a good thing because Kamoshida was gonna kill himself to repent.
Comes the vigilantes, they're always depicted as morally perfect in stories, so the viewer can root for Superman, Batman, Spider-Man, or even the Phantom Thief.
What? I don't know what movies you've been seeing, but a lot of time, heroes are actually demonized.
While a great many people see you as heroes, there are some who would prefer the word vigilantes.
And what word would you use, Mr. Secretary?
How about dangerous? What would you call a group of US-based, enhanced individuals who routinely ignore sovereign borders and inflict their will wherever they choose, and who, frankly, seem unconcerned about what they leave behind?
Batman and Spider-Man are probably the worst examples you could have come up with this.
Aren't the police supposed to be investigating them?
They don't have the tools to analyze it.
They would if you gave them to them.
One man's tool is another man's weapon.
In your mind, perhaps there aren't many things you can't turn into a weapon.
Alfred, enough. The police weren't getting it done.
Perhaps they might have, if you had made a sideshow of yourself.
You thought I didn't have it in me?
No, you led a bloated police force a merry chase with a load of fancy new toys from Fox. What about when you come up against him? What then?
Batman has always been criticized. Hell, even in the Dark Knight trilogy, we've got Alfred who criticizes his actions and decisions. And Spider-Man? Oh gee, with great power comes great responsibility and stuff like this. Just because the heroes believe in themselves and their moral codes, it doesn't mean a damn positive thing, and that doesn't really apply to the Phantom Thieves who also question their morals and their actions after Okamura's death.
But they're a group of teenagers who don't have the best track record when it comes to keeping calm and thinking carefully about their actions and consequences. Even when their actions backfire and they find out that they were really only furthering society's decline by destroying palaces, they never stop to think about what they're doing, and then the game paints them as not being at fault despite them being directly responsible for the public becoming mindless.
Except they weren't responsible for that. Okay, getting ahead of myself, the Phantom Thieves have been questioning themselves throughout the game. I even showed clips of that numerous times. Even getting back to Kamoshida. Hell, even when the principal died, they questioned if what they did with Kamoshida was a good thing.
Talk about the data we got from Sis. We need to discuss the incident with the principal.
People are already talking about it online.
Nobody's saying it's because of the Phantom Thieves. So far.
People think he did it because that tabloid exposed how he was covering up Kamoshida's abuses.
Could it be that we're responsible for Principal Kobayakawa's suicide?
What do you mean?
If we hadn't changed Kamoshida's heart, maybe this never would have happened.
But then Kamoshida would have kept doing what he did if we didn't go and take him down.
But getting back to my original point, no, the Phantom Thieves were not responsible for what happened by removing palaces. The reason why I say that the Phantom Thieves weren't the reason for why the Holy Grail's plan succeeded is because this was all a setup.
A game where the evil god rigged the outcome.
Damn it! What the hell?
Proper development. And now that the foolishness of man has been proven, it is the administrator's duty to purge them.
You kidding? This is just some kind of rigged game you started!
The foolish masses merely spread indolent thoughts and force the progress of society backward. If left to humanity, the world would slowly meet its demise. Rehabilitation is impossible now.
That doesn't mean humans are evil, though.
Indeed, there are many upstanding citizens. However, they merely take the soul path before them. The act of making decisions is accompanied by nothing but pain. Even if a cliff of ruin lie ahead, these lemmings would march on without a second thought.
The God of Control was the one who set this up. He deliberately sets up the most despicable of men possible into power, rigs the public into worshipping them, and manipulates Joker and Goro Akechi throughout the game, pitting them against each other to help him discern the desires of humanity. Which is kind of stupid since he's also the creator of the palaces, so it stands to reason that they weren't going to get in the way of his plan, especially since he rigged the game so he'd automatically win. We're dealing with a god that's actually pretty childish if you think about it.
If the game only had one way or the other in regards to jail time, it would have been fine. Either we change your heart so you are now good and you will atone for your sins in what way you can, or we change your heart and now you're going to jail because your actions have consequences.
That's because that's dependent on the crimes and dependent on the person whose hearts were changed to decide what their punishment is. Remember, Kamoshida did want to kill himself. I feel like it's kind of becoming a meme that I'm saying this now.
This would make the Phantom Thieves feel like they have a cohesive motive and ideal instead of flip-flopping without the game wanting to take a stance on anything. Moving away from changing hearts, the way that Akechi's character is handled is also very questionable. Despite saying he was literally only using Shido and acting on his own will, the game repeatedly tries to paint Akechi as good, with every character making excuses for him and saying that his heart was in the right place, even if they don't forgive him.
I'm going to be entirely honest with you. I hate you.
I don't trust you at all with Akechi, mainly because I've already proven that, well, you kinda suck with him and you don't understand how he works and you're willing to cherry pick information to make him look bad. No, the game and the characters never said that. They could see that he was a victim too, not that his heart was in the right place. Even terrible characters, terrible in what their actions are, not terribly written characters, gotta make that distinction, can be seen as sympathetic. Since you covered Yakuza recently, Goro Majima is an example of this. Whereas we learn more and more about his past and how he was betrayed and manipulated by those around him, he becomes less and less of an outright villain, to the point where he's almost even a rival to Kiryu. Akechi's in the same boat, having been manipulated by both Shido and the God of Control to be their pawns, as well as him being alone as a child, facing the stigma of being a bastard son in Japan. The idea is supposed to be that he's not that different from the other members of the Phantom Thieves. Every member, at least every human member, was a very young person whose life was made worse at the hands of an older, sometimes corrupt individual who basically had all the power while they didn't. And while Akechi sought revenge and went about it in the wrong way, his position with Shido isn't that much different from the other characters' positions with Kamoshida, Madarame, Sai, and the others who lied about Wakaba's death, Okamura, and, well, Shido. You can sympathize with a person, and not forgive them. And even then, the Phantom Thieves didn't want to see Akechi die. Yeah, he's a mass murderer. Yes, he's a terrible person, but he's a victim too. And a life is a life.
Honestly, envious of your natural ability. It was frustrating to see how much my sister trusted you.
I have no intention of forgiving you for what you did to my father. But I sympathize with you. I wholeheartedly understand wanting to get back at the adults who took from you.
But when you gained the power to fulfill that desire, you only used it for your own self-benefit.
If you have the ability to use multiple personas, you probably have the same talents as Joker. But because you went through life alone, the power you awakened was fueled by lies and hate. Still, you thought that was enough, right? That part I totally get.
You excelled at everything over us. Yet that was the one thing you lacked.
Akechi makes awful choices every chance he gets, though, all the way until he dies, and doesn't seem worthy of this effort at all. If the Phantom Thieves had accepted Akechi's flaws, and the fact that he was a mass murderer but decided to give him a second chance regardless, would be one thing, which would present the idea that everyone deserves a second chance. But the way it's done with them excusing his behavior just doesn't seem in line with the rest of the game's messages, and it makes me wonder if they only did this with Akechi was because he's technically not an adult, and the game paints every child or teen to be redeemable no matter what transgression.
Do we have a Mentos request of teenagers who do bad things, like the bullies in the first few missions, the college student who was killing cats?
The reason I came to this conclusion was because when talking about how Akechi stacks up to other villains, I realized there's one he's very similar to, Haru's dad. Both were villains who caused many deaths for their own profit, but realized this wasn't necessarily a good thing, feeling trapped and seeing no way out other than to doubling down on what they were already doing. They both had really difficult childhoods, with Akechi being unwanted by anyone and crafting his image so that he would become famous and revered, even though it didn't fill the void in his heart, and Okamura being hounded by debt collectors though he could never have any luxuries, resulting in him doing whatever it takes to never be as low as that again, even if it cost the lives and well-being of his workers and daughter. Their backstories are extremely similar. It's not hard to see Okamura's life as a potential future for Akechi, doing whatever he can to hang on to the life he's crafted, but the Phantom Thieves have no sympathy for him. They beat up his shadow, grill him for answers, and then leave his palace so that they can go and get even more answers from him in the real world, completely ignoring him as a person.
Ignoring the fact that unlike Akechi, Okamura's childhood wasn't as difficult since he still had his family, he didn't have the stigma of being a bastard son, and Akechi was actually manipulated much earlier in his life, and considering the fact that Akechi was also much more younger and could be manipulated a lot worse than Okamura was, there's a big difference here, in that this is the actual Akechi, and this is Okamura's shadow self. Shadow selves aren't actually people. They did not give Akechi a free pass. They kicked his ass. Akechi was saddled with some pretty serious issues. Even Shido outright says he manipulated him to a certain extent.
What did you do to Akechi? He was your own son.
I had a feeling it was something like that. He reminded me too much of that woman. I also have an idea as to why he approached me. He was hoping to trap me, was he not? He was sharp, but in the end he was just a kid. I controlled him merely by offering praise. I intended to dispose of him as soon as I became Prime Minister.
What?
I could never keep someone with such intimate knowledge of my past alive. What an ace detective. He was standing beside me all this time, yet couldn't see through my plans. His destroying himself saved me quite a bit.
Being a victim and being responsible for one's actions are not mutually exclusive. To acknowledge that he is a victim is not the same as saying he did nothing wrong, nor forgiving him for it. Akechi is a victim of Japan's flawed culture and societal attitude, which is one of the game's major themes, as it conveys its own country. To its fans, at least. Unfortunately, Western fans tend to be ignorant of this, as I've demonstrated with Cvit in this video series. Akechi is sympathetic in the Phantom Thieves' eyes because they understand what it's like to be screwed over by a rotten adult. They don't actually forgive him. It's his backstory that hits home with them. He was simply a victim that they couldn't save, and they could have become like him if things were different. It's a shame that many fans miss the point and assume Akechi simply wanted to kill Shido when he became Prime Minister. Akechi's sacrifice, as well as somewhat redemption in some fans' eyes, was seen as a cop-out and came out of left field and was cliché, which unfortunately is what Cvit decided to take the route on here without actually doing research. Japan is a country of perfection and traditionalism, and as a result, its society is pretty judgmental. It's because of such values that such a system that targets from Kamoshida all the way up to Shido began to commit crimes in the first place. Of course, this doesn't excuse them. Akechi is a victim in particular due to his status as a bastard child. In Japan, bastard children are looked down upon more so than in the West. Hell, there was actually discrimination against you in Japan if you actually were from these kind of broken up families. Their foster care and orphanages are also apparently horrible. You can only imagine what Akechi's childhood would be like growing up. Yeah, he has some similarities with Okamura, but they're only surface level. And that's what Cvit did here. He went with a surface level analysis comparing the two when there's more details and stuff that he doesn't understand about Japanese culture.
Hell, everyone whose hearts you changed except for Shido wasn't as bad as Akechi, and none of them got a free pass because of their tragic backstories that led them to being a terrible person. In the end, I think what it boils down to is the game's attempt at fusing serious messages about socio-political commentary and also an exciting story wrapped in an anime dating sim package, which don't mix very well. There's a lot of moments in the game that feel like they were written in a vacuum from the rest of the game, like the joke with Anne being sexually harassed all the time after nearly being raped.
Except you ignore the bloody point that Anne steps up for herself in that situation and that she embraced her sexuality.
Would you kindly stop this?
Want to try on some other swimsuits in my room?
Don't touch me, you perv!
No.
Now that I'm done using you, get away, you creep! This guy's a molester!
And she doesn't take that crap. The fact that you ignored is actually pretty disgusting in and of itself, since it ignores her character development as someone who was willing to demean herself but now is willing to stand up for herself in those kinds of situations. Also, just because there are different tones in the game, that doesn't mean they can't mix very well. And considering how often I've proven you didn't pay attention or manipulated the footage in order to justify why the game is bad, I'd have to say that your points to back this up are piss poor at best.
And Futaba becoming hyper-dependent on you, despite the Phantom Thieves being based around standing up for themselves and being strong individuals.
Those don't contradict each other, especially when it comes to Futaba, who her doubts didn't reside in not standing up for herself, but rather because she was being misled.
If the game wants to be a fun dating sim that has wacky moments and you don't want to think too hard about them because it's just about having fun and being a wish fulfillment, then having a serious commentary makes them seem weird and gross in retrospect. But the serious messages also fall flat because of all the anime hijinks that constantly goes on.
Not really, because I've already said before in a previous part, you need heights and lows. And just because a story that has serious message in it has moments of humor as well, that doesn't detract from the message. If anything, it can be used to make the moments more important and insightful and show the characters have grown and become more comfortable with dealing with stuff like this.
Persona 3 and 4 are also structured similarly, but like I said before, those games are focused on themes and issues that were personal, and not making as many broad statements about the state of society, corruption, and exploitation, so the anime hijinks wasn't as off-putting in them.
Oh, really? Let's ignore the fact that both those games actually did touch on the society aspect.
This world reflects people's thoughts. Which, oh dear, does that mean the real culprits are everyone on the outside, including you? Don't make me laugh. Just because someone joins the police doesn't make them some kind of agent of justice. You know why I applied? So I could legally carry a gun. That's all. You'd be surprised how many are like that. I thought it would be fun too. But to tell the truth, that was a wash. Everyone around me was such an idiot. I made one tiny mistake, and they all got on my case and sent me out here to Nowheresville as punishment. Let's be honest, there's nothing great about the real world, is there? It's just dull and annoying as hell. No one accepts that's the way things are. They're just stuck with it because they can't deny it either. Those who actually succeed in life, they just happen to be born with a magic ticket called talent. If you don't have it, you can either accept or deny that fact until you die. That's your only choice. Once you realize that, all you have left in life is despair. The ultimate game over. Wouldn't it be better if that kind of reality was wiped away? Listen, you might have hopes and dreams right now, but that's only because you know nothing about reality. One day you'll see. You'll be faced with a boring reality that boxes you in, no matter where you go, for a second. Once everyone turns into shadows, they'll still keep on living, oblivious to all the things around them. So how's that different from the way it is now? No, this'll make things much easier for everyone.
Easier? What the hell are you talking about?
Come on, how many people out there actually think about what's real, or what's right and wrong? Next to none, I bet. It's useless to think about those things in the first place. You don't get anything out of facing reality, and there's no way to change it either. I mean, what could be more boring than brooding over things you can't change? It's better to just ignore them and believe only what you want to believe in life. Doesn't that sound a lot easier? It would be awesome if everyone's life could be that easy.
With Persona 3, it was the people's wish for death, and Persona 4, it was how people viewed others through a mist. I know I'm being very general here, but considering the length of this video, I don't want to spend too much time on this. But the problem that I have with this is because Cvit never actually explains why this is. It's just because it's personable with the topics, which is a case can be made for Persona 5, especially considering the cast involved with most of the palace owners is to some degree also personable. He just says it if it were a fact and expects me to accept this. But I'm sorry, just because you say this one thing doesn't make it true. Nor is you saying that these conflicting tones are a bad thing for Persona 5, especially when you neglect the context of these scenes that are using to back up your points.
Like I said 200 years ago at the start of this video, I think both on their own are fine, and maybe a better writer could make this work with a tighter written story and script. But as is, I really do not think these things mix well, and it's tonally all over the place. If you want to convey an idea or a story through something that's lowbrow, that's perfectly fine. Be lowbrow all you want. I enjoy tons of lowbrow stories. But if you're being lowbrow, don't turn around and act like you're the smartest fucker in the room and have some sort of cosmic insight on issues in real life, when in reality you have nothing to say at all. You're hiding behind the guise of being deep.
Whether we run from it or savor it, make no mistake, irony is a dominant feature of our lives.
Please, tell me when Persona 5 did this. This is a game, not an actual person. If anything, this comes off as projection on your part, especially since you're dictating how the writer should change things, and yet you felt the need to be dishonest for a majority of your video.
A lot of things in this game can be seen as okay because you rationalize that parts were designed for a social commentary, and that other parts were made for checkbox ticking fan service with archetypal characters to appeal as many fetishes and as broad of an audience as possible.
Newsflash, this is a game, a piece of media. There are archetypes in everything, especially considering how much media there is nowadays. This is not a valid criticism. This is an observation that holds no actual weight, especially when there's more and more to these characters than just their base archetypes. Also, there were no MILFs in this game. The frig are you going on about?
But you can't make the excuse for the game subverting its own narrative because video games, when the game itself doesn't make that distinction. It's not okay Kawakami becomes your slave when you finish her S-Link just because you understand that it's a way to have extra actions during the night slot.
She doesn't become your slave, she offers to do this out of the kindness of her heart. Kawakami does it because she's nearby and because you helped her out of a very terrible situation.
Because this is presented alongside the same game that has all of the deep commentary on society and sheeple and leaders and villainizes people for almost anything, from being too clingy to thinking they're important when they're not, to killing cats, to killing people, to raping students, to exploiting their children for money. If these things weren't meant to be compared, they shouldn't have been presented in the same package.
Considering the mass generalization, how you viewed the situation, I can see where you're coming from, but the issue is that Kawakami was never a slave to you. You don't need to have her make coffee for you in the evening. Hell, by your own logic with the SP adhesives, it'd just be a waste of time to do this. If anything, this speaks more about you, Cvit, than the game itself, since the game opts to give you multiple ways of recovery without having to abuse Kawakami's mechanics. Even then, yeah, they're being compared. And they're given different outcomes depending on the severity as well as the people whose hearts are being changed. And you wanna know what? So what? Just because the game has different tonal shifts and different serious and comedic moments, that doesn't make this a bad thing. Nor have you actually provided proof of this. Even in the parts I skipped, you don't show this.
To be very clear, it is not a bad thing that the game tries to tackle such serious issues in modern day society, but rather the game sets up a lot of potentially interesting ideas but does nothing with them.
I don't know, man. It seems kind of malicious to me from what I've seen. With you doing the same tactics as people who often do this, taking scenes out of context and making them out to be terrible and worse than they actually are.
Presenting them in the shallowest way possible as a way of acknowledging that they're there, but doesn't actually engage with the consequences or deeper meanings of any of them. When it tries to be serious, but it undermines itself, all of the time that was spent on real issues comes off as fake, hollow, or forced, and it brings the whole game down as a result. The game walks and talks, and everyone treats it like it's the deepest political commentary to come out in years, but in actuality, actuality, it has more in common with Detroit Become Human, using long-standing socio-political issues to prop itself up to seem smarter than it really is when it has nothing to say, and in the end feels like a disservice to all the things it's trying to shine light on.
Again, you haven't proven any of this. Just because the game has moments of comedy and lightheartedness in it, that doesn't negate the impact of their issues that are brought up. Even with some points like the Shiho, I can't give you because we do get resolution with that character to some degree. It's just resolution that you didn't personally like.
Out of all the problems Persona 5 has, the combat being boring and getting stale is probably the easiest thing to fix. And even though I'm skeptical about whether the problem of physical power being the only important stat will get fixed, if there's enough viable varieties to make combat fun enough, it won't really matter.
This is coming from the guy who refused to change his party, even when said party was terrible to use. That's on you, not on the game.
It looks like boss battles are being remixed too, so maybe Madarame's painting fight won't be so bad anymore.
You don't even understand how the painting fight even worked and decided to just punch monkey through everything and decided to ignore other variables that the game gave you in order to make the game easier.
This dungeon you're confronted by one of the worst bosses in the whole game, painting form Madarame. His whole deal is that he's split into 4 separate pictures, but half heals from magic damage and half heals from physical damage. So you can't use any AoE attacks, and as if that wasn't enough, you have to kill all 4 parts of him 3 different times, and the last 2 times require you to kill them within a few turns of each other, or else they come back at full health. So you need to spread your damage thin to get every part low enough to knock them all out at the end of a turn. It's just a long, boring fight that requires a lot of luck to dodge his attacks and not get hit by weak elements since you need to endure for so long.
Oh no, a boss that's actually proving that my terrible team composition is bad is probably the worst boss in the entire game, and I can't just power my way through, and I need to be able to think about how to fight this boss. The horror! The game gives you a challenge, and you call it the worst boss of the entire game.
Is this some kind of twisted joke?
Also, you're wrong about his immunities. It's not half and half, only the mouth absorbs physical attacks. So I don't know what you're going on about here, since your physical party could actually defeat the 2 eyes and nose with physical attacks, and take out the mouth with magical abilities. Oh gee, if only you had someone with high magical stats who could potentially have the access to the 2nd level magic spell that could help you burn through this. Ha ha! Painting! But when we're gonna find someone like that?
And apparently Morgana won't tell you to go to sleep as much, which is a major plus since more than 50 days of the game are halted because Morgana tells you to go to sleep because the story needs you to.
Yeah, but you still wouldn't be able to do social link stuff. And no, that's not me using Royal to back up my point. There was actually an article that points out this information. And even then, you'd still be told to go to sleep when the story demands it. If anything, reading this, it came off to me as Morgana was just letting you do things if you got a Mementos or a Palace and didn't have access to Kawakami's massage. And you'd still be able to do something at night, like increasing your social skills, or make items. I'd like to point out that this is information that was made before Cvit's video.
But I can't just bring myself to join in after experiencing Persona 5 the way it is now.
But you didn't enjoy it as the way it was now. You literally had to cut and paste it, ignore scenes, and basically mistreat the battle system while simultaneously not understanding it. That's not experiencing it as the game it is now, that's you warping the game because you don't have an understanding about it.
The trailers from the base game were hyped too, and this is the product we got. When there's so many things wrong with every aspect of Persona 5, when it comes down to continuity with characters, the main story, confidants, and story twists, there's no way I could look at new content being put into the game and think that they're going to be handled any better than the mess of a game we have now. I have zero trust that they won't fuck up all the new additions as badly as the base game. There's no reason for me to believe that a new dungeon will be any better designed, that the new characters will be more consistent and better written, or that Akechi's return will address any of the problems I brought up with the way that he's treated in the game.
Remember everyone, this is from a place of love, where you had to intentionally cut things out of context of the game, misrepresent, and basically bury your complaints under nearly 5 hours of fluff so people can't call you out on your BS. This is all the game's fault!
Ultimately, even if the new content is good, unless they overhaul the entire game, there's no way that all the stupid story beats, inconsistent characters, terrible S-links, and constant contradictions in every aspect of the game can be fixed. The issue with Persona 5's writing runs deep, and I can't see a way for it to be improved short of starting from scratch, which Royal clearly won't do.
Most of these contradictions come from you being dishonest.
Even if by some miracle, Royal manages to make everything good, that doesn't change anything. The base game of Persona 5 has existed for over 2 years now, being praised to high heaven despite all the issues core to the game that are present, and even small issues like text on screen being grammatically wrong or making no goddamn sense were never patched.
Because for your scum example here, it was a voiced line.
Suguro Kamoshida was a scum.
This ignores there could have been issues with the voice actress, Cassandra Lee Morris, with contract and scheduling issues, and considering her voicing career in 2016, it's possible that they couldn't get her until Royal to pull back in to do more lines. Even then, this is such a weird point to bring up, and one that doesn't actually affect the overall quality of the game.
This game has shown up on hundreds of top 10 lists in 2017, and so many of the people that praised it never even played it all the way through.
Oh no, other people have opinions on this game. Kind of weird how people kept on getting on my case for critiquing Cvit on his opinion of the game, yet he's allowed to do something similar to people whose opinions may have changed over the last couple of years or could have finished the game during that time.
Praise that Persona 5 gets even to this day with people calling it one of the greatest JRPGs of all time is something I've never been able to understand. The way I've talked about Persona 5 in this video is how I've always felt about it, even from my first playthrough.
So, you've been dishonest this whole time then, right? Also, I'm willing to call bullcrap on that, especially when we later learn in your credits you had someone else help you with the script.
Wake up, get up, get out there. There's more to life than the way.
And that raises a few questions in this manner since you don't distinguish if parts of your script are his opinions or yours. And it makes it worse considering all the misinformation that you spouted throughout this damn video and that 2 people had to go through this.
I was surprised about how terrible everything was, but when I looked online, the only thing I could see ever being criticized was dumb shit like Pancakes or Morgana being a baby.
Wait, didn't you also cite that terrible fan site? You know, the one that did the same thing as you and took scenes out of context in order to make the game look worse than it was?
Errors are present throughout the game. There's an entire website dedicated to compiling every single error in the game.
I see. My ass.
When Persona 5's combat is more flawed than games that came out over a decade before it. It's not innovative, it's not deep, all it has going for it is its style.
I don't think you have a leg to stand on there, Cvit. You couldn't even understand how the hold-up system worked and had a hard time with Madarame. You literally had to use an exploit in order to actually make most of your points. You've got no reason to act all egotistical here. This also ignores the social aspect as well as the freedom that Persona 5 gives you in the game, something that a lot of JRPGs tend to lack. But hey, since you're not actually giving an example of people saying this stuff, it's a good straw man. Hell, you could have used Donkey as an example of people saying this.
So when I say Persona 5, a turn-based anime RPG is actually pretty fun, you should go, damn, okay, maybe that game is alright.
Donkey's terrible too, but at the very least this wouldn't have come up as an out-of-left-field rant that pretty much contradicts that you don't have an issue with people liking the game at the beginning of this 5-hour rant.
Don't let this video take that away from you. Be confident in what you enjoy. This game has shown up on hundreds of top 10 lists in 2017, and so many of the people that praised it never even played it all the way through. The Persona 5 is still a perfectly fine game, and there's nothing wrong with enjoying it for any reason. Praise that Persona 5 gets even to this day with people calling it one of the greatest JRPGs of all time is something I've never been able to understand. Maybe Persona 5 helped you through a tough time in your life, and because of it and its fandom, you were able to find close friends. Or maybe it was the first piece of media that you consumed that tackled injustice and corruption in a way that you could really relate to. It's not innovative, it's not deep, all it has going for it is its style, which is strong enough to make people gloss over everything else. Don't let this video take that away from you. Be confident in what you enjoy.
Bullshit! You're just forcing your selfish ideas on people!
There's got to be more people out there who think about this game the way I do. People who realize that Persona 5 is all style, no substance.
That's a scary thought, that people are willing to be so petty that they're willing to lie and manipulate that piece of media they don't like just to justify it. That you seem to hate this game so much so that you have to lie about it to justify said hate.
Did you have to punch the TV though?
And that, my friends, is the end. And what can I say about this journey that took about 2 months to complete? Cvit, your video is a prime example of why I hate media criticism. You made your video overly bloated. You filled it with so much misinformation just to get to a point that doesn't make any sense with how you presented it. You did all of this just to prove that you disliked Persona 5. And while I can respect that there's a lot of effort put into this video, I'm sorry, but that effort isn't enough for me to give you a pass on being so dishonest. This is the problem that I have with our culture, especially with criticism nowadays, that we're willing to lie about things just to paint a picture of the world. It's changing people's cognitions, and people are just allowing this to happen because they don't like a piece of media. And unfortunately, this kind of mindset actually does spread out into actual people's thoughts on more serious topics. It's ironic what Cvit did to Persona 5, because that's exactly what the God of Control did in the game, and that's the biggest issue that I have with Cvit's video. The utter dishonesty of the matter and the fact that people are willing to accept these lies. And in that way, they're essentially like the sheeple in Persona 5 points out, willing to accept any lie fed to them because it's safe. It confirms what they believe, and they don't actually have to think because they got someone else to do it for. But unfortunately, to all of you who may dislike this video because I dared to defend this game, I won't back down to cowardice. There's just one more thing to say.
Checkmate.
This video sucks.